National Maritime Foundation, serving officers and veterans of the armed forces, dignitaries from foreign missions in Chennai, friends from Colors of Glory, friends from the media, my fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. My name is Ashwin Suren, and I deem it my honor and privilege to host the second annual Security Dialogue, jointly organized by the Chennai Center for China Studies and the National Maritime Foundation on the theme of evolving strategic landscape, positioning India in the emerging global order. Among the audience and joining us virtually, we have with us distinguished guests for the inaugural session, Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, the Director General of the National Maritime Foundation, Commodore Vasan, Director General of the Chennai Center for China Studies and the Regional Director of the National Maritime Foundation, Ambassador P.S. Raghavan, Chairman of the National Security Advisory Board, Shri B.S. Raghavan, the Chief Patron of the Chennai Center for China Studies. I welcome you, sirs. We also have with us a host of eminent speakers from various domains of expertise, Ambassador Mohan Kumar, General S.L. Narasimhan, General Prakash Menon, General P.R. Shankar, General Murali, Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla, Dr. Shailesh Nayak, Dr. N. Manoharan, and Colonel Dini, who will be engaging with us as esteemed panelists during the 3 sessions on today's agenda. At the outset, I thank all of you for joining us today. The celebrated Field Marshal Sir Sam Manekshaw, whose birthday was yesterday, famously said, "Professional knowledge and professional competence are the 2 cardinal attributes of leadership." And today we are fortunate to be joined by people with professional competence who will share with us their professional knowledge. So without any further delay, to commence today's annual Security Dialogue, I invite Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, the Director General of the National Maritime Foundation, to deliver the inaugural address. The Admiral will be joining us virtually. Yes, sir. Right, sir. To welcome our distinguished audience, I would love to welcome Commodore R.S. Vasan, the Director General of Chennai Center for China Studies and the Regional Director of the National Maritime Foundation, to give you all a warm welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Ashwin, for that introduction and for the welcoming of all the resource persons who are joined from far and wide. Director Kajri Biswas, Ambassador Swaminathan, Your Excellency, Japanese Consul General, the Russian Consul General, all the veterans officers who have taken the trouble of coming here, ladies and gentlemen, a student community who are online with us on YouTube, and many others who already logged in to be with us. A great honor for us in Chennai Center for China Studies to be celebrating this occasion. It's a momentous one indeed. We've been here in this business for 15 years, which is a long time by any standards. And that sitting in Chennai and keeping our head above water has indeed been a challenge, but it's thanks to the support of our members, our distinguished members and the young team that are at it all the time, we've been able to make a name for ourselves. And this has not come about overnight. It's come with a lot of hard work, blood and sweat. The Think Tank Civil Societies program, which graded all the think tanks of the world from 2018 to 2022, have constantly rated us within the first 50, and in some categories we are in the first 10, which is a matter of great satisfaction for all of us who are involved in this think tank activity. I must thank a late founder, Mr. B. Raman. It was his idea to have a think tank here in Chennai, away from the hustle bustle of Delhi. And we also wanted it to ensure that the intellectual capital that exists in southern India is not laid to waste, and therefore from that point of view, whatever we've done in the last 15 years has been very rewarding. I've been in the driver's seat for the last 9 years. I took over from late Mr. Rajan, who is a senologist. And for me, yes, the journey has been very, very challenging, arduous at times, but I must say very rewarding at the end of it all. Because it is a kind of records that we've maintained, the tempo that has been generated from year-end activities. And I will list out some of the activities only in the last financial year for your reference, which tells you what our young team has been able to achieve. We've had 100 plus online publications. This is the calendar year from 1st of April last year to 31st of March this year. We've had 6 print publications. Some of them will be released today. And we have 2 books and 4 occasional papers. 106 events were conducted, which is, I think, a record of sorts as far as this year is concerned. 39 interns. This is another important program that we launched on 6-7 years ago. We said instead of trying to educate ourselves, who are all gray-haired, let's reach out to the youth. And from that way, I'm very happy to report that today we have about 280 young minds who are participating on a digital platform on a daily basis. Every day they are fed with various information, updates, analysis, and they respond likewise. So we're very happy that out of these 290 people, 86 of them have completed internship with us. And this year itself, we have about 39 interns. And they're not only from India, we also have them from foreign countries who are participating online. And one of them even came here physically. So this is, I think, a great USP of C3S, where we are targeting the youth and we are trying to empower them and bring them in the mainstream of thinking and research activities. Likewise, we also launched what's called the postcards this time. And I'm very happy again to report that in a very short span, we scored a century. Remember, it's the IPL season. So today we are going to launch the 100th postcard in your presence. Also, the YouTube shorts, which are there, we have already done 37 of this time. This was a dedicated team of C3S, young researchers who have put their heart and soul into it to see that we reach out to the social media campaigns to tell them what we are doing in southern India, sitting in Chennai, which is, of course, the cultural capital of India. And we've had, we will also be seeing the China Watch. People are eagerly looking forward to this. Every fortnight, we bring out a compilation, in some cases also with analysis of various happenings that are occurring in China and related activities, both internal and external dimensions. And that we have issued already 24 China Watch, which is there and which is keenly looked forward to by the audience around the world. And some of them will be again issued today. And there have also been 3 special issues which have been issued. So overall, I think, like I said, while it's been extremely challenging operating from here in Chennai because you're out of sight, you're out of sight of Delhi, but it's not so because we have the director, Ms. Kajari Biswas, who's come here all the way to Delhi to participate with us. So we may be out of sight, but we are not out of their minds. So thank you for that, Ms. Kajari Biswas, for all the support that we got from MEA. I must place on record my extreme gratitude to the Joint Secretary, PPR, Dr. Sumit Seth, Director Kajari Biswas, and Under Secretary Krupakar, who made it a point to visit us, interact with us, and tweak our programs so that we also are in a position to meet the requirements of the policy shapers and policy makers. So thank you for being with us. I must also express my gratitude to all the foreign missions here. They make it a point to send their representatives, and it provides us a platform to exchange information with them. And I'm very happy to tell you that we're also planning some joint events with some of the foreign missions here, so that they come on board and we identify those issues of mutual concern. So last but not the least, let me again applaud the efforts of the young team headed by Bala, Sapna, and of course Anu, who is outside sitting at the registration desk. Please join me in applauding their effort, because without them, there's no way we could have put this program together. And thank you all for joining from different places, whether it's General Menon, whether it's Colonel Dini, whether it is Professor Manoharan, or whether it is the Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, who will be joining us later, and Ambassador Raghavan, who despite his very busy, I was very keen that we have him here in Chennai. Bangalore is not far, but he is not in Bangalore normally. He is always traveling all over. So therefore, but the fact that he has agreed to be with us is a matter of great honor for us. And thank you, sir, for being with us. And likewise, Admiral Chauhan, who is the Director General, who will be participating in the inaugural session, is a very dear friend of mine. And we've been doing a lot of things together. And I'm the only regional director of the National Maritime Foundation, which is outside of Delhi, that's in Chennai. So I've been able to harness the strengths of both the organization and try and bring out the kind of narratives that are required for the audience in South India. Thank you. Look forward to these very interesting sessions that have been put together by our young team. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Commander Vasan, for your warm welcome. It is considered that being invited twice is respect rendered twice, so I'd love to invite Admiral Pradeep Chauhan to deliver the inaugural address. He'll be joining us virtually.
Commodore Vasan, Ambassador Raghavan, assembled dignitaries, both from the serving community of our country, as well as veterans. All naval officers are invited to all places. They go to all places twice, once because they're invited and the second time to apologize. So let me express my apologies for having butted in somewhat early in the day, and also to thank and congratulate the Chennai Center for China Studies on this second annual security dialogue. It is a great honor for me and to be asked to give some inaugural comments, and I thought that I would do so in a more formalized fashion and support my presentation, my talk with a small PowerPoint presentation, which I am now going to try and load, and hopefully you will be able to see the slides. And if you can, I can't see you anymore, so if one of you can just acknowledge the fact that the slide is on the screen, I can continue. Thank you. Will somebody just say yes, no? Thank you very much. So let me not waste any time and start with a somewhat bold assertion, but one that I truly believe in, and that is that the next 2 centuries will be centuries of the sea, and India will, in these 2 centuries, India will either be a maritime power, or India will not be any kind of power at all. And that this trans-Himalayan issues will fit in a larger landscape, or a larger seascape rather, defined by the oceanic spaces. For us in India, to position India in the global order, it is important for us to, I think, start with the concept of what exactly is our desired end state. And our desired end state is really the economic, the material, and the societal well-being of the people of India. Once a desired end state is given written expression, then of course, as you are well aware, it becomes known as a policy. And the statement of our maritime policy is encapsulated in the acronym SAGAR. And this really defines our desired end state. It is desired because we in India, our government and our people both believe fervently and firmly that the economy of India, the well-being of India, cannot be riding on some crest while the economies and well-being of the people of our neighborhood are wallowing in some trough. And from there, this maritime policy of Sagar may be given visual expression through this particular slide. And this reflects for India our dime. It is our diplomatic, our informational, our military, and our economic outreach through the region. Remember, I assert that Sagar is not a vision of the Prime Minister of India. Sagar is an encapsulation of the maritime policy of India. And once again, to belabor the point, a policy is the written expression of a desired end state. So from there, of course, we come to our principal maritime interest, which is holistic maritime security. And we are fortunate that in India, we have a statement, this particular statement of what is maritime security, having been articulated at the prime ministerial level, where the Prime Minister has been on record and is cited to have said that holistic maritime security is freedom from threats arising in the sea or through the sea or from the sea. And these threats, of course, could be man-made, whether they are traditional or they are non-traditional. They could be natural by way of cyclones, tsunamis, or they could be combinations such as climate change, ocean acidification, and the challenges of the area beyond national jurisdiction, and the declaration which has only recently been arrived at by the UN General Assembly in terms of the challenges of biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. So from this, we must come down to the geographical context, I think. And our geographical context is, in fact, the Indo-Pacific, which is a predominantly, even though not exclusively, maritime space. And the Indo-Pacific for India extends from the shores of East Africa to the shores of the Americas. I have only just a day or two ago been in Washington, D.C. In the first of the Quad Maritime Security Conferences. And I must tell you that this expanse has now taken root even in those places and for those countries who define the borders of their concept of the Indo-Pacific somewhat more narrowly than does India. So the Indo-Pacific constructs today of Japan, ASEAN, EU, many of the member countries of the EU, for example, Netherlands, France, and Germany, coincide with that of India, including the whole of the Pacific and the whole of the Indian Oceans. It is important for us to bear in mind while positioning India in the mental map of our world that the Indo-Pacific, the segment Indo doesn't stand for India, it stands for the Indian Ocean. And even when there is no exact commonality, there is increasing evidence of strategic convergence, which is not only about shared interests, but about shared values, about the number of policy fields and the depth to which those policy fields generate convergence. In fact, an interesting byproduct is that the number of policy fields and the depth of strategic convergence across them has given rise in India to a hierarchy of strategic partnership, which is gaining increasing global traction as an alternative to the treaty alliances of the Cold War period with which all of you are well familiar. And India is at the heart of many of these strategic partnerships. We have a whole hierarchy, as I just mentioned. There are strategic partnerships. We just included Italy as the most recent member. We've got special strategic partnerships. We've got even a green strategic partnership with Denmark. We have comprehensive strategic partnerships, strategic and global partnerships, special and privileged strategic partnerships, and comprehensive global strategic partnerships. So with all of that, we can come down to the Indian objectives and the maritime objectives of India. Regrettably, since the government of India has not yet released a white paper formally, we are forced to derive the 8 principal maritime objectives of India. These are on your slide. I will not waste your time by trying to read each one, but remember point number 1, which is that we still have threats to our territorial integrity, and this differentiates us from many of the major powers of the world who can afford to stand at a distance from, for example, China or Pakistan and articulate their visions, whereas we must deal with these as proximate neighbors. And therefore, in our neighborhood, there are fortunately a large number of neighbors, and unfortunately, our neighborhood also has 1 or 2 hoods. So we have to cater for both of these. And these 8 maritime objectives of India are indeed the derivation from the proposals and the opportunities that are arising throughout not just the Indo-Pacific, but also the globe and in its larger context. So I also want to emphasize here that India's principal maritime interest and her 8 principal maritime objectives are solely determined by India, and they are not a function of any other nation. In fact, if we were to take a magical eraser and just wipe out China from the map of the earth, I actually tried to do that in this particular slide. It was great fun. It would not change a single one of India's maritime objectives one whit. So having spoken about those maritime objectives, let me turn to our strategies and emphasize that India's grand strategy, her military strategy, and her maritime strategy are all increasingly being contextualized to the Indo-Pacific, and this is our strategic geography. And strategic geography differs from real geography in that if you take a chart or a map of the world and you put on it a number of latitudes and longitudes, and if you then join all these latitudes and longitudes by a line, then the area that is bounded by that line, if in that area you pour in much of your grand strategy, then the area that is so bounded will become your strategic geography. Now, clearly, the strategic geography of Tunga will not be the same as the strategic geography of India. And India might not be the same as Fiji, and Fiji might not be the same as Iceland, and Iceland will not be the same as the USA. And so every country will have a strategic geography all of its own. And for India, as a sovereign power, the name we have given to our strategic geography is the Indo-Pacific. And it is important for those of you who are fed on a diet of American outputs into the popular literature in general and the internet in particular, that for us, the Indo-Pacific is not in and of itself a strategy, but it is rather a strategic geography within which India pursues many forms and many types of strategy. Our grand strategy is, of course, founded upon the 5 Hindi words, all of which start with the sound S, and most of you are familiar with them. So it's Samman, Samvad, Sahyog, Shanti, and Samriddhi. And our statement of engagement with the Indo-Pacific region is officially articulated as being inclusive, pluralistic, cooperative, collaborative, open, and transparent, and one that promotes dialogue, a respect for international law, and the democratic and rules-based international order. And so consequently, all of us, when we're trying to position this India into the new changing world order, we must recognize that we now have to contend with 2 Indias of equal area, one continental and the other maritime. So we have a land area of India, which is 3.2 million square kilometers, and we have a maritime India, which is also 3.2 million square kilometers. Consequently, India's challenge will always be, how do we achieve the right balance between our maritime and our land-based geopolitical imperatives? We recognize throughout our government that security is much more than military security alone, and that there are many dimensions of security, of which military might well be the most important, but it is still only one. Our maritime approach in positioning ourselves in the global order is predicated upon our national maritime policy, which has 2 basic pillars. One is the blue economy and our transition towards that, which is incorporating all aspects of holistic maritime security. And the second pillar is that of maritime hard security, which the C3S has illuminated for us in many laudable and commendable ways. Now, both these pillars have to rest on a legal framework in which national law is reconciled with duly ratified international law. And here, this is one of the great weaknesses of the system in which we find ourselves, and one in which we must pay particular attention. Likewise, maritime security. The word maritime is much more than some Navy Coast Guard amalgam. And we must recognize, therefore, that when we talk about grand strategy, when we talk about our grand strategy and our strategies that emanate from that, we find that at the strategic level, one of the main issues that we have and the main mechanisms is simply, in times of peace, is constructive engagement. And this business of constructive engagement is what will position and what is positioning us in the geographical and in the geopolitical order of the world. On the one level, on the high level, there are several multilateral constructs in this Indo-Pacific which will support constructive engagement, and this incorporates the many that are relevant to the Pacific Ocean, and you're familiar with many of them, so I won't waste time in outlining or in explaining them, merely hoping that this particular flow of Venn diagram will be adequately demonstrative of the requirement. When it comes to the Indian Ocean, here the strategic constructs are older and have now, after a long hiatus, become much more complex. So we started with the Arab League with its 6 members, improving to 23, the SADC, and we've got the GCC, we've got the Indian Ocean Commission, France, India, Comoros, Mauritius, Madagascar. We've got the Western Pacific Naval Symposium, which is relevant to the Indian Ocean because of the 9 countries of Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, France, Australia, India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, and Pakistan, which are simultaneously members of the Indian Ocean construct as well. IORA and BIMSTEC are well known and are being given additional life. It is important to recognize the comprehensive role being played by the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, which is the corresponding structure to the Western Pacific Naval Symposium. And then, of course, we've got the Quad, of which I will speak in a minute. But I also want to emphasize that for us, Africa matters more than ever, and our attention in the Indo-Pacific is imprudent if we are imprudent if we were not to be paying attention to Africa. And I'm happy to inform you that this is no longer the case if it ever was. And India is, in fact, dealing quite intensively now with all the countries of the Eastern African littoral because they incorporate 4 of the major maritime choke points: the Suez Canal, the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, the Mozambique Channel, and the Cape of Good Hope. So maritime security architectures of Africa are no longer issues of some esoteric relevance or marginal value. To us, study of the AIMS 2050, that is the Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy 2050, is a crucial element of manner in which India is positioning herself in the global narrative and in the global, changing global order. So some of the questions, of course, need to be asked by us is, while all these issues of the African integrated maritime strategy continue to be of relevance, is indeed a nation's maritime strategy the same as a continent's maritime strategy? And I dare say that this is an answer that will engage our attention increasingly over the years ahead. And so India is already now an observer in the Jeddah Amendment to the Djibouti Code of Conduct. Once again, information sharing mechanisms are rife in this area. And I also wanted to re-emphasize the criticality of the IORA. And many people think that IORA is a somnolent organization, but this is far from the case. And today there are many structures in IORA which are gathering increasing momentum, and we would be well advised to pay attention to them. Whether these are the Indian Ocean Dialogues or the Maritime Safety and Security Meeting of Experts. We've had 2 of these already. And these are forums in which both Track 1 and Track 1.5, as well as Track 2 and academia at large, can engage to mutual benefit. Now, outside of these large multilateral constructs, India is concentrating upon 3 major but very different approaches for its endeavors vis-a-vis constructive engagement. And the first of these is the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. I want to emphasize that today the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative is receiving increasing support and traction from a number of countries who are willing to step up to the plate and take the lead in addressing these 7 spokes or 7 pillars. The reason why this is so important is because the IPOI gives first order specificity to Sagar. Sagar is a policy. IPOI identifies the 7 thrust areas for this policy to be implemented. And to that extent, we are delighted that most recently we have Italy having taken the lead, and even more recently, we have great interest being shown by countries such as Vietnam. What the IPOI is not is at least as important as what the IPOI is. And the IPOI is not some grand plan of India which other countries can choose to either join or reject. It is really just affording the 7 thrust lines and saying, hi, do you have any ideas here? Would you like to join us? Would you like us to join you? Would you like us to follow you? Would you like to follow us? Would you like us not to be there at all? Whatever you want to do, so long as you can address these issues, we are happy. Also, the IPOI is not about SDG 14 alone. All the SDGs, all the 17 SDGs have relevance to the IPOI. And so I'm happy to also be able to inform the audience that the UK and India are joint leads in the maritime security spoke or pillar, and that the National Maritime Foundation is in deep conversation with King's College London in order to create a regional maritime security center of excellence. The second area of thrust for India is this, outside of the major multilaterals, is minilaterals such as BIMSTEC. Once again, an area, a structure that is receiving deserved attention and will continue to grow in prominence and relevance to us. The next area that I want to touch upon in this business of minilaterals are the trilaterals. So we can see that we've got 5 trilaterals running: India, Japan, Australia, India, Indonesia, Australia, India, Australia, France, India, France, UAE, India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and of course, the Colombo Security Conclave of Sri Lanka, Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, and Bangladesh, along with India. And the third approach is that of the Quad. The Quad and our interaction with the USA within the Quad, which is not the only area of interaction, is greatly facilitated by the fact that we have finally concluded all the 4 foundational agreements. And we believe that the best way to contain the aggressive expansion of China across the length and breadth of the Indo-Pacific is for us to weave this region so tightly that China finds neither spatial nor temporal room for any assertive maneuver. And our worry is whether the Quad will in fact suck Indian energy away from other minilaterals or trilaterals. And there are many. For example, the EU has emerged now in the Indian Ocean as a serious maritime security player. There is now coordinated maritime presences, or the CMP, in the Northwest Indian Ocean, and you can see in the purple area of this slide that the maritime area of interest for the EU in the Northwest Indian Ocean actually extends all the way down to the Tropic of Capricorn. And so we have a Northwest Indian Ocean which is correctly sort of segregated at the central point of the Indian Ocean, where the southern segment of the Indian Ocean is extending all the way down to Antarctica. So within this, there are large amounts of structures which are being developed. India is at the center of many of them. And apart from the maritime domain awareness structures identified by or exemplified by Primario and its various platforms, there are other engagement processes that are in play. And lastly, I wanted to mention a few words about AUKUS. You know, I have no desire to talk about the line of effort number 1, which is the provision of nuclear-powered submarine to Australia. But I want to talk to you and draw your attention to line of effort 2. Remember, AUKUS has 2 lines of effort. And the second line of effort is about advanced capabilities in terms of undersea capabilities, quantum technologies, AI and autonomy in contested environments, advanced offensive and defensive cyber, hypersonic and hypersonic, EW, innovation, information sharing. And here, India has independent competence in each one of these. And India is now approaching the USA, Australia, Japan, South Korea as a peer partner and not some supplicant saying, please give us some technology, please give us some technology. We are not saying that. We're saying, bring your human beings, bring your human capital, join with us, and let's develop technologies together. So therefore, India doesn't need to worry or sulk at being excluded from AUKUS, because AUKUS buys us additional time vis-a-vis China. The question, of course, is what are we doing with the time that we have bought? And that brings us to the last bit, which is the Indian overall strategy, which is informed by an ongoing assessment of present and future risk in the region, which predicates the manner in which India seeks to position herself in the emerging global order. And we have 7 major strategic risks, one for each day of the week, I think. And you will find that China figures disconcertingly frequently in far too many of them. So dealing with China is a major segment of how we might or how we should see it. And I have no intention of stealing the thunder of any of the eminent speakers and panelists who are to follow. Will deal, I suppose, with this subject either directly or indirectly, either frontally or in passing. And so what I will do is simply stop sharing my presentation now. Thanking you for your interest, and revert to my last comment, which is once again to reiterate my great gratitude to Commodore Vasan and my great sense of keen anticipation in being able to listen now to far more agile and far more accomplished minds than my own in progressing the rest of this particular day's events. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Admiral Chauhan, for your comprehensive overview of India's maritime strategy in the Indo-Pacific. Although it is rather difficult for an anchor to interrupt, I would encourage brevity of language so that we have time for other speakers to share their thoughts. Having said that, I now invite Ambassador P.S. Raghavan, Chairman of the National Security Advisory Board, to deliver the keynote address. The Ambassador will be joining us virtually.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me start by thanking Commodore Vasan, Admiral Chauhan, and the C3S-NMF Annual Security Dialogue for inviting me to join you and to share a few thoughts with you. Of course, I would like to very warmly congratulate C3S on attaining its 15th anniversary. I've long been an advocate of more professionally staffed think tanks and research institutions in the south of India. We've had, I think Commodore Vasan mentioned it as well, a preponderance of such institutions in the north and perhaps also in the west. It's very good to see an institution like C3S being recognized for its professional excellence, not only in India but around the world. And I hope you will go forward from strength to strength. The subject that you have today is, I think there are two parts to it, the evolving strategic landscape and positioning India in an emerging global order. If you look around at the world today, it's very difficult to see any order in the zero-sum games that are being played around the world. There is more a rather pervasive disorder in the world today. And what India has to do is to position itself today for multiple contingencies in the developing situation. Admiral Chauhan has already spelled out in great detail various aspects of our strategy to deal with this situation. What I would like to do is to step back a little bit and to identify the post-Cold War trends that have brought us to where we are today. I would say we should look at four major post-Cold War trends. The first, of course, is immediately after the Cold War, the opening up of the world, which was freed from politico-military blocs, and therefore countries were enabled to establish relationships across the ideological divides. Globalization enabled free movement of goods, services, capital, technologies, people, ideas across countries. It enabled, and the result was that it enabled even small and medium countries to leapfrog stages of development and to achieve economic strength, regional influence, and therefore the confidence that it should be, each country had the confidence that it should be accommodated, that its economic aspirations and political ambitions should be better accommodated in the world order. Now, you can see this actually even in the responses and reactions to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and to Western efforts to get countries to absorb the narrative of democracy versus autocracy. Essentially, what countries really did was to tailor their responses to their own needs and interests. The second trend, the US, of course, as the sole superpower after the end of the Cold War. But after about the first decade post-Cold War, it had to consistently seek to retard real and perceived challenges to its unipolarity. First from Europe, we often forget this, folding new EU countries into NATO, promoting the eastern flank of NATO, of Europe. All of this was the first effort to retard any threat from Europe to its unipolarity. And then, of course, as Russia under President Putin showed great power ambitions, tackling Russia became a major priority of US strategy. The war in Ukraine today is very much an unfinished struggle for shaping the post-Cold War European security architecture. Meanwhile, third trend, the US strategic establishment recognized the threat from the rapid rise of China as early as in the beginning of this century. In fact, you can see this in actually documents that they figured even in US documents at that time. This, in fact, was one of the principal strategic drivers of the rapid advance of the India-US strategic partnership, starting from the early 2000s. It remains, and it today remains, the strategic underpinning of the India-US partnership, despite differences in our approach on some areas, including the Russia-Ukraine war. But what happened in the US was that the interests of Wall Street and Silicon Valley scored over the strategic imperatives on vis-a-vis China for nearly 2 decades, until China's military and civilian technological advances actually sort of came up in an unignorable fashion. Its naval capabilities increased rapidly. Its global economic reach was there for all to see. And that is the landscape that we see today. And I think the course of the US-China rivalry will almost certainly be one of the defining trends of the future search for global order. And India, obviously, again, Admiral Chauhan pointed to this, India will be much more than a mere spectator on the sidelines of this rivalry. We have a whole lot riding in it. A fourth, probably less recognized trend over the last couple of decades is a gradual change in the dynamics and vectors of energy flows. The emergence of the US from a net importer to a net exporter of energy has actually changed the dynamics of the US-West Asia compact of energy security for regime security. The North-South Russia-Europe energy flows have increasingly been replaced by East-West flows, and this can have, is having and can have various economic and political consequences. Political and economic developments in the region over recent years, and more recently, the array of bilateral and multilateral interactions in recent months and weeks illustrate this very graphically. The China-mediated Saudi-Iran reconciliation, and then, of course, you have the moves of Turkey, of Egypt, of Iran, Iraq, Syria, Oman, and others who have all become players, active players in the regional geography there, is having an effect on great power equations in the region. And we have to recognize that this is India's extended neighborhood. And it's very important how we position ourselves in this neighborhood and adjust to these changing realities in this neighborhood. So a combination of these results of these trends has resulted in a clash of multiple national ambitions, pushbacks against growing inequalities that globalization has caused within and between countries, and political and economic nationalism, which is there for all to see, And that is what is creating not a multipolar world order today, but rather an atomized world order, which we are grappling with. Now, these trends, of course, have been developing over a considerable period of time. It's just that three events in quick succession sharpened our focus on it, brought them into sharper relief. One, of course, is the advent of President Donald Trump in the United States. Another was COVID-19. And the third, of course, is the war in Ukraine, which has accelerated some of these trends and brought them, as I said, into sharper relief. India's foreign policy, I think, on the whole, has navigated these very choppy geopolitical waters adroitly, safeguarding our own strategic interests and buffering our economy from external shocks. The Ukraine war has complicated, we all know, the already intricate interplay of forces both on India's continental and maritime flanks, making our strategic challenges far more formidable and more complex. It has also meant sustaining multiple partnerships in a manner compatible with the interests of each of these partnerships. That our partners have acknowledged the interests driving India's strategic autonomy is, I think, evident from the fact that we've had a range of continuing high-level bilateral and multilateral interactions, which we have sustained throughout the last year for Russia-Ukraine conflict. But of course, the challenges continue to grow. Our neighborhood remains politically and economically disturbed. I don't need to labor this point at all. There is no sign of a let-up in the war in Ukraine. And the Eurasian landmass, stretching right from Central Asia to the Caspian to the Caucasus, has been in churn, particularly after the US-NATO exit from Afghanistan. So you see a fragmented world, globalization distorted, multilateralism atrophied. So with this background, finding workable cooperation on major transnational challenges like climate change, international economic governance, counterterrorism, and very importantly, conflict resolution, is becoming extremely difficult. The concerns of developing countries, the global south, was very eloquently expressed during the summit of the global south that India convened recently. They need to be addressed sensitively. When you hear, for example, that freedom is more important than free trade and protection of values more important than profit, we are seeing new boundary conditions set for globalization. I see Ambassador Mohan Kumar is here. I'm sure he will have a lot to say on this subject. Countries have also created now new national security exceptions to the free movement of goods and technologies. Countries are banding together in groups to protect the resilience of their supply chains. The competition to set technology standards for cutting-edge technologies, that threatens to develop into a global technology bipolarity, which of course has political and economic implications for all the countries caught in the middle. So of course, these are the challenges that Indian diplomacy has to work with to catalyze progress, starting with interactions in the G20, which is a major opportunity, no doubt, because the G20 brings together major economies and geopolitical actors of the world. But given the complexity of the issues involved, it is also a major challenge. Beyond the G20 as well, navigating relations with major powers so as to forge, I would say, ideology-agnostic external partnerships. To maximize the space for our national aspirations is to be our challenge in the years ahead. So if you have to build a new global order or even a new regional order, I think we need to recognize a number of these new realities. We cannot build a global order by extrapolating templates from the Cold War. I hope that is what this dialogue will focus on. I wish you all the best in the forthcoming sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Raghavan, for highlighting that India will be much more than a spectator, and the fact that there is a clash of multiple national ambitions, which is the essence of what we'll be addressing in today's security dialogue. Sustaining multiple partnerships with sustainable interest for all partners is an important challenge that we need to face. Now we will hear the patron's address by Shri B.S. Raghavan, the Chief Patron of the Chennai Center for China Studies. We have a recorded message from him.
I am very happy to participate, at least virtually, in the 15th anniversary of the Chennai Center for China Studies, in the foundation of which I had a small role. I think this think tank has made a name for itself with a very good world ranking for its contribution and for making it a highly visible think tank all over the world. Many have contributed. There is a long list. Still, I will have to mention a few. If I don't mention a few, they will have to pardon me. The first is, very often we forget to acknowledge the contribution of our own in-house team. I must acknowledge the great contribution made by the Director General of the Chennai Center, Commodore R.S. Vasan, the Senior Research Officer, Balasubramaniam, and today the recording is done by Sapna Abraham, one of our bright research officers. I am very happy to acknowledge their valuable contribution. Apart from that, the subject is very timely, well chosen. The coverage is comprehensive in different sessions chaired by very high profile, if not top members of the security community, who are the best persons to mention about the various dimensions of the topic chosen. For instance, we have Ambassador P.S. Raghavan himself. He is the chairman of the National Security Board, and to have him is a great privilege. And that apart, I must also acknowledge the contributions of the Ministry of External Affairs, who have been giving us encouragement in undertaking all the activities. At the outset, I must mention that one of the most essential components of this Chennai Center is it is located in the south. In Delhi, there are so many think tanks crowding each other out. But the southern viewpoint is a unique one. It has got a long coastline and it has got features which are not available in Delhi. So we have had this important aspect that must be mentioned. Now, this think tank has many research officers who have contributed. Interns, I think by now it's about 95. The interns are priceless assets. And also, we have had MOUs with Indian Council of World Affairs, Rashtriya Raksha University, Tibet Policy Institute, and we have interactions with the university students. We ourselves, it's one of the unique features of this center, is a young minds group. There are so many young minds from colleges who have become participants. So we, I think, are very happy. I am very happy, though I would have liked to be personally present. My age and disabilities have prevented me, and I am very sorry that I am not present there. However, the program schedule is before you. It's a good mix of top people in service members and also people from the academia, so that the role of the academia also in having the security dialogue is reflected in the program. So I think we have got the unique presence of K. Vijay Kumar, who acquired almost global fame in catching and killing the forest brigand Veerappan, who was for a long time escaping the clutches of the law. And he has been in the Ministry of Home Affairs, and he will bring a unique perspective, I am sure, to the discussions. In the same way, the Director General Rear Admiral Chauhan of the National Maritime Foundation is also with us. General Shankar is with us, and people of that caliber. Therefore, I think this annual security dialogue in the 15th anniversary of the center is bound to become a landmark event. I think we must have a full record of what different participants say, so that they are widely circulated. Particularly, I think the powers that be in Delhi ought to know what we in the South, from our own angle, think of the various issues and dimensions connected with the annual security dialogue. Well, I do not want to anticipate the conclusions of the security dialogue by offering any view of my own, because of, first of all, I am, if I may say so, I am myself slightly outdated, but I welcome the opportunity given to both high-profile service members, and I am sure our own members have also joined in virtually or directly. I am sure they will have their own viewpoints to reflect. Beyond this, I do not think I must mention anything special. I cannot recall anything, but except that we hope that this will be something that will be a good turning point in the career of all the people associated with the Chennai Center. I wish the dialogue all success, and I know that with the kind of people who are joining, for instance, General Narasimha, he is the member of the National Security Board. There are vice chancellors. I think this is a unique mixture of people who can bring in different perspectives to the annual security dialogue. I thank Director General Commodore R.S. Vasan, Commodore Venugopal Menon, and many others who have been active thinkers and active contributors who write papers on various issues, even otherwise. I thank them all for their support, but for their support, I do not think we would have made this kind of impressive progress. I once again wish the annual security dialogue all success.
I thank our chief patron, Shri B.S. Raghavan, for his message, although we'd love to have him here, but he was not able to join us because of his health and his age. I also like to thank him for highlighting the fact that we are strategically positioned in the South, which is something that needs to be appreciated. With that, I now invite Ms. Sapna Elsa Abraham, Research Officer at the Chennai Center for China Studies, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Distinguished guests, serving officers, veterans, friends from foreign missions in Chennai, ST members of Chennai Center for China Studies, National Maritime Foundations, and Colors of Glory, and my dear young friends. On behalf of the entire team of C3S, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the esteemed guests who have graced us with their presence on this momentous occasion of the second annual Security Dialogue. It is indeed an honor to have such distinguished personalities among us. I would like to express our grateful thanks to Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, Director General, National Maritime Foundation, for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion with his virtual presence and delivering the inaugural address. Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring address. We take this opportunity to also thank Ambassador P.S. Raghavan, Chairman, National Security Advisory Board, for taking out precious time from his busy schedule and joining us for this event. Your invaluable insights have enlightened us, sir. Thank you very much. Our special thanks go to our Chief Patron, Shri B.S. Raghavan IAS, who kindly consented to deliver a recorded special address despite his age and slight indisposition. His expertise and wisdom have truly inspired us in all these years. The inaugural session was an excellent opportunity to gain insight into the latest trends and developments in the emerging global order. We would also like to thank all the dignitaries, participants from foreign missions in Chennai, and students for their active participation and contribution towards making the session a success. Your presence and support have encouraged us a lot. Finally, I would like to express my grateful gratitude to the support extended by Commodore R.S. Vasan, Director General, Chennai Center for China Studies. Once again, I would like to thank each one of you for your participation, and we look forward to your continued interest and presence as we kickstart with the forthcoming sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. And with that, we come to an end for the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, I now welcome you for some tea. We will break for 15 minutes and return for the first session of today's Security Dialogue on the theme of diplomacy and development. We shall now disperse. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt your time of socializing. I would request all of you to please gather back, as we would love to begin the first session on time. I thank you in advance. Please do join us as soon as possible. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are going to begin with the first session of today's security dialogue on the theme of diplomacy and development, which will be followed by a question and answer session. I would love to invite the chair for the first session, Lieutenant General Prakash Menon, to introduce the distinguished panelists. Are we giving him a mic? I'll give you a mic. Okay.
Good morning, and I'm the chair for the first session, and I must thank C3S for the privilege and honor. So let me first introduce the panel. The first person who's going to speak is on defense, diplomacy and defense, and he's Mr. Mohan Kumar, who is now a professor of diplomacy at the Jindal School, and he's going to speak to us virtually. It will be followed by Dr. N. Manoharan, who is the Director, Center for East Asian Studies, Christ University in Bangalore. And then, of course, the person who apparently doesn't sleep because he writes so much, Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar, who is the former Director General of Artillery, is also a professor at IIT Madras. So may I now request the panelists to please take their seats. So the theme of this is diplomacy and development.
Check.
It's important in the sense that we start the security dialogue with what is at the heart of security, which is about how do we protect and progress India's development. Anything which impacts that progress, depending upon its intensity and the way it affects that progress, can be considered to be a national security anxiety or concern. So, at the center is this. Of course, the traditional way of looking at security about territorial integrity and so on continues to be part of protecting the physical space. So, while that remains very important, we've got to do that and at the same time move, because India is still in a situation where we are trying to pull people out of poverty, illiteracy, and ill health. And those are large in numbers. Let us not forget that. But as we look at the global geopolitical landscape, the type of threats which are emerging and the forms in which it is emerging are obviously something which we need to spot in advance and take action well in time. In fact, Mr. B. Raman, who I knew very well, used to have this concern that the intelligence setup and the strategic thinking must be about spotting the threat as far in time and distance and tackle it before it reaches us. Of course, we don't control the world, nobody does, so it's not always possible. Then the question is, when it arrives, what do you do? But in terms of the planning process, this is what we have to do, and that can only come with a strategic outlook which identifies the vectors, the constellation of forces which are global, regional, and immediate. And therefore, the first speaker is going to speak about defense, diplomacy and defense. Diplomacy is about the fact that you use dialogue as the main frame of trying to persuade the other and to make sure that your interests are safeguarded and met. And of course, defense is about defending your own interests. So the center of all this is interest. And I'm sure Mr. Mohan Kumar will probably be able to give us the challenges which they are between the human urge for geoeconomics to be at the center of political behavior, and how do we deal with the tyranny of geopolitics, which is about the use of power, especially in coercive terms. And the next speaker is, of course, about the heart of India's challenge, which is about diplomacy and partnership. And we saw the type of partnership which Admiral Chauhan actually laid down to us. There are very few countries left actually where we don't have partnerships of different types. It's like India is sleeping in many beds. And that's probably reflection of how India sees itself. But India believes, obviously, that they need more friends than enemies. So people from the outside who look at us as wondering, how can you be here and there? We can. Because that is how India is. That we would actually consider at the center that there are no permanent enemies or permanent friends, there are only permanent interests. And the last speaker, of course, is going to speak, General Shankar is going to speak on India's extended geography and security. And that, of course, is the greatest concern. The whole world is arming. There are blocks being formed. Everybody is preparing for war in order to prevent it. There's always been historically the recipe to bring about the greatest tragedy which can be visited on humankind, which is war. And of course, when it becomes between the big guys, then they can actually embrace everybody and take all of them down. So the first session is a combination of how does India handle the power of persuasion which it has? Mixed, and obviously persuasion cannot be when you don't have any power, because power is the currency of international relations. That power has to be backed up by hard power. And of course, nobody will look at you. All this will require an economic revival, which India is definitely doing. So if you look at it overall, it's quite obvious to us, a rising India has opportunities and threats which needs new ways of thinking, which we have to actually intellectualize, conceive, and be able to execute. Because always the greatest challenge for us is we know what to do, but we cannot get it done. So on that note, let me first hand over the stage to Mr. Mohan Kumar, who's going to speak to us from Delhi. Over to you, Mr. Kumar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, General Menon, Commodore Vasan, the Director General of the C3S, and I thought this was a great privilege and honor for me to address you virtually. Let me begin by making a provocative remark that I don't think there is enough emphasis on geoeconomics in the Indian strategic community, and that saddens me. The whole thrust of my intervention today is going to be that all talk of geopolitics and strategic mantras are totally useless if you don't get your geoeconomics right. So that will be the main theme, if you like. But I'm thankful to C3S for at least beginning with diplomacy and development, because if you really don't have development and if you don't have monetary resources, then I think you're wasting your time pretty much. You can talk whatever strategic mantra you want, but you won't be able to implement it. Let me begin by saying that the dramatic disintegration of the Soviet Union and the spectacular rise of China has provided proof, if you needed proof, of the importance of geoeconomics. I think then followed a period of unbridled globalization, if you like, which Ambassador Raghavan made a reference to, in which countries benefited, and China benefited much more than India did, and this is no secret. But I believe that this period of unbridled globalization is drawn to a close, and the model that worked for China will not work for India for a variety of reasons, I think. The international environment is different. The political systems in both countries are different. So India faces a unique challenge. We will be the first major country now to become a developed country by following a pathway which is substantially different from China. China burns more coal than anybody else in the world. So even from a climate perspective, a climate change perspective, or sustainable development perspective, India is being asked to do something which no country has done before, because China merely aped the West. They just burnt coal, just like the US and EU did. But India suddenly is being told, no, you can't make the same mistakes that we did. You will have to follow a green pathway to development. So that's just one of the examples. India faces twin challenges, or two challenges in my view, which are absolutely fundamental to accomplish any strategic objective you want, really. One, the size of our economy at this time is simply grossly inadequate for a population of our size. So we can be very thrilled about a 3 trillion economy, but a 3 trillion economy, while you may manage to overtake France and Canada and UK marginally, for a population of 1.4 billion, this is grossly inadequate. So that's the first point. You need to get to at least 10 trillion as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you have a problem on your hands. The second problem is even more serious. I cannot think of any major country in the world which has something like 30 to 35% of its population living in abject poverty. So I'm not going to go by the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, because if I did, then there are 800 million people who are receiving 1 kilo of lentils and 5 kilos of food grains, according to the National Food Security Act. So I'm not going by that. If I went by that, then we are looking at a horrendous number of people who are living in poverty. But I'm going by the Niti Aayog report of multidimensional poverty. For those of you who are interested, look at the concept of multidimensional poverty constructed by UNDP and Oxford, which gives you a good idea. And the Niti Aayog, for the first time, has accepted that 1 out of 4 people in India live in multidimensional poverty. So give or take a few millions, I would say 400 million is a reasonable figure of the number of people living in abject poverty. As long as you have a GDP of just 3 trillion, and as long as you have 400 million people living in abject poverty, you are not even in the strategic game, according to me. You're simply not. You're a marginal player trying to be a swing state. That's all you are trying to do at this point. You're not able to make an impact. You're certainly not a leading power. You are a rule taker. You are not a rule shaper. And that's the point. And that's a sobering assessment, but I do want to begin by making that point. So, as long as we have this situation of just 3 trillion GDP and 400 million people living in poverty, India is being forced to do what international relations scholars call external balancing, which essentially means that, to cut to the chase and to put it really brutally, frankly, the power differential between India and China is so huge that we really have no choice but to enlist the strategic support of players like the United States and others, Europe, where possible, to counter Chinese threat. And then, of course, India has a twin threat again, China and Pakistan. So that makes it even more complicated. It is my assessment. It may or may not be shared by others, and you'll have a number of people who will speak to this. I believe that the Russian war in Ukraine has further diminished India's strategic space. So our strategic space is diminishing, believe it or not. Although you'll have a number of people saying that we have hit a sweet geopolitical spot. That may be true. A lot of countries are wooing India, no question about it. But having said that, the Russian war in Ukraine is extremely bad news for us. I have felt for a long time that there is only one clear winner from the Russian war in Ukraine, and that is China. But that's a different subject. I'm sure you will discuss it during the course of the day. So given this scenario, and I agree with Admiral Chauhan, who I thought made an impressive presentation, my senior colleague, Ambassador Raghavan, who spoke so well as he usually does, all of them are right when they talk of a situation. I have called it in one of my articles, polycrisis. The world is facing a polycrisis, which means essentially a host of crises appearing simultaneously. So a political crisis, economic crisis, social crisis, all of it coming together. I've been a student of international relations for 40 years. spent 36 years in the Indian diplomatic service. I don't think I've seen a situation like this, because if you look back at the seminal events that have happened post-Cold War, you can talk of 1971 for India, the creation of Bangladesh. You can talk of the disintegration of Soviet Union, 1989. You can talk of the Indian nuclear test, 1998, and so on. I don't think we have faced a situation like this, a situation where the world is facing what can be described as a poly-crisis. So in this situation, what are the geo-economic options for India, keeping in mind the two challenges I mentioned, which is a 3 trillion economy, which is grossly insufficient, and a mammoth figure of 400 million people living in abject poverty. The figure is probably more, but as I said, I like to be conservative, so 400 million at least. So how do we deal with these two challenges? So the first challenge for India is an option. We were unable to get on to the global value chains. The question now is, can we at least get on to the resilient supply chains, which is being touted as the next best thing? So there is an opportunity for India, because geopolitics is going to interfere with geoeconomics in the forthcoming era that we are about to embark upon. You're not going to have geoeconomics the way it happened 20 years ago. Geopolitics is constantly going to interfere with geoeconomics. So if you take semiconductors, there will be a decision as to where it's going to be made, how it's made, and who will consume it. Lithium, same thing. Critical minerals, same thing. Active pharmaceutical ingredients, same thing. Solar panels, same thing. So we are looking at a range of products which can be described as strategic in character. Other products will continue to be non-strategic. So I don't care if you buy your garments and your shoes and your shades and your watches from China. That doesn't bother me. If it is the low cost that bothers you, go ahead and buy it. You will contribute to the trade deficit that India has with China. I don't like it. There's not much I can do about it. But in terms of strategic products and services, some of which I mentioned, starting with semiconductors, solar panels, active pharmaceutical ingredients, etc., there is going to be fragmentation of international trade between countries which can trust each other, and therefore they can trade with each other, and the other block between countries which the first block will not be able to trust. So the concept of resilient supply chains has taken root, at least for a certain number of products and services. I believe this will be critical, and India has to do everything to get on to the resilient supply chain, because we need to keep in mind the fact that we failed spectacularly in not getting on to the global value chains. That's the first point. The second point is that if you want to do that, you have to have a pragmatic lowering of trade barriers in your country. You can't have a closed economy and try to get on to the resilient supply chains. That will not work. So you need to have some security and predictability for your trading partners when it comes to tariffs on key products and services. You cannot keep changing them every year. When the budget comes and the Indian government is desperately looking for revenue, you can't just increase the tariffs as you like. So there is a certain element of security and predictability that our trading partners are looking for. The second thing that India absolutely has to do is get a world-class investment regime. For some time now, we have had no investment regime because our bilateral investment treaties have become a thing of the past. There are no takers for the model bilateral investment treaty that we put out some years ago. Not a single taker. So we are now in the process of negotiating with the European Union an investment treaty, which will also have a dispute settlement mechanism and other provisions that will make it a first-class investment regime. We can then generalize it to some of our trading partners, at least to those who invest considerably in the Indian market. So the second thing that India has absolutely to do without delay is get its investment regime, because the kind of money that India needs in the next 5-6 years, especially if we are to achieve the sustainable development goals, and especially if we have to become net zero by 2070, these demand humongous amounts of money, which we simply don't have. So we need investment. And in order to do that, you need to get your investment regime correct. The third is tough economic reforms. One thing that worries the hell out of me is how the farm bills were withdrawn by the government because of persistent protests. The farm bills, incidentally, made eminent sense from a reform point of view. But in a democracy like India, you cannot implement reforms the way you can implement them in China, riding roughshod over the concerns of people. In India, you cannot. But that leads me to ask a question. How are we going to reform in the future if you are going to be discouraged by a few thousand people blocking the streets of Delhi or the streets of Chennai, the streets of Bangalore? You'll always have a few people saying we don't want this reform. So is India going to muddle through like this and not carry out deep economic reforms for fear of backlash? And as you know, India is in a permanent cycle of there is a permanent electoral cycle in India. If it's not the general election next year, there will be UP election last year. There is a Tamil Nadu election coming up. So we got the freebies culture. So we are afraid to take these reforms. I'm putting to you a proposition that we are reformers by compulsion. We are not reformers by conviction. There is no conviction to reform in India because nobody wants to lose. There are vested interests, and they will take the streets more vociferously than you and me. So they will protest these reforms. So I think a view needs to be taken. And I have been for some time recommending that there should be a political consensus between all parties, that while you can do whatever politics you want over issues which don't concern fundamental national interest, a limited number of issues must be identified in an all-party consensus where politics will not be allowed to interfere. Where I think national interest is at stake, politicians should not be allowed to play with the national interest of the country. I know it is easier said than done, but I think we need to have some consensus on economic reforms, because the fact that we are still only doing low-hanging fruits, it worries me. We have not been able to carry out the more difficult reforms, what the economists call the Generation 3 reforms, if you like. You know, you start with tariffs, you start with investment, and then you go on to the more difficult reforms. We haven't reached that stage yet because we are still stuck in Generation 2 reforms, the second generation reforms. So while in the telecom, you've moved on to 5G, you're still stuck at 2G when it comes to investment. That's the point I'm trying to make. And that brings me to our FTA strategy. And we've just had the release of the foreign trade policy day before yesterday. It's an open-ended foreign trade policy regime. I found the focus on exports very interesting because there is every desire in the government of India to double the exports and to reach a figure of 1 trillion and so on. I think that is laudable. But I think giving imports a bad name is not a good idea. There is nothing wrong with imports. A lot of countries import. China imports massive quantities, which gives it enormous leverage. vis-a-vis the Western countries. So I don't import should be considered a dirty word in India, and that bothers me just a little bit. But I think what you need to remember is that even in the current GDP of 3 trillion, 40 to 45% is foreign trade. So you cannot become a 10 trillion economy if you don't double your foreign trade in the next 10, 15 years. And the only way you can double your foreign trade is not just to double your exports, but also to increase your imports. And there is nothing wrong with that. It also means Indian industry has to be stopped from being pampered, the way we have pampered them for the last 50, 60 years. You will have to read the Riot Act, at least to some Indian industries, and say, we will give you 10 years. After that, you simply have to face competition from abroad. Imagine, I think many of you in the audience are probably much younger than me. I'm going to be 66. But I remember my father writing, I'm from Chennai, by the way. My father wrote a letter to the general manager telephones in Chennai when I got into the foreign service in 1981. I've still got a letter. He says, my son has gotten into the foreign service. Can you please give a landline in 5 years instead of 8 years? This is what he said to the general manager telephones Chennai. I still have got the letter. And to think that is where we would have been stuck if we hadn't reformed in 1991 under compulsion. So I think we are great reformers by compulsion. This business of consulting every group in the country and really trying to achieve a democratic consensus, it's got certain limits. Ultimately, the government of the day will simply have to go ahead and take the decision. Otherwise, in a country like India, it's practically impossible to satisfy everybody. The FTA strategy is a good one. When I say FTA, I mean the Foreign Free Trade Agreement. We were looking east for a long time. All our FTAs hitherto have been to the east, but we are now looking west, with the exception of Australia, which nominally belongs to the West, in my view. I don't think Australia is down under, but I don't think you can really consider it as part of the East. So all our free trade agreements that we are negotiating, UK, European Union, Canada, Israel, Gulf Cooperation Council states, all of them are to the west of India. The reason is that we are simply not able to compete with companies in the East. Any FTA that we signed, and we signed a lot of FTAs, all our initial FTAs have been with ASEAN, Singapore, with Japan, with South Korea. We simply were not able to compete. Uncompetitiveness of the Indian manufacturing industry is a major challenge, quite apart from the fact that manufacturing comprises only 15% of India's GDP. So that's the other problem. But the only way to make Indian industry more competitive is to expose them to competition. If you're going to keep mollycoddling them all the time, they will never become competitive, right? The only Indian companies which have become competitive are those which we expose to foreign competition. So that's, I think, something that we need to talk about. I'm going to finish in 2 minutes. My concluding remarks are as follows. In a forthcoming book that I'm writing, I talk of the poverty veto in India. And let me explain what I mean by poverty veto. So I refer to the figure of 400 million people who live in abject poverty in India, right? The question Indian negotiators I spent 10 years as India's negotiator, first with the GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, and then the World Trade Organization. So when I was negotiating intellectual property rights, for example, the question for me was, what impact will the agreement have on the 400 million people who live in abject poverty? The question is not whether an intellectual property right agreement will benefit 900 million people on top of 400 million. That's what I mean. I don't care. It could benefit, it may not. That doesn't bother me. The only thing that I am concerned about, is it going to make the lot of this 400 million worse than what it was? I call it in the book, the Mahatma Gandhi oath, which is like the Hippocratic oath that doctors take, which is, as you know, a doctor is supposed to take an oath which essentially makes him say, do no harm to the patient. In my case, as a negotiator, the patient was the 400 million people living in abject poverty. I cannot harm their interests. So I called it the poverty veto, that many of our trading partners with whom we negotiate, they don't understand this, because they are bothered about the 100 million people, the 200 million people who are buying everything, and they say, no, it'll be good for you if you liberalize and make sure all these things come to India. But the point is, this 400 million people is the market. We have to view this as a potential market. Imagine the energy we can unleash if at least 200 to 300 million people out of this 400 million can be brought on to the middle class market. Then you will have enormous leverage over countries in the West, which will look to invest in India. So I think I want to make that point, that the only way in which India will be able to achieve the strategic objectives which were spelled out by Admiral Chauhan so admirably, pun intended, plus Ambassador Raghavan, is if you can become a 10 trillion economy and you manage to bring this 400 million figure to something like 100, 150. We will never be able to abolish poverty in this country. Not in my lifetime anyway. If there are some 20-year-olds sitting in the audience, maybe in your time, but not in my time. So the question is to bring it down to an acceptable level. No level of poverty is acceptable, but an acceptable level for me would be 10 to 15% of our population. And if we do that, imagine the leverage we have vis-a-vis Russia. Imagine the leverage we will have vis-a-vis China. I am not seeking strategic parity with China. I'm merely saying the present power differential of 1:5 or 1:6 simply renders you absolutely important. Not important, but important. So you need to look for external balancing. But if you can bring it down to 1:3, 1:2, that's fine. I'm not even seeking strategic parity with China. But if you can bring it to levels of 1:2, then this is something that will give us strategic space. So I want to conclude by saying that it is geoeconomics which will drive geopolitics and geostrategy. The objectives are simple and straightforward. The real question is, can we take tough decisions with regard to reforms, with regard to trade policy, with regard to investment? There is a sweet geopolitical spot when it comes to China +1 and opportunities available. I want to make it clear to this conference that this window is not going to be available forever. It's a window which we shall. Incidentally, China +1 benefited Vietnam much more than India. This is just an open secret. Nevertheless, we have an opportunity. I don't want to underestimate the opportunity, but I want to say the window of opportunity is very narrow and it will close before we realize it. And therefore, it is important that we get geoeconomics right. So once again, thank you very much for this fantastic opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for that wonderful sweep and your urging India to actually embrace, pick up the opportunities which geoeconomics provide. And I think one of the questions which he has posed is, how does India judge its progress? Just by the numbers in macroeconomics, or is it about lifting the lowest level of people higher than what they were before? Are we looking at that 400 million, as he said, or are we looking at actually what is really happening in India, which is about the growing distance between the rich and the poor? And of course, he highlighted the issue of India's political economy and the challenges that it faces, that comes with the baggage of, or with the fact that we embrace democracy. Politicians are aware, but they can't do it because their concerns are much more about power and how to strengthen it. Will India be able to have a statesman-like approach which looks beyond their own power politics? Those are the questions which hang in the air. So the next speaker is going to speak about, and he spoke about India's geopolitical sweet spot. And he warned that it's not going to last for long. So as if there is a geopolitical sweet spot, and I think the next speaker would probably tell us, how does India use that opportunity through diplomacy to harness or garner maximum number of partnerships, because the power of the collective is definitely more than the individual. On that note, may I request Dr. Manoharan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. At the outset, I must thank C3S, especially its leadership, Commodore Vasan. Yes, Commodore Vasan. And the amazing work that the team also has been doing. And respected chair, my distinguished fellow panelists, and of course the distinguished audience, thank you so much for the opportunity. I've been tasked to look at diplomacy and partnerships. So, which I intend to do in two parts. First is a generic one. How should we conceptually understand this? How to contextualize this diplomacy and partnerships? And then I'll come to how India is playing out in the entire diplomacy and partnerships. So with that, let me generically look at, because this is something we need to understand, because this is something of late, this is a new trend actually. I think Admiral Chauhan also pointed out, this is a new trend that is coming out. 1 minute, let me set this out. Where during the Cold War, it was more of alliance-oriented style of the diplomatic style. Then post-Cold War, especially in the mid-90s, the style of partnership, which somebody called it as new security practice, has come into vogue. When I come to Indian context, I will talk about how India fits in the entire the post-Cold War, the partnership one. So this is all about intersection of the realism and neoliberalism imaginations. Here the point is, one has to be realistic in conduct of foreign policy, but at the same time, the cooperation also is important. For instance, India-China. So this is something where the partnership has to be contextualized and understood in this particular, the intersection of the realism and neoliberalism. Then partnership is also about how one can always go into with the like-minded partners. At the same time, if somebody doesn't agree with you, somebody has divergent views with you, partnership helps in, alliance does not. Partnership helps in going in terms of the relations with that also. So which means there is a balance which partnership gives as a in the diplomatic toolkit. And then you have, I think it's a little bit slow. you have what is known as, in the post-Cold War scenario, the partnership, whatever in the diplomatic toolkit, has to be understood also in the way the world has actually changed. For instance, you have all these issues. This I have picked up from the actual literature, where you have so many issues there, and how will you handle this with what kind of diplomatic practice. So the rationale behind the use of the partnership is, there are some 8 rationale that comes out. One is the complementarity among the partners. How will they actually complement with each other? This is number 1, so that they will mutually benefit. So you have a strength on one, I have a strength on one. So how we pool together so that we can actually mutually benefit. Second is in terms of how, in terms of the number of fields, because it is not leaving out any number of fields. For instance, alliance could be a military alliance or so forth, but it pulls together only some. But in terms of partnership, it pulls a lot of fields of mutual interest. And then you have what is known as strategic nature. That is why the point about strategic partnerships, where in terms of issues you have large number of issues, but at the same time you have, in terms of time factor, it always looks at the long term. And it also allows a greater autonomy. While alliances binds you, the partnership gives you a lot of autonomy. And in terms of partnership, it actually avoids, unlike alliances, it doesn't actually binds you. It avoids what is known as any dominant power in an alliance, whatever dominance or entanglement, it doesn't allow that kind of. That is what the rationale behind partnership also. And then you have the economic aspect of partnership, and then you have whatever, without alliance tag, you also look at what is known as the security in military terms or defense terms. Nobody can accuse you that you are aligned with somebody. That is why India is so comfortable in partnerships, because that's what Admiral Chauhan also was pointing out, because the kind of autonomy that gives us in terms of the continuity from non-aligned movement and so on and so forth, that the partnership gives. That's why it's so popular. And the so-called status gain. For instance, if you are riding with a bigger partner, so it increases it's your status. When it comes to India's context, we can understand it better. At the same time, we look at certain global values, for instance, democracy or so on and so forth. This is also partnership allows you, unlike other things. So with this advantages, let's look at certain levels also, in the sense, because this is very important to understand, because how there are 3 levels of how the partnership allows us, where there are mutual benefit, but there are 3 levels here. You can look at this, I compile. So I have put, there are 4 things here, where early, moderate, and advanced. This is how actually partnership is built up. So when it starts, the mechanism is, I'm interested. Are you interested? This is our mechanism, how. Then they go into agreements and then permanent bodies. So in this context, if we analyze India's partnership, I think things will be a bit more clearer. Let's get into specifics. For instance, security. It starts with this. I'm talking about in partnerships. It starts like this, consultations, and slowly they go into exercises. India has a lot of military exercises on board, and to an extent consultations, but we have with certain countries, common defense policies and so on and so forth. I'm not sure how many, but this is what it is. And then in terms of economics, we are doing better. That is what I can connect with Ambassador Mohan Kumar. If we reach that particular stage, I think this would make a lot of sense for us in terms of achieving our national interests in economic sense. And then the status gain I was talking about, how we can always achieve in terms of you start with us and then you reach the elite clubs and then you formalize institutions. This is how, this is the context I want to lay out before getting into India. This is the India part. As I said, we recognized or identified the advantage of getting the partnership toolkit from the diplomatic toolkit. We are one of the early entrants. Surprisingly, Asia is the birthplace of the partnership model of diplomatic toolkit. So China was the first one, that was in 90s, but we entered very early. You can see late 1997 itself we entered. And because of the unsettled times in post-Cold War and in present times, I'm quoting here the present Prime Minister's, whatever the pronouncements, this is unsettled times, so partnerships work better. And then you have what is known as the web. We created webs. We can analyze it later, how over a period of time we created the web of partnerships. If we look at intently, it will make a lot of sense how, for instance, I will just project this. So this is in terms of the prime ministers, during which regime, what are the partnerships made. It is not all inclusive, but there are some excluded. This is a little bit dated, but one can look at how in certain, especially the present regimes, how when we look at intently, how certain countries are took out and how the partnerships are gained. For instance, South Korea, Japan, how they are actually given a lot of importance when it comes to the partnerships, which creating web of partnership vis-a-vis a particular country, which means China. This is what it is. And as I said, it gives a lot of strategic autonomy, which means it has a continuity with non-alignment, and we have strategic autonomy. So which means when you look at even the regime changes, it's not reflecting too much on the partnership. So we cannot say that certain regime created a lot of partnerships, certain regime is lacking. It is not, because we have the continuity. And then you have, in terms of countries, it is not partners only with countries, it is also partnership with regional organizations like ASEAN and European Union. This is also something is very important. And we also have partnership at all the three layers of countries: underdeveloped, developing, and developed. This is also one of the pattern that comes out when it comes to the partnership building of India's diplomacy is concerned. And this is very important. It is not that we partner only with friends. We are also partnering with adversaries like China. China is a strategic partner. It may surprise us, but this is how it works. And that is our partnership. General Menon was talking about in sleeping in many beds and so on and so forth. This is what partnership advantage is all about. And then it also have the two characters. It also, in terms of competitive character, you compete. You may be strategic partner, but there is a competitive element, but at the same time there is also cooperative element which India has adopted in terms of partnership. And then the partnership also gives in terms of the differences, because it is not that partnership is same for all the countries. It differs from country to country. That is the level of dynamism that partnership gives. Of course, we can go into detail. So we get into different kinds of issues with different partners. I will project a different matrix, then you will understand. It's a huge matrix, but that will actually put in one slide what are the issues that we have with all the partners. And then this also gives a kind of hierarchy. Hierarchy in the sense, I'll just project this. Can you click that hierarchy? Yeah, so this is one of the studies done by IDSA, where you can see here, this is how the hierarchized. So not all are kept on the same plane. So there are partners who are kept. These are the 5 partners which are in terms of hierarchy kept high in esteem. But there are other partners, you may call them as partners, but there is an hierarchy in terms of partnership, how India is actually developing. And then in terms of continental representation, this is something important which I try to analyze. Asia is, in terms of Asia, more number of partners for India is from Asia. So 17 plus 1 is ASEAN. I put the organization here. In terms of Europe, 4 European countries and 1 organization is European Union. And then you have North America, 2 countries. And then South America, only 1 country. And we talk a lot about Africa, because the importance of Africa we saw in the morning, but we have only 4 countries in Africa. This is something that we need to take note of. And Oceania, there may be several island countries, including New Zealand, Australia and all, but we have only Australia here. This is, when we look at this particular prism, it actually gives us a lot of shocks, how partnership in terms of this particular kind of continental analysis, where is that we need to work on, we need to actually see. And then what about neighbors? How neighbors are represented? When you look at in the whole, only Afghanistan is there. What about other neighbors? We talk about neighborhood first policy and so on and so forth. Only Afghanistan remains as the strategic partner. So this is also something that we need to actually, of course, we have development partners, but what about strategic partners? And in this particular one, we also go in terms of the upgradation. It's not that we start with one category of partner and we continue like that. The partnership gets upgraded from time to time. So this is, if you look at this, can you click on this upgradation? So this is, I compile myself, oh, this is too small for you. So when you look at this, let me project here. So this is Japan. This is Japan. So it got actually, sorry about this, it got actually upgraded from one to another. This is the third upgradation we got from time to time. And you can see here, South Korea also got upgraded from strategic partnership to special strategic partnership and so on and so forth. ASEAN also, strategic partnership to cooperative strategic partner. And then you can see Mauritius. It started with a normal partner, but you have comprehensive economic cooperative partnership agreement. This is how it is, where there is constant upgradation of partnership that also goes on, which is how partnership works. And what about, where do we stand in terms of China? As I said, China was one of the first countries to actually adopt partnership as the model of conducting diplomatic toolkit. Now these are the varieties of partnerships that China has. Admiral Chauhan was pointing about 6 categories, but we are doing better, of course, in terms of effectivity and how in practicality that we need to actually do a good audit. But in terms of, compared to China, in terms of number of varieties of partnerships, we stand better. But in terms of actual working, we need to do an audit. Of course, there is no literature on that. I think this is one of the studies that we must do, because I must acknowledge that in terms of studies, as far as Indian context is concerned, very less work has been done as far as the partnership model of diplomacy is concerned. We can always work on. But something unique to us is the development partnership, which very few countries do, or I don't see many countries take this particular seriously. Where development partnership, we take it very seriously. This is where perhaps in the neighborhood, maybe we may not be doing good in terms of strategic partnership, but in terms of development partnership, where we may be doing well. That's what that previous matrix, I'm sorry about that, it was too small for you to look at. When I looked at the issues, in terms of hierarchy, we are doing effectively the development partnership vis-a-vis somebody who are so-called underprivileged countries. But we are working on issues like defense, technology, and so on and so forth with the countries that are actually considered as better than us. This is how there is an hierarchy of partnership. But this is where we need to connect in terms of how, in terms of increasing India's security or even GDP and so on and so forth. If we do this one thing better, I mean here the partnership better, then I think we can achieve a lot. And then where do we stand here? Can you look at the stand in terms of partnership? Yes, yes sir, just final slide. Now you look at, this is how European Union sees us, or European Union look at Russia. I hope this is visible for you. Look at Russia, the previous ground was tense, but in terms for us, cooperative, which means before the strategic partnership. And you look at how the intensity of repositioning means how they can reposition after strategic partnership, which means it is okay. But how this one, you can see all are same, but increase of mutual trust, we are actually gaining better. This is how, where we stand, how the world looks at our partnership. So let me end here. Anything we can always take on the question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to share my experience with the word partnership. This was in the year 2010. I headed the delegation to NATO in Brussels.
Closer, little closer.
I must share with you my experience with the word partnership and how others look at it. I was heading a delegation to NATO in Brussels, and I got a card for dinner, and my wife was with me, and it said Lieutenant General Prakash Menon and partner. So I asked one of those organizers, what does this mean? He says, actually, this is the word we use now because in the social scene in Europe, it means that depending upon the context of the occasion, you can bring the person along. If it's formal and if it's part of the family, you bring your wife. If you're gay, you bring your gay partner, and so on. So the question really is, partnership is with the idea of context, that the context will determine who you partner, and therefore we should be understanding that the context in which we trade with China, and that trade is actually growing despite the fact that we have a border problem with them, is about in the economic context, we are still partners. And I think we need to understand this difference because then probably others will also understand why India has so many partnerships. On that note, let me just unleash the firepower which has been waiting. Over to you, General Shankar.
Thanks, sir. Have the slides. Can I have a pointer shift? Right. Before we get the pointer, thanks a lot, sir, for unleashing firepower on all these people who are about to go to. Yeah. I'd like to thank Commodore Vasan for inviting me over here to give a talk. And it's a great opportunity for me to present some of my thoughts on the proceedings today. And for me, it's a matter of honor that I'm talking about this in front of my guru, General Prakash Menon, who was the Commandant Staff College, Commandant NDC when I was doing the NDC course. Having said this, we'll talk about the extended geographies. Today, there's the emerging centrality of India in global affairs, which you cannot ignore, notwithstanding what others have spoken. Now, what is the centrality all about? It's about major populations, centrality. It's about the conflict zones, which are all around you. You can't ignore them. Then it's about the big defense spenders who are also around you, right? And then the major disaster areas, because disaster, security, everything is all going all around you. Okay. In this context, what's your national interest? It's protection of land borders, coastline, island territories, and sea lines from external aggression, which is well known. We have external aggression from China and Pakistan. And like what Admiral Chauhan said, we're looking at it from the east coast of Africa to, actually far beyond into the Pacific, but I'll limit myself to the Malacca Straits. Right. We have another issue when you talk of the extended geographies, protection of people in out-of-area contingencies and natural disasters, because that is something which we have not spoken of. A whole lot of our migrant population is outside India, and we have interests span the world today, which we need to think of when you're looking at extended geographies. Okay, I'll look at this whole story in a geopolitical mandala, because you have to think of it like an Indian and think of it the Chanakya way. Right? And that's how I'm looking at it. We'll look at all these issues one by one and what I mean. Because then the whole story of security changes, this business of geoeconomics and all also come into play and are in their right thing. Now we'll talk of the immediate neighborhood, which is hostile, and it's a prime driver of security. What is this? This is Pakistan, China, and the Indian Ocean region. What the whole thing is about, it is adversarial to you, direct and deteriorating by the day. Right? It's constantly challenging and threatening our story. There's a collusivity threat which cannot wish away.
And we are living in an intense nuclear environment. I suppose, apart from this nuclear triangle of China, India, and Pakistan, the one which is developing across Japan, China, and North Korea, South Korea, and Russia is the next hexagon which is going up. Then you have a long-term proxy and gray zone contestation which is on, and more so in the Indian Ocean region. And it is probably the most complex environment which we have to contend with, and it is most consequential to our security and well-being of the nation. Alongside this is your near neighborhood, which is unstable, right? All these countries consist of your near neighborhood. They are constantly in political and economic turmoil, whether you like it or not. And our relationship with these countries are episodic, right? We think China is the biggest elephant in the room. It is not. These are small elephants all around you, which are going to suck you if you don't know what to do with them, right? And they're constantly hedging their bets against China. Remember, China might have a great geostrategic strength and 5 times your economy and all that nonsense, but it still has to confine itself with you from a security point of view along those 3,000 odd kilometers of the LAC and nothing more. And there, power is finite on the LAC. It's not infinite, right? You can have a hell of a lot of power elsewhere, you have to put it there. Okay, it is constantly hedging, it is indirect, but a dangerous threat which can come through any of these neighbors. And there's an ethnic overflow and integration with the rest of India, depending, especially in the neighboring states. So there is an internal dimension to this whole story. And the challenge in this is to keep them in our sphere of influence, right? If you don't, it's going to affect a lot of things going ahead. Okay, now let's look at the sum total. Let me go back. There's something wrong. Right? Okay, anyway, the next thing is the intermediate neighborhood. The intermediate neighborhood of India is full of opportunities, right? It is competitive and it has a cooperative environment. When I say in the intermediate neighborhood, these are South Korea, Japan, ASEAN, Australia, Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia. It's just that I put it in a different form. Admiral Chauhan put it in a slightly more graphic form and a more complicated form. Okay. You have energy and trade links with all these people. You have historical linkages with all of them, right? And that's something, the historical and cultural aspect is something which is not spoken of. And it has a huge impact on the geoeconomics of a nation, as also the geopolitics of the nation and the geosecurity of the nation. Because unless you take these 3 issues into consideration, your power equations don't fit in the right place. Okay, but these are all largely stable, and most of them are seeking a hedge against China, right? That is absolutely apparent in most of the dealings which you see in newspapers of late. Notwithstanding the space which China is occupying because of its being vacated forcibly or otherwise, intentionally or otherwise by USA. Okay, then you have strategic relationships. I've just put a few of them here, not all, because then it's a lot of clutter, right? The strategic relationships are critical to our nation as we progress. It is all about interdependency. You have political and historic linkages, like with Russia. You have tremendous linkages with Russia. I remember at a point when I went to Kazakhstan about 8 years back, there was a girl who was our coordinator. Her name was Indra. So I said, "How did you get this name, Indra?" He said, "I'm from a generation where every 3rd girl born in Russia was named Indra after Indira Gandhi." How do you ignore those relationships? And that will last a generation, and that generation is still living, right? So there is a whole lot of political and historical linkages. And this environment is going to be cooperative and competitive. Against each other, you have to navigate through this, whether it's history, whether it is security or geoeconomics. And there are changing power equations in this whole story, and this is being impacted hugely by the Ukraine war. And the challenge in front of us is the Russia-China relationship, which is going on to another level. How we are going to navigate this special strategic relationship with Russia when it is developing a great equation with China, and when we are going back against China, is a huge problem which we're going to face, and you add, I always put it this way, and which I'm not actually put it here, we are in a quadrilateral. The quadrilateral composes of the US, China, Russia and India, as you might see in 4 corners. The Russia-China alignment going stronger, the Indo-US strategic partnership going stronger by the day, and the US-China divergence increasing in this quadrilateral, which is going to split this quadrilateral, and the India-Russia, diagonal, which is tightening this quadrilateral. So this is going to be an interesting time. If someone thinks because of the geoeconomics of this whole story that India is out of the game, we are not. I have a divergent view on this. I think the whole story opens up here, right? That's how it is. Okay, but then this is all counterbalanced by a whole lot of internal issues. After all, at the end of the day, you're still the fastest growing economy, and the space to grow is only here and nowhere else. Okay, and so a lot of people talk of China. The aging and the declination of their demographic is so fast, right? When I analyze China, I keep analyzing China. I've been analyzing it for the past 20, 30 years. The only thing I'm not well known about it. The fact is that their aging and demographic factors, which today they are facing, was to actually come 1 decade hence. Somewhere in 2030, it's over the horizon. It's now not only near on the horizon, it is under you and probably sometime as per some estimates behind you, right? If you think that China is the biggest elephant in the room, it's not. That's my conviction. Notwithstanding what my coursemate is going to talk about it a little later, because he's been exposed to China and I have not been, right? Then we are looking at a problem where we are going to remain energy deficient. We are going to be affected by climate change. That's a bigger elephant in our room. We are disaster prone. That's our history. Okay, and we have strategic dependencies for which we have to work through. More than anything, the partisan politics which General Menon did talk of, the politics at the end of the day is a lot of power, and we are very partisan by nature. And we don't have a strategic culture which is going to hit us hard. And the proxy war in J&K is not over. It might be down, it is not out, right? Though the Northeast is mending itself to a large extent, this remains a problem. You still have the insurgencies of J&K in some form, which is going to impede what you do. Though, from from the time when we got commissioned in 77 to the time General Narasimhan commanded 3 Corps and now, a lot of things have changed in the Northeast. In Northeast, actually, if you go there, you will see a different story. And all this global issue of poverty and all also you have to think differently, because people know how to live well within under $1 a day. So the common denominator of poverty index below $1 or $2 can apply elsewhere, not in India, right? If you don't know that, then you're not talking of India. You're talking from somewhere in an ivory tower in Delhi. Okay, then there's the ethnic and religious fractures which are there in India, which you cannot ignore. If you ignore, you're a fool. I'm very clear about it. And that is increasing by the day, and development is going to do this. So whether you want to have great geoeconomics, whether you want to have great partnerships or not, will be largely dictated by this factor, which you have to control. And that is, connected with your partisan politics. Then, of course, you don't have a defense industrial base, right, which is largely public in nature. Our private defense industry is very nascent, right, very, very nascent. Believe you me, because I advise L&T along with Pradeep Chauhan. We sit on the same boat together. So I know what I'm talking of on this particular case. And then you have inadequate budgets and capacities, which is a reality of life. Now, having said this, okay, are the Indian armed forces modern enough to defend India? That's the first question which you have to ask. The answer is yes. What is that which points? Your space, nuclear technology, missile program, shipbuilding, gun technology, aircraft technology, Tejas, and the way you developed in communication says that India is secure. There is no two ways about that. And it has been secure from a long time, barring that odd little Depsang thing which people keep debating about, right? If we were not secure, we wouldn't have been a $3 trillion economy by now. Okay, the next question, which is the most critical question, is are the Indian Armed Forces modern enough for a regional power, which is destined to be the third largest economy shortly? That's the question which is there. I would say not as yet. Unless we fill the major capacity gaps and attune yourselves to the oncoming storm of disruption in military affairs. What is this disruption in military affairs? That's a whole new topic. I'll talk about it some other day if we get the chance. But then what is the opportunities? What's the window of opportunity? Like I said, China is declining demography, it's sluggish economy and internal tensions. Believe you me, there are. Right? China is not the monolith which we know, which we normally think of. Okay, then of course Pakistan gives you a great opportunity. Pakistan is today economically, it's not only economically defunct, it is even food defunct. Its population is defunct. In fact, I'm going to start a series on Pakistan, which I'll just talk about, where I say what is going to be the future of Pakistan when Mr. Imran Khan takes over. Right? He's going to destroy even Pakistan even more because he brought it here and he's going to destroy even more. When Pakistan is on an auto destruct, it gives you a huge window of opportunity. Right? Because this collusivity, etc., goes for a toss. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Okay. For those of you who don't know me, I have a website called The Gunner Shot. I've recently started a YouTube channel on gunnershot.com. I focus on three things. The first thing is I take a peek into everyday China. Right? I analyze China deeply. And those of you who are interested in joining me, please join in. Or you can subscribe to my channel, you'll get this. Then I talk of military technology of this century because the military technology is been a bugbear with us. Right, this is something I started doing with General Rajiv Narayanan, a series on advanced technologies like AI, we are talking of cloud technology, we are talking of cyber, we are talking of energy. Energy is a huge issue, battlefield energy and beyond, and many things, right? And then we have a thing called the CASA dialogues, where in fact General Menon also is going to talk, both of us are going to discuss theaterization on 12th or 14th, where, depending on where his this thing. But we're going to have a whole lot of talks. And today I've had 3 more people who are going to join me in this CASA dialogues, General Narsimhan, General Murli, and Colonel Denny. And those of you who want to join, you're welcome to join. Right? Because unless we discuss all these issues, I don't think we'll go forward. Right? Jai Hind, and I am prepared to take on questions anytime now. I think it's question time. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, General Shankar. And I think I just want to reiterate one point which he makes, which is power, and especially military power, is a relational variable, which means China, he said, cannot bring its entire, CNP as a notion of calculating power is fundamentally inadequate because it cannot count the intangibles which also matter. China has got a age problem, that it's also got an ethnic problem. All those things cannot possibly be measured in that sense. And therefore, to say that China is 5 times bigger and stronger, and therefore Indians can't do anything, I think is something which we must disabuse us of. Because, to repeat, power is a relational variable. There's the Himalayas there. China cannot bring its entire military power and put it there. And if they want to come across, then they probably don't know what logistic problems will beseech them if you want to support an army across the Himalayas. So, the point is that in the end, power is a psychological relationship, especially political power, between the person who exercises it and over whom it is exercised. And I think we should keep this in mind while we talk about China. And I think on that note, the house is open. You can shoot 2 generals and 1 professor. And of course, the diplomat is in hiding, but we'll catch hold of him. Right. You, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is addressed to Dr. N. Manoharan, sir.
Can you say who you are first?
Yeah, I'm Devjyoti Saha from Pondicherry University. Sir, my question is, like in your presentation, you showed us the countries with whom we share strategic partnership. But like in Latin American and Caribbean countries like Guyana, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago, despite of having a significant Indian origin population, why haven't we intensified relationship with these countries?
I think MEA representation is here. They must be answering this better than me. I think this is something what my analysis clearly brings out in terms of continental representation, where I think both Africa and Latin America, I think we need to focus on. So of course, we are doing in terms of, it's not that we are not doing, we are doing it, but slowly it's been developing, but we need to. I fully agree with you. I don't have answer why, but I'm looking at the other way in the sense that we are there, we will do that, because there are certain priorities. They will anyway come in, but will at some point in time, I think they will be there as partners.
Can I answer? Look, I have a major, I won't say major, but let me put things in a little different perspective. India is a growing nation, and it's a growing power, is well known. But what's the difference between India growing as a power and the difference between China, Japan, and Germany, right, growing the way they grew? Please remember, from the Second World War to now, especially Germany and Japan were aided economies, which had a huge peace dividend. And they were allied economies, so they grew. China had the same benefit for the past 50 years, right? Ever since the Vietnam War, they've had a peace dividend, and they grew with tailwinds, right? We have grown where we are through complete headwinds, right? And as a result, we've been an inward-looking nation. You only started looking outward somewhere around the turn of the century. Right? If China has so many equations with the rest of the world, it is after about nearly half a century of globalization and tailwinds and progress and all that. So we'll have to bide our time. And I think we are doing it faster than most people think. Right? The fact that you have come here, despite being an opposed economy, completely for many reasons, is something we have to really seriously think of. And from here onwards, what we do matters.
You, sir.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can.
My name is Surya Narayan. I'm an academic. Mr. Chairman, you and the three panelists referred to South Asian neighborhood, continental neighborhood, immediate neighborhood, extended neighborhood. And I have one question on this neighborhood semantics. The Ministry of External Affairs in its annual report has two terms. One is immediate neighborhood, which consists of our South Asian neighbors, and extended neighborhood, which consists of the member states of ASEAN. As you're very well aware, the distance between Indira Point and the nearest island in northwest Sumatra, Kubre, is less than the distance between Chennai and Tirupati. Similarly, the distance between Indira Point and nearest point in Thailand is less than the distance between Chennai and Madurai. When will the mandarins in the South Bloc realize that the countries of ASEAN are not extended neighborhood, but immediate neighborhood? That is one. May I have my second point?
Can you just hold this, because we have somebody from the MEA probably who will probably explain. It's a written report. She would be the best person to answer that. May I request you, please?
Sir, when we talk about neighborhood in our policy documents, When we talk about neighborhood in our policy documents and we refer to immediate and extended neighborhoods, there are a lot of strategic calculations which go into how we use those terminologies. For example, for many reasons, we have never referred to Afghanistan as our immediate neighborhood in our policy documents. So if I put all that away, and if you look at our general policy stand, where we talk about neighborhood first and act east, you would understand, reading between the lines, that ASEAN is a very, very important partner for us in the region. And even when we talk about Indo-Pacific, we are on the same platform when we assert ASEAN centrality in the Indo-Pacific region. So I would request everyone to look beyond these terminologies at times and look at what we are doing on the ground.
Thank you.
Sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Nitin Prabhu. I am a student of Defense and Strategic Studies from the University of Madras. This question is to Dr. Manoharan, sir. Sir, when we are talking about diplomacy, especially I'm very much pertaining about the food diplomacy. Does India has capability to utilize its potential in terms of food diplomacy to develop a good relationship with its neighbors, especially in the context of Sri Lanka? We can see the presence of United States and in the name of USAID and Canada, and also World Food Program's assistance for addressing the food security issues of the Sri Lanka, whereas India's the potential, like, are we really undermining our capability in terms of addressing their food crisis, or how we will able to move forward, sir? Because sir has said that India, one out of four people are from India itself, or they are multidimensionally they are in the poverty situation. But India successfully breaking her own record in terms of the food production. I mean that around 300 million tons we are producing all over the year. So how we are going to move forward, sir? Thank you.
Anyway, thank you. I think we must give credit where there is due. India is doing a lot to its neighbors, but in terms of return, I think we get nothing. I think we know this already. That's what I was talking about in terms of partnerships also. In terms of development partnership, this is a unique one where we only give, we don't expect anything. And it's not just about food. Even shelter, even water. Sometime back we gave to Maldives water. The RO plant shut down, we gave water. And in terms of the humanitarian disaster, whatever the rescue operations that we do, we always do. We are the first person, we always go there and help them out. Whether they acknowledge it or not, that's a different question, and we don't expect it. We always do it. That includes food also. Despite, this is something appreciable, what we do is, despite we not having, this is what Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam or whatever the way we treat the guests, we always give despite whether we are starving or not. This is something very less acknowledged or not acknowledged in neighborhood, but they make politics out of it where Indians are not, you take Nepal or Sri Lanka, wherever, they win elections with India or citing India. This is very unfortunate. But that doesn't mean that we should stop doing, we should continue to do. At some way or the other, they will realize. This is what I would say. The point is, we are doing.
Sir,
yeah.
So good morning. My name is Aragu Permar. I am a professor at Loyola Institute of Business Administration. I have a question to ask. So we have relied heavily on services sector in the past 30-40 years. We know in services sector, to generate a high income, the people who are into that sector should be highly skilled. That is, the higher levels of education is a necessity in the services sector. Now, our gross enrollment ratio is about 20%, which means about 80% of the children who reach the age of 17 do not go for higher education or even university education. So given this scenario, are we really being realistic about a 10 trillion economy, thinking that we will be somewhere in the service sector leading the world?
Mr. Mohan Kumar, may I request you to please answer this question?
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad I got the opportunity because a number of comments have been made, either directly, indirectly disagreeing with the central proposition that I made in my speech. So I'll attend to that later. But first, the question from our professor friend from Loyola Business College, if I understand right. Look, I think we will hit 10 trillion because if we can somehow stick to the export strategy, I mean, the trade turnover is not dependent on education. What you are talking about is the gross enrollment ratio. By the way, that's extremely important. But I think the idea of the definition of the gross GDP, I think we will hit 10 trillion. My only question is, when will we hit it? Are you going to wait till 2047 to do it? Or can you do it in the next 10, 15 years? I hope we can do it by 2035 or so, because 2030, in any case, I think we will hit 5 trillion. Because it's just the production of goods and services and consumption. So you know the classic definition of GDP, that will happen. Which brings me to my next point about what you alluded to, which is the gross enrollment ratio, the insufficiency of manufacturing in the economy, in the Indian economy. It is just 15%. Ideally, countries like Japan and South Korea have moved labor from the farm to manufacturing, not to services. And you are absolutely right. Everybody cannot go to IIT, learn coding and become, and join the IT industry. That's not going to happen. Services will not be a panacea for India in terms of employment. So I agree with that part of your question. 10 trillion is realistic. I think the only question is when you are going to do it. The second part of it is important, how you are going to do it. Are you going to do it with the numbers of people remaining in multidimensional poverty as it is? That's the big question. Because you can be 10 trillion and remain an extremely unequal country. The one thing that worries me about India is the inequalities that you are now seeing in India. We have never seen it before. 20, 25 years ago, we redistributed poverty equally in the country. There were a few Tatas and Birlas. But now the kind of inequality you are seeing in India should bother everybody. And that is an issue. But I'm sure that can be addressed. So the optimistic answer to your question is 10 trillion is not the issue. I think the issue is the qualitative nature of that 10 trillion economy. If you're going to have only 200 people own 80% of that 10 trillion, and you've got 98% of the people owning the rest of it, it doesn't work for me. It may be a 10 trillion economy, but it doesn't work because then India becomes extremely a divided society. So I think one will have to look at those nuts and bolts. I mean, since two people gently disagreed with me, maybe because I'm a retired ambassador, they didn't want to disagree with me completely and vociferously, but that's okay. We know how to read between the lines. I am strongly of the view that we cannot continue with the present situation of arms acquisition. I was involved tangentially with the Rafale deal. I'm extremely unhappy with the way Indian ordnance factories and domestic manufacturing has done in India. This is an open secret. We should have been Atmanirbhar long back. We don't have the kind of money to acquire these toys endlessly. Therefore, we need foreign investment to manufacture equipment. Dependence on Russia is a scandal. Let me say this openly in front of generals. I think this has got to be accepted. How can you let your country be so dependent on Russia? Now, you will say that nobody else was willing to help. That is true. So why didn't we make it ourselves? Why can't we make engines? Why are we still giving joint production, joint venture for rifles to Russia? I have no view on Russia. I'm agnostic. I am pro-India. I'm not anti-Russia or pro-United States. But I think one will have to look at it. I think neighborhood diplomacy, for example, you need money. Joint Secretary Afghanistan used to spend $3 billion for Afghanistan. I was Joint Secretary Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Myanmar, And I used to tell them, give me $3 billion for each of these countries, I can also do well. We need enormous resources for neighborhood diplomacy and for conducting our foreign and security policy. We don't have that money. That the bottom line is that. We just don't have the money. Look at the budget of the Ministry of External Affairs. Look at the budget of the money that is being paid for neighboring countries. Bhutan and Nepal will take away 80% of it. So I think we have a problem of resources. And to conclude, I see a mismatch between our strategic expectation, our military, and I completely take the general's point of view that our military is in good shape. I cannot comment on that, but if he says it, it must be true. But the question is, if this is not backed up with resources, then you have a problem. That's all I'm saying. My limited point is, you will need humongous resources to have more. For example, the Navy gets what? 20% of the budget? 50% of the budget is on wages and pensions and so on, the army. I don't think this budget is enough at all. I'm sure my general friends will agree with me as well. We need much more money. And the only way this money will come is if the economy grows. That is my limited and central point. That's all. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. I don't think anybody can dispute the fact that without money and economic growth, India can become a power of any consequence. That I think is a taker. But on that note, may I conclude this session and thank the panelists for their presentations, and thank you for audience. There are many questions, but I'm afraid that we don't have the time because the next session is supposed to have already started. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, General Prakash Menon, and the esteemed panelists, Ambassador Mohan Kumar, Dr. Manoharan, and General P.R. Shankar for having such a engaging session on diplomacy and development. We've definitely had a lot to discuss. I would now love to request the chair and the esteemed panelists to release the 100th postcard of the Chennai Center for China Studies jointly.
Just a word on this. As you noticed during the opening remarks, I did say that we started this initiative, and these are regularly appearing on our website. You know, these are the postcards, and what we released today was the 100th postcard, and you know, the complete efforts. Thanks to Anu, who is here with us. Anu, just show yourself. So she is the one who's been at it, with ideas given by others, of course. So thank you very much, Anu, for this 100th postcard that we all have released today. Well done.
I'd love to request the chair and the panelists to please come on stage to be felicitated by Commodore Vasan. I'm sure you would. I request Commodore Vasan to felicitate General P.R. Shankar. Thank you, sir. I request Commodore Vasan to felicitate Dr. Manoharan. General Menon is here. I also request Commodore Vasan to felicitate the chair, General Menon.
Thank you so much, General. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for so smoothly conducting the first session. And although Ambassador Mohan Kumar couldn't be here, we would have loved to have him here, although he's busy. I thank him.
Send it to Delhi.
Commodore Vasan says that he will send the gift to you to Delhi. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Thank you. I thank all of you for conducting the first session so eloquently and so smoothly. With that, we conclude the first session. And now we proceed to the second session of today on the theme of India's security environment, assessment and possibilities. I invite the chair for the second session, Commodore R.S. Vasan, to please introduce the esteemed panelists.
I may request all the panelists to kindly take their seats. We have General Narasimhan, General Murali, and General Prakash Menon. Please. So I think we've had a very interesting session, the first session, where of course there were legitimate concerns about whether you can be a credible nation without the kind of economic traction that Ambassador Mohan Kumar alluded to. So, but there was, I think, finally a certain amount of consensus to say it's not very difficult to become a $10 trillion economy, but what would be the shape and size of the population and the quality of people and quality of life, etc. So I know there were some more questions in that session, but I'm sure that there'll be more questions over here, because we are specifically looking at the security environment around us, assessment and possibilities. In the first session itself, including in the inaugural session, Admiral Chauhan looked at the entire globe in terms of what kind of alliances are there, what kind of challenges are there. Likewise, in the previous session, General Shankar already has looked at the entire landscape or maritime scape, whatever you want to look at, in terms of what are these challenges that exist as far as India is concerned. And there's been no dispute whatsoever on the centrality of India, not just in the Indian Ocean region, but also in the Indo-Pacific region or the Asia-Pacific region, depending on where you want to place India. So there are three speakers here. I hardly need to introduce them. Lieutenant General Narasimhan, he was till the other day the member of the National Security Advisory Board, but also the Director General of another similar sounding think tank in Delhi, which looked at China in very specific terms. In fact, he is the founder, the Director General of the C3S. To differentiate between us and them, I call them 3CS and we call ourselves C3S. So, he's had first-hand experiences along the border. More importantly, he's conversant in Mandarin, and he's been DA in China, in Beijing for over 3 years. So we cannot have a better person than him to look at the challenges posed by China. I think Ambassador Mohan Kumar looked at the China +1 model. But the reality of whether it will happen, if it happens at all, under what circumstances it will happen, will be dictated by the presentation, and he will identify the challenges that exist as far as dealing with China are concerned. Then of course we have Major General Murali, who is also coincidentally participated in our 10th anniversary celebrations and presented a paper at that time when the present Financial Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was the Raksha Mantri, and she was here for the 10th anniversary. So I'm very happy to welcome him, and he's been here very active. He was a former Deputy Commandant and Chief Instructor. Their bios are there, so I'm not going to read that out, because that will give us a little more time for their presentation as well as for the question answer session. And the last speaker will talk about emerging traditional and non-traditional challenges, and that's again General Prakash Menon, who's come down from Bangalore, and I must thank him again. I think this is the first event physically that he's participating with us, and I'm sure there's a wealth of experience and expertise that he'll bring to the table in his presentations. So first we look at China, the kind of challenges that it poses, and whether China +1 would be a reality, as has been proposed by some people, and if so, under what circumstances. And the next one, of course, we'll be looking at the neighborhood and evolving security dynamics. Even in the very first session, we spoke about SAGAR, security and growth for all in the region, and the neighborhood first policies. No, neighborhood policies cannot be implemented. One, of course, you must have the economic clout. 2, of course, a clear understanding of what is required in the neighborhood, whether it is a land neighbor or a maritime neighbor. So with that, may I hand you over to the first speaker, General Narasimhan, and may I request all of you also to stick to 15 minutes because you're standing between us and lunch. Thank you.
So that's a call to be taken. Lunch first or talk? Good morning to all the ladies and gentlemen present here, and my sincere thanks to Commodore Vasan and the Chennai Center for China Studies for giving us the opportunity to share our views on the important subject, that too on the 15th anniversary of Chennai Center for China Studies. My presentation is just up here, and I'm going to cover the challenges from China in 4 different parts. First part is on the territorial integrity and sovereignty. Second, on the external security issues, what kind of challenges it poses to us. Then in the internal security issues, what kind of challenges we may like to have a look at it and see how to deal with these in some form or the other. So that is the way it is structured. Firstly, on the sovereignty and territorial integrity, the first issue that comes to our mind is the border issue. You are aware, this audience is very well aware of the issues involved, and so I'm not going to speak much about it. The only point I want to highlight on this particular issue is the border face-offs. Like for example, border face-offs have actually increased, not because that they were not there earlier, but because of various other factors from 2013 onwards. You found the Depsang Bulge coming up in 2013, Chumar coming up in 2014, Dolam coming up in 2017, Galwan coming up in 2020, and Yangtze coming up in December 22. Okay? So the takeaway from that is we should be prepared for such face-offs to occur, basically because of the simple fact that the line of actual control is not demarcated on ground and not mutually accepted by both the sides. So this will continue. The fact remains that we need to be careful about these face-offs not escalating beyond a particular point. That is the takeaway from this. Shaskam Valley is a place where I put a tick mark. We need to be very careful about this place. This place was ceded to China by Pakistan in 1963, and the agreement, the clause 6 of that agreement says that after the J&K's territory is resolved between India and Pakistan, whosoever gets that particular area will start negotiations with China about that particular issue. And in between, we know that most of the reportings have been taking place already on this, that from both ends of this Shaskam Valley, China has been constructing a road. So this is going to be quite important for us because this is the one which will probably link the Western Highway beyond towards the Kunjara Pass and other areas. So this is something we need to be careful about. On the One Belt, One Road initiative, it is upsetting our sovereignty and territorial integrity because the CPEC passes through Gilgit and Baltistan. That has been one of our major objections to join the One Belt, One Road initiative. The other point that I want to talk about is the China-Myanmar Economic Corridor. That is the CMEC, which I mentioned here. Of late, in the last about 10 days, there have been reports that Chinese research exploration vessels have been working off the coast of Myanmar and Bangladesh. Second one, there have been repeated reports about Coco Islands being an outpost to monitor activities in the Bay of Bengal. So these are the 2 issues that are going to be of concern to us. So on the sovereignty and territorial integrity, the boundary issue is one, the One Belt, One Road initiative is one, and the activities of China in the India's neighborhood is the other one. So these are the 3 issues. On the external security issues, you find China always questioning the strategic autonomy policy of India. They always kept blaming us for going too close to US, for joining the Quad, joining the Indo-Pacific. In fact, Chinese hate the word Indo-Pacific. They prefer to call it Asia-Pacific, and that is the way they have been dealing with it so far. So Quad, Indo-Pacific, India-US relations, and to a major extent, if you look at the Chinese writings, it clearly indicates that China looks at the bilateral relations between India and China through the prism of India's relations with US and others. So this is something that we need to be careful about. But that view has gone through a slight change after the issues of not joining the BRI, after the issue of not joining the One Belt, One Road initiative, and our view, our stance on the Russia-Ukraine campaign. The enhancing India's global profile, you find restrictions coming in from China in terms of opposition for membership to NSG. Personally, when you talk to them, they'll say we are all for enhanced role of India and everything else, but their actions do not speak like that. So therefore, you find a restriction coming in from the Chinese side on our joining the nuclear suppliers group, that is the NSG, and the UN Security Council. The diffusion of power from west to east is taking place over a period of time. That's a given. That's an understandable one. How much of the diffusion is questionable, that we can keep debating about it. Therefore, you find a China-India competition actually strengthening in South Asia. How it is, I'll explain to you a little later. Multipolarity, China typically wants to be a single pole in Asia in the near future, and of course, in the world in the long term. There is if you look at their second centenary goal of 2049, it's clearly laid out there. So this is something that we need to be careful about. And this is going to impinge on our issues with China. Yeah, it's come. Thank you. On the nuclear issue, you find that there are a lot of issues that are happening of late. Assistance to Pakistan is well known. It has already been documented. There has been a mission, what is that? There is a movie which came up very recently, which talked about the nuclear facility coming up in Kahuta. It's a Hindi movie which has just come, Mission Majnu, if I am correct. So if any of you have seen that movie, that talks about assistance, the nuclear facility in Pakistan coming up in Kahuta. Now, can you go to that increase in silos part and click there? So in the last year and a half, you find a number of new silos coming up in the northwestern part of China. So basically in three places, Hami, Chilantai and Yumi. So these are three places where the new silos have been coming up, approximately about 300 of them. Now keep clicking there, keep progressing the slide. I can do it, just hold on. Yeah, you can keep seeing them. You find that Hami one here. Sorry, it has gone back. Just 1 second, give me a second. And it's not moving, it's fine. Basic point I'm trying to tell you is, of late there have been an increase in the nuclear activity in China. And if you look at the assessments of the warheads that they are holding, that from say about 260 onwards, there have been, now they are saying these 300 come up, by 2027 they will have 700 warheads, and by 2030 1,000 warheads. So you find China going heavily on the nuclear aspect of it. Just go back to the same slide, please. Go back. No, where I started. Go back. Keep going up. Yeah, leave it there. And in India's neighborhood, lot has been said about immediate neighborhood, extended neighborhood, close neighborhood, etc., etc. Notwithstanding the terminology part of it, you find that the military assistance from China to the neighborhood is increasing. This is a matter of concern for our external security. And also there has been effort to increase influence. How? You please look at the period of COVID. You found that they started holding meetings with South Asian countries, starting with Nepal, Pakistan and Afghanistan. Then they extended it to Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. So you found that they wanting to establish an emergency fund for supplies, etc. But nothing has progressed, but the meetings have gone on. In addition to that, you also found a forum for island nations of the Indian Ocean, which was announced by Mr. Wang Yi when he came to Sri Lanka in January 22. And on 21st of November, they held a 19 nations meeting, which included all these countries. So you find India's neighborhood efforts to increase the influence is what I have said. I've chosen my word carefully here. When we analyzed in the Center for Contemporary China Studies, we found China's influence in the neighborhood being a mixed bag. It is not a given that they have run right through the system. So you find there's a mixed bag there. That's why I said efforts to increase influence, that will continue. Yeah. Now coming on to the internal security part of it. Some amount of involvement with the northeastern insurgent groups from China was noticed some time ago. It's documented, it is there in the media, you can have a look at it. Connections with Paresh Barua is well known. The arms that have been captured in the northeast bear Chinese markings, but there is no proof to say that there was a Chinese government involvement out there. The Confucius Institutes, which are quite prominent in spreading the influence of China, we found a number of not only Confucius Institutes, they are restricted to number 3, but there are other Chinese language courses and China study centers. There are many of them, even in India. So this is something which we need to be careful about, because when you go through these institutions, you find not only the language and culture being talked about, there's a lot of politics and other things also being talked about. So you need to be careful on this. Their investments in digital technology startups and fintech startups was very, very noticeable during the COVID period. So there has been an increased interest in the digital technology and fintech startups in India by the Chinese, and so that is something which we need to be careful about. Water, we have been talking about for quite some time. The Brahmaputra, on which number of dams are coming up by the Chinese at this point in time, what will be the impact of it? We are a middle riparian state there, and Bangladesh is a lower riparian state. So what will be the effect of that particular dam construction on us and Bangladesh is something which is again an ongoing study all the time. Water diversion is being talked about from the Great Bend, where Namcha Barua, the feature is there, through which that river takes a turn and comes into India and becomes Siang. You find the water diversion being talked about, and if that water diversion takes place, then what will be the effect on, again, the middle stream and the middle riparian and the lower riparian states. These are the issues that we need to be careful about on the internal security issues. On the economic and human security issues, on the economic side, you find a lot of discussion on economy in the previous session. You find the non-tariff barriers coming up in the sense that you will not, your companies will not get an equal playing field in China. That is one of the reasons why you have a major trade deficit going with China. And moreover, even if you want to enter into one province, you can't enter the other province because the other province has got different rules and regulations. So you have an issue of entering into an agreement with the central government, but you will not be able to progress it with the provinces because of the other issues. A case in point is when Mr. Vajpayee came to China, we did sign an agreement on exporting mangoes to China in 2003. It took us almost 13 to 14 years to actually export the mangoes. So there are a lot of procedural hassles, phytosanitary requirements, etc. keep coming up. The dumping, which you see, again, there are a lot of anti-dumping duties we have put up on the Chinese goods. The critical dependency, there are a lot of things which are talked about, manufacturing, etc. You have a major problem of critical dependency on a few sectors, and that is not going away anytime soon. If you want to name a few, take pharma, take electrical power equipment, take solar equipment, take automobile spare parts. All of them we are critically dependent, even to the extent of, I don't know whether Rajma is going to be served for lunch. 50% and more of Indian consumption of Rajma comes from China. So we need to overcome these dependencies. So then only you will be able to do some kind of justice to the trade deficit that we are seeing. Food, critical dependency and imports I have marked. The reason is, one is Rajma I mentioned to you. The other thing is, if you look at 2021, China went in for a major imports of corn and other things from the international market. So as a result, the prices, food prices of the international market went up very heavily. So anything like this happening is going to have an impact on you. Today, Russia-Ukraine campaign is going on, you find the fertilizers prices going up, the oil prices are again contesting, and you find the other issues regarding food, transportation is getting affected. So you find an effect of this being felt across in the Indian subcontinent. Health, I told you about the medical API's dependency is 68%, which was it used to be 80%. We have managed to bring it down to about 68%, and dependency on key starting materials is also critical. So if you found the essential drugs like paracetamol, etc., went up in price, that is attributable to the dependency. And when the APIs and KSMs came, they came with a higher price. So you have a corresponding thing here. There is there is a suspicion of influence operations. Like for example, 2 days ago, you found these two names, Julia Chia and Qian Chiang Wang. These two people seems to have been sending out messages for people to write favorable articles, write articles about China, ultimately favorable articles about China. But when you went and looked at these two names, they're non-existent. So you have issues like this which you need to be dealing with. The reasons for increasing trade, we have put a lot of restrictions, still the trade is going up. I have given it here. I'll take it up in the question answer session subsequently if there are any questions on that. I haven't talked about how to deal with China purposely. I didn't put it on the slide. I talk about it for a minute and then I'll close. I hope I have a minute to. See, if you look at it diplomatically, I think we are doing the right thing at this point in time. The status of the boundary is going to determine the status of the bilateral relations, is what our external affairs ministers has been very consistently maintaining this, and that is going to be the way it is going to be. And that point is being understood by the Chinese. When we deal with them in track 2, track 1.5 and other dialogues, they do understand that particular thing. Though they keep repeating, keep the boundary issue at the right place and let us move on to other issues. And that is not going to happen. So that message has to go very clearly. And the work on the trilaterals and plurilaterals to get India's position across convincingly, that is a thing which is on again. Kajri will know it much better. That is something which has been going on and that has been effective. So that is the way to go, where a few countries come together on issues of common interest, work on that, and then get a resolution and then move on further. The other thing is about continue to engage and enhance the relations with India's neighborhood. So this has been our interest since the neighborhood first policy came up. And if you look at the amount of loans, amount of lines of credit, and amount of projects that have been happening in the neighborhood in the last about 10 to 15 years has been phenomenal. It is almost 4 times of what was happening earlier. So the interest in the neighborhood and to make them understand that India is with them is something which we need to continue to do that. Economically, we started the effort around 10 years ago when we started with the Make in India. Make in India was initially for Make in India, then it was Make in India for the world, and now we have gone for Atmanirbharta. So the problem that we are finding in Atmanirbharta is actually threefold, which I've been telling most of the industrialists whenever I meet them. One is we need to invest in R&D quite heavily. R&D investment is practically zero. So unless we do that, we are not going to progress further. Risk-taking ability of the industry is practically very low. Unless you look at the Chinese model, the risk-taking ability is very high, the long-term vision is very high. So you find he'll go and buy a mine in Afghanistan, not touch it for the next 20 years. But when the opportunity strikes, he'll go and start doing it. So the long-term vision, risk-taking ability, and the R&D is something that we need to be working at, and the manufacturing capability, which was discussed in the previous session. On the information side, we need to be a little stronger on the strategic communication. The reason why I say that is, many of the places, our story is not very well heard. Like for example, EAM was talking about it in Bangalore, I think a couple of days ago, when somebody asked them, Turkey didn't support us with Pakistan, why did we go and support Turkey during the earthquake that they had? And his answer was very clear. We don't work on those lines, whether they support or not. We are capable of helping people from dying and other things, and so we had to go and do it. But The strategic communication part of it is something which you can work on, which will probably give us a better dividend. Lastly, military was being talked about, military capability was being talked about. My friend and course mate was strong on that. I am advocating only one thing, that we should not look at, many of us will talk about this, we should not look at matching platform to platform with China. That is not the way you can build up your capacities, because you won't have the wherewithal to do it. So you need to create deterrence, and you need to work on creating the deterrence both in conventional terms and asymmetrical terms. If you can do that, I think that will be a way to do that. And the second one is to push the infrastructure development along the border areas to meet the requirements of both the military and the civilian requirement. I'll stop here, and if there are any questions, I'll take it later. Thank you.
Thank you, General Narasimhan, for that comprehensive presentation. Not only have we identified the challenges, but you also given certain suggestions, which I think the Government of India and the policy makers are working on. I'm sure we'll have many questions, but we'll take that on at the end of all the presentations. With that, may I request General Murali to go ahead and make his presentation. 15 minutes by the watch.
Jai Hind, and good morning to all of you. My sincere thanks and for the opportunity given to me by the Center for China Studies, Commodore Vasan, to speak in front of you all, who are all very accomplished people. It's an opportunity and an honor to me. Thank you very much. My salutations to the chair and my fellow panelists. Now, the subject of my talk is India's neighborhood and evolving security dynamics, and my security, challenge is what to speak in those 15 minutes. Then I remembered something called the Chat GPT. So I texted this whole thing, and it gave me all the issues with the neighboring countries, and I'm talking of immediate neighbors. It also includes Afghanistan, incidentally. And you'll be surprised at the inference it draws and says, let me just read it out for you. Overall, India faces diverse security challenges in its neighborhood, ranging from cross-border terrorism to border disputes to growing Chinese influence in the region. India's foreign policy and the strategic partnerships will play a critical role in addressing these challenges and ensuring its security and stability. I changed the text to say, map these issues. Well, it says the map is not available. However, it came back with a further analysis. And then it says, overall, India faces a complex mix of security challenges in its neighborhood. And addressing these challenges will require a combination of diplomacy, strategic partnerships, and a strong defensive posture. After hearing all these people who spoke before me, I said, yes, I'm on a good wicket. AI is supporting me, and let me go ahead. So my topic is that I intend to map the issues which are of the immediate concern from the immediate neighborhood. I have two postulates to support my views, and also I thought of an hypothesis as far as China's role in this region is concerned, which seems to be predominant in the accentuating the security problems for India. Now, of course, support certain happenings to support my views. So, the next one, please. Yeah. So this is on any security issue that you talk about, these two postulates will come into play. We will be anarchic. Two human beings can never be, peaceful in their conduct. And this is going on from the ancient times onwards. The next is a beautiful quote in one of the diplomatists. There's a writer who says, states, nations are jostling for space, and they are wanting to sell their idea, and they want to be seen and heard and have a status in the international circles. So that's what it's all about. So when you look at how to look at the threats threat perception, we come across three prominent questions. First is to contextualize the threat, and that is to say, what is the reference object? The reference object is, are we looking at territory? Are we looking at just the sovereignty, protection of the country in terms of defense, military, etc.? Or we are looking at the human security angle where everyday life is affected. The humans constitute the nation. So security is twofold, both human security as well as territorial in equal measure. We cannot separate both of them. That's the views of the security studies so far and acceptable worldwide. And what is the threat? We quantify threat in terms of certain, headings like traditional, which is military oriented, non-traditional, human oriented, and also something called the geographical threats. More about it, General Menon will of course clarify on all these issues. It's not compartmentalizing these threats and then taking action. It is all a combination of, the whole thing. Geographical threats are more potential in nature because it is actually incumbent on how you behave in the international society. How do you conduct yourself, and therefore it manifests as a threat or it can be an opportunity. So then the third question that comes up is, how should security be provided? Now it's a function of power, as everybody has said so, because you got to be heard, you got to be showing the capability to defend yourself. And the modern studies also say that it is two types of requirement which are imperative for nation. That is, one is the material power. You can add certain words like comprehensive national power, etc., hard power and all that. And the second aspect is the discursive power or the power of diplomacy. These two become imperatives for any nation today. So on the topic that has been given to me, I intend identifying the issues that plague us, not all of them, but some of them, which I consider as important. And when you look at all these things, I find the Chinese footprint a little large in our area. And therefore, I thought of a hypothesis which says that China seems to be following the Truman doctrine of containing Russia post the Cold War, post the World War II. The containment policy that was adopted by the US under the Truman, and also called the Truman doctrine, was essentially to say, contain the spread of communism, intervene militarily where possible and where required, and provide aid for development of the countries so that your sphere of influence increases. Now, US involvement in Korea, Vietnam, South American regions, etc., creation of NATO is a fallout of this plan. The Marshall Plan, which aided Europe and Japan post the wars, was also a result of this plan. So how do I say that China is influencing this or following this plan? I go by the two operative principles of this Truman doctrine, which says that it was a participative measure adopted to contain communism. And it intervened militarily where required. Now look at what China is doing. Its involvement in the IOR and in countries of our neighborhood, it appears as a mirror to this, doctrine. It wants to contain India, disrupt its growth, and also create, problems in the borders so that we are tied down and our growth economically is, contained within our trying to solve these problems. So if you look at what is happening outside our country, in the neighborhood, first it is trying to usurp and exploit the instability among neighboring countries. Basically, if you look at Sri Lanka, Nepal, Maldives, these are exploitable economies with fissurous political, groups. These are live examples. You look at the Kalapani border issues with Nepal, which came up during the CPM rule. It's not there now. It's not talked about now. Now, similarly, if you look at, what is happening in Sri Lanka right now, the Chinese are trying to create or get unrestricted access across the territory. The recent visit of the foreign minister to the areas of the north and northeast of Sri Lanka, and also exploring the sea beds around the coastal belt of Sri Lanka. Well, you can call it deep sea cucumber farming or whatever, you can't fool you can fool the eyes of the public, but not those involved in the aspect of policy and framing and strategy. And on the same lines, you also maintain the border skirmish with India. You have all these border problems, which will be continuing ever onwards, and it is not going to stop, and nobody is going to resolve these border issues. It doesn't serve the purpose of China. And then when you look at Bhutan, it's making a wild claim in the Sakteng Valley is a wildlife sanctuary. I don't know whether the names are rhyming or not. It's of course an old problem with Bhutan, the border issue, a 37-year-old problem, which involves not only, it involves this Doklam Valley, it's got a number of other valleys in the Doklam area, and it's got two other areas, Pasamlung and Jakanglung in the north. And each have got its own, attachment to Bhutan. So Bhutan cannot give it away. Now, will China solve the problem and demarcate the boundaries as per the IB norms? I doubt it. It's anybody's guess. If it does so, it will restore or it will come up with a diplomatic ties with Bhutan and will step into Bhutan for its aid and development. That's also a way of looking at things, of solving the problem and becoming a pinprick for India. If it does not solve the problem of borders, then it remains as an issue where it can always, use it as a tactical maneuver subsequently, or any time it wants to. So it makes us reactive to the whole thing. Foreign policy or the policy has to be dynamic and proactive. Now, increased influence in the Indian Ocean region. You have all these ports which have come up around our country, also termed as the pearls, etc. What is of important right now for India to look into and keep monitoring is the deep sea port in Chittagong and the Kyokpyu port in Myanmar, because the Myanmar port has got a 1400 kilometer long hinterland, which is also a oil terminal, and it is connected by road as well as the oil pipelines on the so-called SEZ of Myanmar. And it just sort of overlooks INS Varsha, which is just across, and so it gives a lot of space for intelligence gathering and observation as of now. So that's where we come into play in terms of monitoring these activities. I don't know how many bench or how many desk MEA has got in terms of all these activities. 3 minutes. Roger. And then it is trying to create this regional forum. Perhaps it also wants Asian order in terms of, creating a regional order with its primacy. Apart from this, we have the non-traditional threats, out of which all these are listed by the US Navy also as important threats. The third one is illegal, unreported, unregulated IUU fishing. China has reportedly got 17,000 of this deep distance water fishing vessels, compared to say about 200 or 300 which the US has got. And it is also arming these boats. So adds to the security dimension of the whole thing. We also have our internal problems of terrorism, insurgency and left-wing extremism, but it has got an external influence and dimension. That's where it becomes an important issue. So how should security be provided? So to deal with the external and internal security issues, the nation needs a capacity. And the capacity is, of course, talked about by many of them. That is the economic wealth, military power, and its ideational capabilities or power of diplomacy. So in a changing world order, policies are changing as self-interest and nothing to do with order as such. Kissinger once famously said, there is no world order. There is no order in the world. So I take this two sayings of Kangle, who interpreted and the Arthashastra, Kautilya's Arthashastra, and also translated it. The purpose of all policies to secure an increasing in one's power, principally at the cost of one's enemies. Opportunities to be taken care of, and you should benefit from it. The problem of the defense of a state is intimately bound up with the question of foreign relations. Now, this was all talked about many centuries ago. So the capacity is both national power plus policy capacity. When I talk of policy capacity, I refer to the organizational structure and the latent capabilities of the individuals that constitute the organization. Now, policy capacity here, it refers to the foreign policy capacity, and a study done by Bajpai and Chong in 2020 has this to say. The foreign policy capacity of India seems robust at the level of the skills and talents of individuals, officials, but has significant weaknesses at the organizational and systemic levels. Organizational changes for greater efficiency and policy implementation is required at the government level and includes structural changes to the armed forces. I am sure with the in-house man as the External Affairs Minister, he would have changed many of the things within the organization for the betterment of the nation. I leave you all with this, what Kangle had to say in 1965. It re-described what I said earlier about anarchy and how the world can improve if it can. Thank you, Chair. I hope I've done it in the 15 minutes allotted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you highlighted many important points. The most important point for me is that your personal data may have been compromised by ChatGPT. So I think while ChatGPT is a very evolving platform, there are a lot of concerns that have been expressed about privacy clauses and it's being banned, and there are many other issues. We can have a separate discussion on that. The point is, but what you identified are important issues for us in terms of dealing with our neighborhood. Another important point that you made is about China is not happy with resolving the border. It wants to keep it going, as long as it can, so that it can apply pressure on us. I'm sure there'll be many questions on this aspect of China's behavior vis-a-vis India, irrespective of what good or what bad we do. With that, may I go on to the last speaker, General Menon, who will deal with traditional and non-traditional security challenges. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, C3S, for this privilege and honor. And may I request the chair that in the interest of time, since we're running short of it, may I be allowed on the occasion of 15th anniversary and your lunch to contribute 5 minutes of my time to C3S. So I'm going to take precisely 10 minutes. I do not have slides, neither do I have a script. Long time I learnt that if you are the last speaker and if there is lunch next door, all you have to do is be brief. Doesn't matter what you talk. So on that note, my remit is to speak about traditional and non-traditional threats. These are two ways of describing threats. And let me just plunge into first the traditional threat, which is that it's been there before, it continues to be there, but I think what we need to capture is the changing form of that threat. The nature of the threat remains that it will cause you harm and damage, but it is the changing form which has to capture. And I think the biggest traditional threat is not about territorial defense or losing territory, but two of them. One is about the combination of a terrorist threat and with the trajectory of India's domestic politics, which is actually tearing or pulling apart the social fabric of this country. We might disagree about that depending upon which side of the fence you are sitting, but I say this with my personal conviction, and I think that what is the worst thing which can happen to us is there is a terrorist threat today in 2 temples in the Indo-Gangetic belt, and then the rest, the Indians will do the rest to themselves, because that is the nature of the fuel which is just probably waiting for somebody to light it. So this is the first one. The second traditional threat is connected to China, and it was actually been referred to this morning, but the threat which I'm talking about is about China being able or trying to actually contain India in the subcontinent so that we don't become a maritime power. If India has to make any progress, become a part of any consequence, it has to be a strong maritime power. China finds it more convenient to tie up us on the northern border. It's not going to come across the Himalayas. It's just going to suck up our resources, do that with the neighbors, keep us engaged so that we don't have the resources to become a maritime power, because the costliest of all sources of power and that takes the longest to develop is maritime capacity. And when I talk about maritime power, it's just not about naval forces, it's about the rest of it which has to support maritime capacity. So these are the two traditional threats. Let me get to the non-traditional one. And I think what we have to look at in non-traditional is technological disruption. And today we have heard about ChatGPT-4 and how you use it. I think it's an amazing tool. You just try it out and you guys will be really impressed. But it's not ChatGPT, it's artificial intelligence. I hope you know that 4 or 5 days ago, Elon Musk with another nearly 1,000 people of the scientific corporate cognoscenti of the USA wrote an open letter to give ChatGPT a rest for 6 months at least before we try to evaluate where is artificial intelligence taking us. And what is artificial intelligence? Why are we going to be worried about it? But the fact that you can use data, combining it with computing power, combining it with human capital and institutions to actually do a lot of good things and a lot of bad things. We should be worried about the bad things because that's what we should be concerned about. And what are those bad things? Well, while the guys who actually know about this stuff are now saying that artificial intelligence is now the next revolution after the industrial nuclear revolution, this is the next one. But you know, all these things come with a lot of claims, so we should be actually a little circumspect about its potential, but I think it's a point to note. Why do I say that? because it has the ability for both capture of human minds by governments internally and also to influence the minds of large populations across the other, using a whole lot of methods by which you can convey, you can communicate. General Narasimhan spoke about our lack of strategic communications, but you can deceive. It's amazing because actually there are no humans out there. It's being done by machines through a process called machine learning. And all the experiments which have been conducted, even in terms of games being played, whether it's chess or Go, and even actually in terms of, there was a human pilot sitting in the cockpit of a fighter aircraft, the other one is artificial intelligence. Same information is given to both, and over a period of time, artificial intelligence wins all the time, because it can machine learn. It can simulate so many times that its ability to learn is faster. So when you take humans out of the loop, and actually it's connected with the robotic revolution, when you have machines deciding because they know more than human beings, then we are in a dangerous world. And of course, both President Putin of Russia and Xi Jinping, both of them said that this is the next revolution. I am not quite clear about where India is at the moment, but I think we have a long way to go. But it's something which we cannot ignore, because if we don't have it, somebody else will use it against us. That is the anarchic world in which we live. And the last point, we must understand that the changes which are taking place, especially in science, even in neuroscience, that today experiments are being done to actually be able to influence the mind of people from a distance. I don't know how many of you would have heard about the American diplomats in Cuba who all fell sick at the same time. Nobody knows how it happened. Of course, they themselves denied it, anything of that sort is there. But human ingenuity and that capacity, and there is enough, there's a YouTube video, there's a guy who goes to the US War College and tells them, this is what we are planning to do. Of course, maybe in the future, all the leaders and the important people of the world will be wearing some sort of protective helmet. It'll be an interesting world to live in. All you young people would be there, or maybe not. We don't know. So I think, as beyond the fact that we know where our sources are, the two greater threats, which will always, the traditional threats about nuclear weapons, climate change, all will continue. But layered on top of these threats are these new guys in town. They are scientific in origin. They sit atop all mediums by which power is projected: land, air, sea, space, and cyber. I don't want to leave with a negative note. The thing about scientific progress is, and especially about the fact that somebody is trying to use it against you, that science can be contested. Somebody does something, can do something to somebody else, the other person will always find a way to protect. That has been how humans have protected themselves and defended themselves. So on that note, thank you very much.
Thank you, General Menon. I think what you clearly brought out is that while we've been talking about traditional and non-traditional security, they may have to be redefined. based on all the other inputs you gave about artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc., it's possible that the current domains of traditional and non-traditional threats that we have themselves would need to be redefined in the backdrop of what science, technology, and innovations can do. I think that's an important point. Now I'll throw open the floor for questions, maybe one question for each person so that your lunch doesn't get cold. I already got reminders to say that it's getting cold. So please put your hands up. The priority will be for students, only students. Yeah, so I see some hands going up. First priority will be only for students. I'll come back to you in case there is time.
Thank you to the speakers.
Please identify yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you to all the speakers, sir. And my name is Vivek. I am from Defense and Strategic Studies, University of Madras. Sir, my question is to Lieutenant General Narasimhan, sir. Sir, Kashmir Valley. Sir, we all know that Kashmir Valley is rich in natural resources. We started exploring it. And we know, sir, China has a foothold in this Indian territory called Pakistan occupied Kashmir. On the name of China, Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Kashmir economic corridor. Sir, what is your thought? If China started exploring and exploiting it, how India can see it? That is one question, sir. And the next question is, sir, influencing. It is for the panel. Sir, we saw that India, we are focusing on neighborhood first policy. But why we are not influencing the political systems? And why we are not majorly influencing the public, where China is doing more with the misinformation or information warfare. So, but why our aid was misused? As I said, so Sri Lankan aid, we gave an aid, but Sri Lankans doesn't know that we gave the aid, and they are eating the food what was provided by Indians. Sir, why why we are not focusing on influencing the people so that further we can strengthen our strategies, I mean like strategic communications within the country where we can majorly focus.
Thank you. Next question there. I saw one more hand going up there at the back. Keep your questions brief, identify yourself.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. I'm Devjyoti Saha from Pondicherry University. My first question is to Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan, sir. Sir, you talked about the dam that's coming up in the Great Bend. Over the years in the Ningchi prefecture where the Great Bend is located, we have seen many developments like the Ningchi Mainling Airport and now the high-speed railway that connects it to Lhasa. Can we say that this build-up that's making Ningchi a fortress, unpenetrable fortress, shows that China is now very much determined to make the dam in that Great Bend that will greatly affect our water flow? My second question is to Major General G. Murli, sir. Sir, you mentioned about the Chittagong deep sea port, but didn't Dhaka cancel the Sonadia deep sea port project with China? Thank you.
Sir, I'm veteran Colonel Sundar, keen China watcher and from the Colors of Glory Foundation. My question is to General Narasimhan, of whom I'm an ardent admirer, because being on the NSAB, he takes a hardline policy towards China. Now, sir, there are the statements being made by the External Affairs Minister, hardline statements, but it does not support the actions on ground. Vacation of the Shushul Heights is the prime example. There are many more. They have called it a strategic blunder. Now, I will quote General Menon, who just spoke. I'll keep my question very brief. He said, power is the currency of international relations and it should be backed by hard power. And China understands only this. In history, 1967, General Sagat Singh did not give up Natula. Jalapla was given up, his neighboring divisional commander. Jalapla is with the Chinese, Natula was with us. He fired artillery without the permission of the Indian government. It was fait accompli. We had some bloody noses. For 20 years, China kept quiet. 20 years later, 1987, Sumdrong Cho. It is not much known about, but Op Falcon opened with General Narhari and General Sundarji, airlifted when he asked for 1,200 mules, the divisional commander, he gave them, helicopters. We moved into such a defensive position that we could have undertaken a small offensive if required. Next 20 years, the Chinese folded. Coming back to 2008, DBO airfield, sir, we got it. Right now, why aren't we matching the hardline statements being made by the External Affairs Minister on ground?
Okay, one last intervention by Professor Suryanarayan. Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Keep it brief, sir. Thereafter, I'll request the panelists to kindly respond and answer all questions which have been raised one by one.
I'm Surya Narayan. Commodore Watson, you will agree with me that one of the best instruments of strategic diplomacy is to train up the military forces of the neighboring countries and provide them arms training, etc. I do not know how many of you are aware of the fact we did that even before independence. In March, April 1947, the Asian Relations Conference was held in New Delhi. On the last day, Sultan Sharir, the Prime Minister of the Indonesian Republic, came to Delhi in the private aircraft of Biju Patnaik. In his conversation with Jawaharlal Nehru asked him, "You are fighting in the Dutch, what can we do for you?" Then Sharir said, "We do not have an air force, and if you can train up our air force, that will be very nice." Jawaharlal Nehru took the initiative, and 3 months before our independence, through the good offices of a private organization in Allahabad, 19 of the Indonesian pilots were trained in India. I'll give you another illustration of the success, and then I'll tell you the failure. The success, if you go through the annual report to the Ministry of Home Affairs, or Ministry of Defense, I did that few years ago. I'm not aware of the latest fact, but it must be true even now. More than any other country, we train up the Sri Lankan naval forces. The statistics given is that the number of Sri Lankan naval forces who get their training in India is far, far more than all the other countries put together. In my frequent interaction with the naval forces in Sri Lanka, most of them have got their training in India. The negative part of it is that on the 9th of August 1965, we all know that Singapore became independent. Not without reason, it was expelled from Malaysia. 3 hours later, Lee Kuan Yew called Thomas Abraham and said, "We don't have armed forces of our own. Why not India come in and train up our armed forces?" As Thomas Abraham used to tell me, the first Navy, Army and Air Force chief would have been Indians. But we did not do that. We did not take up the offer because we felt that the Indonesians and the Malaysians may not like it. When the British forces were being withdrawn from Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew again came to Delhi and told Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, "You make use of the naval facilities here for training up your naval forces, for building ships and various." Again, we did not do that thing. So there are both opportunities lost and opportunities which we had done. And I submit that we must learn from the opportunities gained and provide military training to the forces in neighboring countries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll request General Narasimhan, thereafter General Murali, and of course the last words will be from General Menon. I can take up these questions which are addressed to you. Thank you.
On the first question regarding the rare earths material that has been found recently in Kashmir Valley. See, whatever is in the part that is under our administration of Union Territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, that we are very much in sync to take it and exploit it the way we want. I don't think there will be any kind of repercussions on this. And POK is a different ball game that we will have to deal with it differently. The second thing is on the influencing the political systems in neighborhood. We don't believe in that particular policy. We do assist them. We do give them developmental activities. We do a lot of other help, whatever is required, HADR, everything else. But we don't start influencing and entering into the others' lives. That is part of the Panchsheel that we follow right from the 1955. The third on the dam on the Ningchir HSR, that high-speed rail and the building of the dam, etc. If you look at the dams that have been bought and that have been built on Brahmaputra till so far, they have been run-of-the-river dams, which means there is no blocking of the water, but the flow of the water is used to generate that current. Okay. the problem will come up. By the way, another thing that we all need to understand is 70% of the water into Brahmaputra accrues to it through the tributaries that originate from India, Indian territory. Okay? Please keep this in mind, because agitating and getting agitated and getting reading newspaper reports is fine, but we need to understand the facts. So when this dam is going to get constructed on the Great Bend and the water is going to be diverted northwards, there may be a little reduction in the flow in Brahmaputra. That is point number one. Point number two, that area is seismically very sensitive. If you take your mind back a couple of years ago, there was black water coming up in Brahmaputra. That is because of the landslide that happened out there. So seismically, that area is very sensitive. That may be creating further issues. By the way, these are being monitored on a daily basis. So please be rest assured on this particular issue. And the kind of fortress kind of a thing that you talked about, the developmental activities in terms of road, rail, and airport are his prerogative because it is in his territory. Let him do whatever he wants. Please also rest assured that those areas are very much under the reach in case the battle goes up. We may not be able to use any of these facilities when the balloon goes up. On the hardline statements and Chushul vacations, your point, please understand we have been insisting on a situation where we wanted both the sides to go back to pre-April 2020 positions. You were not on Chushul in April 2020. You went in 29th and 30th of August and 1st of September. So you can't ask him to do something and not follow when you negotiate. That is number one. Number two, you mentioned a few examples. Please don't stop at them. You talked about 86. You please look at 2013, 2014, 2017, 20, 22. Nowhere have we given up. Nowhere have we allowed the Chinese to come in. So please be rest assured, whatever the EAM is saying on statements is also followed on ground. So that is what the assurance I would like to give you. Lastly, sir, your point regarding training of students from the neighboring countries. Not only hundreds, I would say thousands of them are being trained on a yearly basis even today. Whether we tom-tom it is a different issue, but be rest assured from each of the countries in the neighborhood, at least hundreds of them are getting trained in our institutions every year, year after year.
Yeah, just towards the end, I'll just give you. Okay. Yeah, quick 30 seconds.
The National Defence College trains at the average about 38 to 40 people every day of high seniority in every year. Am I right, sir? I said this because I just went and addressed them, and there were 38 students there.
Yeah, that question, thank you for pointing out the aspect of Chittagong Port. I wanted to contextualize this whole issue of what the method and means China is adopting to enter a region. And the cancellation is a strategic pause by Bangladesh. Diplomacy always has a quid pro quo issue always, right? It's not that, dharmic principles can be applied, but it need not be, returned in the same favor. So to that extent, this issue is still alive and is not a pause, and we be happy that yes, that thing has happened. And I would like to believe the first, the question put by the first speaker on this issue of, influencing. I used to believe that India has influenced Bangladesh to do this. Well, it may not come out in as many words, but that is a belief and conviction that I want to entertain in myself on the capacity of the MEA. Thank you.
Yeah, since I'm going to be the last person, actually I have a slight disagreement with the clarification on waters, and I didn't purposely include it because I think the jury is still out on what this means for us. But we, as you said, there's a careful watch, so there is concern where it is supposed to be. But climate change and China's ability and necessity to divert waters from the Tibetan plateau, which actually feeds us, is, I think, a given. How long will they take? How much they will divert is what we have to be concerned about. And this how much is what I want to actually see. He said, quite rightly, 30% is what actually comes from there, 70% is from the tributaries. But as far as Brahmaputra is concerned and the number of people that it feeds and whose sustenance it meets, even a 10% or 15% drop will make a hell of a lot of difference. So we have to be concerned. At the moment, what they are doing, in fact, thanks to C3S, I've told my guys in Takshashila that we need to look at this differently. Let's find out what all is happening. Let's take a holistic view of it. And I think in about a couple of months' time, we hope to get a paper out on that. Thank you.
I must thank all the panelists for a wonderful session that we've had. A lot of questions have come up afresh. A lot of questions have been answered. On this issue of Brahmaputra, I just wanted to say that in Chennai Center for China Studies, about 7 years ago, we had sent 2 researchers on a field visit, and we brought out that publication. So the next visit is due. So we are planning to send somebody for a field visit, and we'll take the help of both General Narasimhan and you to see that they are guided in terms of identifying what challenges there are as far as the Brahmaputra is concerned. On this other point which was there, I just want to add to what General Shankar said. There's also a practice, the Australian Vice Consul is here, is a practice that after the NDC, you find that they are appointed as the defense attaché. So which is a very good thing, and it provides a lot of continuity to us in terms of keeping these relations which are nurtured. And General Prakash Menon, who's been the commandant there, also will watch for this, to say that there are some excellent practices adopted by the people who send them here for courses. And that's the plus for us. So with this, all that remains for me is to thank all the panelists and request you to applaud their effort by joining me. Please stay on for the mementos to be handed over and for a photograph. Thank you.
We are 2 minutes early. Good show.
Thank you, Generals.
For being converted into digital currency and cryptocurrency.
I think I'm the very model of the modern Major General is the right sentence to use. So, I thank the panel for conducting such a smooth session. And before we go to the valedictory, or before we go to the felicitation, I would request the panel to release the new China, this is the China Watch newsletter of the Chennai Center for China Studies.
Yeah, I just wanted to again remind you that this is an initiative that we started last year, and it's been very well received. So every fortnight people eagerly look forward to the updates that we provide, which is a compilation done by our young researchers. They put in a lot of efforts. And being a military guy, if it doesn't go out on the first, I'm already breathing down their neck. So I'm very happy that they not only brought it out digitally, but they have some prints to tell you how we are doing this.
Thank you, sirs. I would request the chair, Commodore Vasan, to please felicitate our distinguished panelists. I request him to felicitate General S.L. Narasimhan. I request the Commodore to felicitate General Murali.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the second session of today's agenda. I invite you all for some luncheon. I request the distinguished resource persons to please join us at the Headgate Hall for lunch, and students and participants, you are invited for lunch at the hall that is adjacent to this room. We will disperse for 45 minutes and we shall return by 2:40 for lunch. Thank you so much. invite you to please gather for the third session. I request the students and the participants to please join us quickly as we are beginning with the third session. Okay. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've all indulged in a good lunch, but not too good enough to indulge in an afternoon siesta. We are now proceeding with the third session for the day. I invite the chair, Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan, to introduce the distinguished panelists. Do you have the script or should I give you one? Sure.
I'll introduce. Sure. Just give me a sec. I'll have to. No, I'm just trying my presentation is not coming up. That's why I got it. Got it. அதுக்கு தான் எங்கே இருந்தாலும் ஸ்பேர் வைக்கணும் இல்லைன்னா கவுத்துடுவீங்களே நம்மளை. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I request Colonel Dimley to please come up? This session is titled Global Security Landscape and Prospects for India. During my presentation in the morning, because of certain technical issue regarding the hyperlinks, 3 of the slides got left out, and those are actually related to this session. So let me just cover them in 2 minutes and then introduce the speakers to come up and give their presentations. The first one is on, China has launched a number of initiatives. The first one that they launched was Global Initiative on Data Security. That was in response to Clean Network Initiative by the US. That was in the year 2020. 1 month later than the CNI, they released the GIDS. The second thing that they talked about was the Global Development Initiative. Okay? And the third thing that and for the Global Development Initiative, they were wise enough. They just wrote it on the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 of the UN so that they got the UN support. And also they've created a group of friends, which is almost 60 countries as of now. They've held a number of meetings. Then last year, on 1st of April, Mr. Xi Jinping came out with the Global Security Initiative. Now, Global Security Initiative is something which didn't start on that day. It started a year and a half before, a year before actually. And in the explanatory notes which was given by Mr. Wang Yi and Mr. Le Yucheng, who was the Vice Foreign Minister at that time, they had indicated 2 things. One, China is vying for creating an alternate security architecture. 2, the One Belt One Road initiative and the GDI, the Global Development Initiative, are subsumed into GSI. So now, on 16th of March, 15 days ago, he came out with the Global Civilization Initiative. Xi Jinping has come out with the Global Civilization Initiative. Why I am bringing all these initiatives together? The reason for that is very simple. All these initiatives have come in quick succession within 2 to 3 years. And all of them talk about a global scenario. So what the Chinese are looking at this point in time is to look at an alternative global architecture. I don't mean to say that they will create a different one. What they would do is to ensure that they benefit out of the present one and suit it to their requirement. So this is the scenario in which you need to understand this. And the second thing is the maritime domain. It didn't get discussed so much. except for Admiral Chauhan when he spoke about. Please look at the number of ports in which they have either bought them or they have stakes. They have got stakes in more than 100 ports spread across 63 countries. So you find a China, correct, thank you. You find a China which is going global, and whatever they are doing, and of course, General Murali talked about Chakfu and other things. You talk about the number of bases that they are trying to create. About 10 days ago, the Ream Naval Base in Cambodia was in the news. You find Gwadar in the news for some time. Hambantota, of course, they may not be able to use it during war, but it has come up in some form. Djibouti. Then, in the US Department of Defense report of 21, if you go, they have listed out at least 12 places where the Chinese are planning to make bases. And the reason why you need to take note of this slide is basically because please look at those dots. These dots are exactly located at the entry and exit points to the seas. And this is the strategy that the British used when they conquered the world. So please take a note of this. This is something that we all need to keep monitoring on a continuous basis. This is the background I just want to give for this session, which is titled Global Security Landscape and Prospects for India. To take us through this subject, we have 3 presentations. First one by Dr. Sailesh Nayak, Director, National Institute of Advanced Studies. I just met him last week when we were there for another seminar, which was run on India-Japan relationships. And he will be speaking on role of academia in national security architecture and policy formulation. The second presentation will be done by Dr. Colonel Dini, who is an old colleague, and he came to fame, particularly you must have seen him on a lot of this TV interviews during the Galwan time, because he commanded the battalion in that area, and so he is well versed with that place. Information operations and externally aided internal disturbance is what is he going to talk about. And the third one is by Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla, another good friend of mine, who retired as the commander in CNC Southern Naval Command, and he is also doing a PhD at this point in time on China. And he is going to speak to us on Indianness of Indian Ocean region threats and capabilities. Without spending much more time, the profile of all the speakers have been given to you in the booklets. Please go through them. May I now invite Dr. Sailesh Nayak to give his presentation for 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Narasimhan, and it's a pleasure to see you again in such a short time. I have a brief presentation I'll just share with you.
Dr. Nayak, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just 1 minute.
Yeah,
no, just share.
No problem, no problem. You are audible and you are visible both.
Thank you, thank you. It is taking little time to. Are you able to see?
Yes, sir. Your slide is visible.
Visible? Okay.
Yes, and you're audible, sir.
Okay.
Can you put the full screen? Yes. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me for this very important workshop on this. And General Narasimhan has a very nicely summarized the global order and the what are the challenges today. And I would briefly touch upon some of the issues which may be very critical for us from the academic point of view, as well as from the security angle. The security, actually, I liked what General Pannu's definition, that it covers all areas of governance, which includes everything: physical, economic, resources, energy, human security, as well as territorial integrity, which you are quite familiar. So what academic community's role is to provide the scientific and technical knowledge, which may be very critical for the strategic need, that is one, and also to improve our bilateral, multilateral cooperation with the different nations for achieving the goals which we have on the global security. So there could be three major areas which we can see. One is, of course, our country's own requirements, where we provide certain input. Second is against our neighbors, what we can do or what they can do with us, and the regional as well as the global needs. Now, I have selected few case studies which may be of importance. The one is the Arctic. If you know, today's importance in Arctic in the global order is very critical, both from the resource point of view, from climate change point of view, as well as from the strategic point of view. India's entry into as an observer to the Arctic Council was essentially based on the work which was done related to the science. And why we were very keen to understand the Arctic, mainly because it influenced our monsoon very significantly. So that was the beginning, but also there are many issues which are very strategic: minerals, rare earths, uranium, also the possibility of a new shipping routes. The another important thing which we have already done in Antarctica is the satellite receiving station. From the Hyderabad, we can visible only 3 or 4 orbits. But if you go to the either North Pole or the South Pole, you can collect the data from 10 to 11 orbits. So if you have a station at both the places, at the Antarctica as well as the Arctic, you can collect entire global data in a real time. And the data in a real time is, of course, very critical need for the scientific aspects, but also very critical from the security angle. So this is one area which I think is very critical and continues to be very important for us to be very active in the Arctic. China is also very active in the Arctic. They have various fora where they very actively participate. India has started participating, but I would say our participation in Arctic affairs is not at the level which is desired. Of course, now we have set up another station in Canada also. We have one in Norway also. We have permanent ocean observation system in in the Svalbard area. So we have been, but I think our effort can be much more in this region. The second is the Antarctica. Now, the Antarctica, of course, our main goal is what is its role in the global weather and climate, and also how the Gondwana breakup and then Indian plate moved towards north, and that is the another. And the biodiversity. We have found many species which has a very unique bioactive molecules, because these plants and animals remain in a very adverse condition and they have certain active bioactive elements which can cure many drugs. So this is one which is very critical for us to continue to invest in the Antarctica. Now we already have a satellite receiving station and we are collecting a lot of microwave data from that on the near real time, which is very critical. The important thing is that the Antarctica Treaty will be ending in 2048. So this currently, of course, everything is governed by this treaty and most of the governance is through various scientific committee. We are not sure whether the treaty will continue in the same form or in a different form. There are a lot of territorial claims on the Antarctica, which is frozen as of now. But I think we need to start thinking about Antarctica, what we would like to do in Antarctica. We already have 2 stations. China also have 3 stations, Russia, US, and most of the countries are very active. The thinking is that as many stations you have, indirectly you are putting your claim on the Antarctica. And when the ice melts, there would be huge opportunity for various exploration for the minerals. Because this is the same area which is continuing from South Africa, Australia, which is highly mineral rich. So a lot of interest and we need to have more details about the understanding of the Antarctica. The third is the Himalaya. This is slightly different in the sense that this is mostly deals with our neighbors, as I told you. And we look Himalaya only from that angle, but what we also need to look Himalaya, that how our activities is playing with the environment in the view of the climate change, the natural hazards, and what is the implications. Now the implications are many, and the information required to address many of these issues is not complete. So the idea was mooted to have a Himalayan Science Council sometime in 2013. It took some time for the acceptance, but the important thing is the BIMSTEC, National Security Chiefs meeting, which held in March 2017. They agreed to this concept that we should have a Himalayan Science Council. It was not done under SARC because all of you know that SARC is not functional. And of course, Pakistan and China may not like to support this. To begin with, this was an idea. This follow-up this meeting, the expert group also met and they worked out what is to be done. Unfortunately, after the COVID came, and then there is no further progress. But I think this forum could be extremely useful for the academia to interact with the neighboring countries, which could be also, the information could be very useful for the strategic purpose. The climate change is another issue, which is very critical from the security point of view also. And what the global north is proposing is saying about the climate migration, climate conflicts, and the small island developed states have been fully supporting, essentially to put pressure on India and China that both the countries have to do more than what they have been doing. They also like to discuss this issue in the Security Council. Of course, India and the many global south has been opposing this because the climate change negotiations are happening under UNFCCC, and that should continue because it should not go to this. But I think the important point from the Indian point of view to secure the energy security is the prime factor. And our negotiation has to go towards that how we secure the energy requirement of the country. There are many other examples about tsunami warning system, which brought Indian leadership in the Indian Ocean. The High Seas Treaty, which we have signed recently, is a very critical one area, is of very importance, is the demarcation of marine protected areas. And this is, in my view, a ploy to put certain ownership of certain areas in this region. And because it's not clear who will police, who will govern those areas, why any particular area should be marine protected. So this is an area which we have to put a careful. Outer space is again another important area. I will not go into the details, but one important thing in the Afghanistan about the mineral resources is the vast resources are there. And it is not very clear that what will happen under the Taliban rule. So this is an area which needs our attention and assessment, that whether these mineral deposits are there or it was again a ploy of USGS. All these issues, I think, are very critical. I'm not going into details about cyber security, artificial intelligence. So there are many number of topics which I think academia and the strategic analysts should sit together to work together. With this, I would like to end my lecture and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Now let me invite Colonel Dimni to give his presentation. The closing remarks, I'll do it combined with all the three.
Check.
At the outset, I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to Commander Vasan, Shri Bala, Ms. Sapna, and all the team members of 333S for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share the dais with such eminent strategists like General Narasimhan, General Shankar, General Murli, and General Menon, and all the other distinguished members who are sitting right now here. I know after lunch it's very difficult to get the attention and that to many such topics. I can and especially some students back sitting there, I can make out from your faces that you are going into a different zone now. But I'll try my level best to finish first of all this very interesting topic, information operations and externally aided internal disturbances, which is actually very challenging for me to finish it in 15 minutes. So, but I've just put the timer on because coming from staff college, I don't want to, even take 1 second extra. So straight away, going into the topic, information operations and externally aided internal disturbances. At the first, I would like to say that this is nothing new. This is nothing new which is there. It has always been there. The various forms have changed. The way it has been delivered has been changed, but it has always been there, especially a country like India. We always know right from our ages, all these things, both information operations and externally aided internal disturbances have been there. I mean, the threats which were given in 3rd century BC, Chanakya had, mentioned about 4 threats. And I think General Menon was mentioning about the types of threat today which we are seeing. And he had mentioned then that there are 4 types of threats and, external, internal. And we today are talking about this, the third one, externally aided internal disturbances or threats, either way which you want to call. Now, when I go into the information operations, there are 2 dimensions to information operations. One is the purely military domain, which many of the military people do understand. And then there is something which is, slowly but steadily evolved over a period of time, which now does not just stick only to the military domain. It is now going into all other spheres of the society. So quickly, just for information, that what is the information warfare as far as a war scenario goes, it is primarily a command and control warfare to make things easier for people to understand, especially the students, that during war, there is a military commander who wants to pass information to his troops so that they can operate. So if you cut off that, so the troops cannot operate. So that is what, as simple as that, is command and control warfare. So you use information, you either destroy the command and control center, you use electronic warfare, you jam the systems, you can't communicate. Then you have military deception, that you show forces somewhere else so that the commander is forced to take wrong decisions. And then you have operational secrecy, and finally you have psychological warfare also. So all these form part of the military domain or the war scenario. But today we are speaking about the strategic competition scenario. We are not talking of peace scenario. We now call ourselves in the strategic competition scenario. Now, how does information warfare play out in the strategic competition scenario? So basically there, it was not allowing command and control system to function properly. Here it is purely manipulation of information so that a target, which could be anybody, that is my next, sir, it could be everyone. Each one of us sitting in this room have been or are being and will be targets of information warfare. Our views, our thought process, everything, we may think that is not influenced, but definitely, friends, it is all influenced, because we have been constantly being given, being read, and we force ourselves to read, and we then form our opinions. So some of the important things are that one does not, is not sure that when it starts, how it starts, and where it ends. It's always there. Then it's also closely linked to psychological operations. Definitely it is closely linked to psychological operations. You cannot take psyops from the information warfare which is there. Truth and fiction is absolutely blurred. There is what is truth, what is fiction, we don't know. The fiction will be put as good as truth, and we like to believe that that is what is true. People who have served in the armed forces, people who have served in diplomatic circles or otherwise, they themselves get confused that, when I saw it was something like this, how come it is coming to be today like this? Because that is the way information warfare works. Just war theory fails. There is nothing known as just war. Everything is fair in this. Of course, everything is fair in war also, but here it is absolutely blatant. Otherwise, you don't have any reasons when a COVID kind of a scenario happens, then there is an information warfare happening that this particular vaccine is not fit. So that's against humankind, but that's the way nature it is. Now, I want to, the audience to read this particular quote from a book, and the student should read this book, From the Ground Up, Emil Simpson's. He writes, how will, future war, after war, or how will conflicts be defined in the future? He says, war is a competition to impose meaning on people. So whatever is happening in Ladakh, whatever Chinese has done or have done, it is to impose some meaning on us, that we did this because of this. So here what happens is that everybody derives their own meaning. It's because of, because we are weak, or maybe because we are getting closer to US, or because they want to link the CPEC. So many things have been given, and the aim is to give that meaning, that impose that. And whosoever is able to give a better meaning, they are taken as victorious. That's exactly what happened. Like, for example, US, after having spent so much of time and resources in Afghanistan, when they left Afghanistan, it is taken as if they've lost Afghanistan. So that is very important. It's a competition to impose meaning on people. So the people will decide what happened, and how it is decided is what information warfare is all about. So although, let's be very clear that India is not facing one particular threat or from a particular nation, or two nations, or our neighbors. No, I believe that we are facing threats from everywhere in the country, in the world, precisely because it is an era of competition. It is not because somebody hates us or somebody has religious bias against us or political bias. It is just that we may be stepping into somebody else's shoes. So naturally the competition is going to be there, and when competition will be there, chances are that it can get into conflict. And therefore various means of using to win that conflict is information warfare. So China is definitely into it. Pakistan, we all know, is into it. Even some Western, I won't say countries, but definitely groups would like that India should not grow. But I am here focusing only on the PLA part, because to touch upon everything else would be very difficult in the short time. So we all know that PLA has a 3-4-5 strategy, which is an official, it's a political, informational, non-kinetic theory which they have stated, and in which there are primarily 3 things what they mention. That is use of media or public opinion as a warfare, psychological warfare, and legal warfare. Easy to understand what each it is. But this is what they've stated, and this is stated in their Political Works Regulation of PLA 2003. And after Xi Jinping, when he came to power, he has extensively used this, and we have seen how those wolf warrior diplomacy and many such things after his taking over in 2013. This is actually manifested in a very open manner. And interestingly, it is not only for external what PLA is using, it is also used within them for the narrative to be set inside China. Also, he uses this strategy. Now, have a look at this. This was on 2017. There are 6 newspapers in China, published on single date, 6 different newspapers, and if you can see, all similar. So absolutely, there is no change. And imagine these are the people who give us lecture that we don't have media freedom here. Okay. Now, this is what, coming to the next thing. This is, as on 2020, the kind of official presence on platforms, various platforms of PLA, or China rather. Just have the number of viewers or number of things which there. And mind you, many of the, like for example, Twitter is not there on China. It is not, it's banned in China. And you just see the kind of people who are, following them on Twitter. So how easy it is for them to influence, to put across their words, to put across their ideas, to put across their thinking all across the globe. Now, this is another thing which many of you would be aware of, that during COVID period, when the entire world was looking at Wuhan, and when everybody knew that it has come from China, Chinese official spokesperson makes a statement that it has come from US. Please answer this. And interestingly, countries like Iran picked it up, and there was an article, naturally that support system is there. So there was a thing. So for a while, the fact that many of you knew this, that China had said something against US, that itself shows they're successful, that the doubt is already there in the mind. Now, this is another interesting thing, that this is of Twitter accounts created in 2019. If you see the years, 2011, from then to 2016, 2018 and 2019, the spike which you see is in 2019. 2019 is the period, if you remember, the Hong Kong protest happened. And you see how many Twitter accounts were immediately created in Twitter so that that narrative could be changed. That Hong Kong is being, pressurized. Hong Kong, the freedom movement, some sort of freedom movement had come out. Basically, they were against that law, extradition law, which was there. So, see the spike. How many number of users were put into Twitter, which is banned in China? Okay. Now, if you go back, as I mentioned earlier, there's nothing which is new which is happening. This is a book written by Jacques Ellul in Propaganda, the Formation of Men's Attitude in 65-73. He's a French author. This is what he wrote initially, that the same in that book, that at that point of time he mentioned that propaganda doesn't mean that a person should start believing in a faith or a doctrine, or which many of us believe that, propaganda means that we start believing in a faith or a doctrine, such like thing. He says then that propaganda is, sorry, go back. Okay. There's some issue there. What he says that in 65-73 he mentioned that propaganda is to take action, to force people to take action. Okay, so he said that it is not earlier that to force people to believe something, it is forced to take action in 65-73 he said. That how it has changed is what I'm going to subsequently bring out. Now against India, now let's come to, this is the background in which we have. Now we come to India specific. Now India, as many of the speakers before me has mentioned, is a fertile ground. We have many issues, multiple issues we have. We have diversities, but each of the places there are numerous issues which can be created, which are already existing. So there is it's a fertile ground for information warfare. And information warfare campaign is there in our country 24/7 into 365. It's happening every time, every day, everywhere. As we speak now, it is happening because we are such a diverse country with so many issues which are happening, and so some of the other agendas keep happening. Now, interestingly, there are seemingly different campaigns happening. Maybe a farm bill somewhere, maybe a northeast issue somewhere, maybe a Tamil issue somewhere. But somehow all these things seemingly is different, but some coordination is. You will see that immediate. That's what the famous toolkit and all those things. That one agenda has to be pushed in. You will find that there is a pattern which is there, which is being followed by all of the people who, or the architecture which is there, which we loosely call as ecosystem. Now, misinformation, disinformation, fake news, credible planter stories, all this is happening, in a manner that we take it that this is what is the truth. I have seen this happening in Ladakh. Sir mentioned about what happened in Ladakh. I, as a CEO, walked the entire places, and suddenly I saw articles being written by people who were nowhere there, saying that this mountain is this way is going like that, this path will come. I was shocked to see how in 2 years the terrain has changed so much that I am totally. So that is the kind of thing which happens. Now, and of course, misinformation, bliss, I said conspiracy theories, water battery, these all, cast doubts, cherry pick, deny data, ad hominem, all this is part of the misinformation campaign. Each one of them is absolutely clear. You ask them about something, they'll say, what about that? And then that issue is killed. So many theories, people just give up. Now, what I want to highlight, and I'm just rushing because of shortage of time, is that, in India's case, we have our strengths. For example, let's say democracy. Now, democracy is our strength, but democracy, the very fundamentals of democracy is under threat. For example, election commission. We all know that election commission has a trust kind of a thing amongst the common people. But now you will see that the way the election commission is being targeted. I'm not getting into the political arena because I know that all these things fall into the political arena. But there is a systematic campaign to bring down the trust factor of the election commission. There is the EVM machines. Everything is under constant barrage of if an election goes this way or that way, or the timings, the date, what to speak of. When Galwan happened, it was Bihar regiment which was there, sir. And there was a talk that Bihar regiment was there because Bihar elections are coming up. We all know in the armed forces that the elections, the regiment don't move like that. Now you see of judiciary, the judges everywhere constantly they are under scrutiny, and they are actually many of the times they're not the doubt, the casting doubts which you say through articles, through tweets. There is just no holds bar. I'm not getting into too much of detail because economy. Now today also we heard two different divergent views. I for myself believe that we are not doing extremely well, but we are not doing bad enough. That we don't have to get that negative mindset that we are not doing anything. But we have done fair enough, and we are, I think, moving in a fair direction. So all these things are being destroyed so that the trust in all these things is reduced to drastically. Now ultimate desired end state as far as information warfare in India is not to make you believe me, is not to make you believe General Narasimhan, is not to believe in General Shankar, it is to trust none. Nobody, it is to trust none. MEA says something, just don't trust them. Army says something, just don't trust them. You have occupied Chushul Heights, I don't trust. But I don't, it is just that absolutely trust none is the end state which they want. So what happens that? So if you don't trust anybody, you will be in a permanent state of disturbance. The mind is disturbed. You will see that, that's what happens. The mind is disturbed. There is unemployment, there is China on the border, there is COVID, Corona, everything is, there is racial discrimination, there is, somebody brings from North India a curd and he puts dahi. Why should dahi be there? Why not, use Tamil word? So all this thing constant, he is under pressure. So what will happen? It will lead to a kind of a notion that it's a failed state. The system is failing. It's a crumbled state. It's a broken social contract. I am not safe here. This country doesn't function. That is the kind of mindset which they want. So what happens that if you are there, then you can exploit, you want people to be pushed to the streets. That's exactly what happened in CA bill. That's exactly what happened in Farm bill. That's exactly what, like earlier, I think Ambassador Mohan mentioned that, one protest and you could pull back the entire thing. That's exactly what is happening. And now this protest potential of population, it is based on facts. Yes, sir. Just one more minute and I'll finish, sir. This is a research done by this political scientist at Harvard. In this, very interestingly, they analyzed both non-violent and violent means. And they mentioned that 3.5% of the population, if they come to the streets, mind it, just 3.5% of the population, if they come to street, you can bring changes. That's exactly what we saw in Farm Bill, where not even 3.5% had come. So if you look around the world, this is exactly what they've said, and they have brought it with facts and figures. So my take is that all this CA, COVID management, Farm Bill, Agnipath scheme, fraud, all these protests, there is a method in the madness which happens. The cause may be genuine or may not be genuine, but how it progresses ahead, then it will be different. So my last point in this is that I started off with external aided internal, but I think the way things are going, it could well be internally aided and giving support to the threat which is from external. And final word, this particular shloka in Sanskrit says it all, Agnina Dhamanastu Shatru Madhye Gatorane. For foreign friends, when there is fire all around, you are surrounded by enemies in the battlefield. Thank you. I've taken 2 minutes extra, sir. Sorry for that.
Thank you very much, Colonel Denny, for that excellent exposition on information operations. May I now request Admiral Chawla to give his presentation, please.
Thank you, sir. I trust I'm audible.
You are audible as well as visible. Anil.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. General Narasimhan, fellow panelists, Commodore Vasan, other eminent individuals attending this very fine seminar. It's indeed an honor. And at the outset, like all the other speakers, I would like to thank the Chennai Center for China Studies for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm also aware that I'm the last speaker in the last session. And so I'll stick to the topic that I've got, because very fine presentations have happened before me, and a lot of the issues have been covered. So since my topic is Indianness of the Indian Ocean and threats and capabilities, I will dwell for a short while on the Indianness of the Indian Ocean, and then I'll go on straight to the capabilities that are required, because I think the threats have been generally covered. I'll just take maybe 30 seconds to refresh the threats that face us in the oceanic domain. And thereafter we can have a discussion, which is, I think, going to be the more fruitful part of any seminar. Now, as far as Indianness of the Indian Ocean is concerned, we're all aware that this is the only ocean in the world named after a country. We take a lot of pride, rightly so, in this. We very often feel that this is India's ocean, which it is not. None of the oceans are any country's oceans. We are very fortunate and have our civilizational legacy to thank for this name being given to this ocean. And if you really go into the background of how this name came about, it was only really during the colonial era, somewhere around the 1500s, that the stamp was given to calling it Indian Ocean. Before that, it had gone through a multitude of names. In the first century, the Greeks called it the Erythraean Sea, that was the Arabian Sea. And really, the Indian Ocean was not known because of the lack of sailing experience across this wide expanse of ocean, because most of the trade used to happen along the margins of the land. Essentially, it is very interesting to see that most of the ancient civilizations developed around the North Arabian Sea. Whether you take the Mohenjo-daro and Harappa civilization, whether you take the Sumerian, whether you take the other civilizations that developed in the Middle East, even extending as far as Egypt, and of course the Iranian civilization, they all sort of developed in this area. And the striking geographical feature that has given us our name, the country its name, and of course the ocean, as most of you are aware, is of course the Indus River, because that was the main feature in the Indus Valley civilization, which people either invading across land or sailing across the sea encountered, either the civilization, the Indus Valley civilization, or the river. And therefore the land of Indus became India, and that's really the origin of the name Indian Ocean, which was, as I said, concretized somewhere around the 1500s. It's also very interesting that while India has a very deep connection with the oceans, whether you can call it from the Rig Veda time, the Sagar Manthan, the name Lord Varuna itself, the fact that the first 2 avatars of Lord Vishnu are maritime in nature. There are many examples of history which connect us very deeply to the seas. It was essentially India's civilizational clout, the soft power at that time, as also a maritime prowess. And the fact that we dominated this space, oceanic space, geographically, culturally, civilizationally, and economically, that led it to be given the name Indian Ocean. Otherwise, you might well ask, why should it not have been the African Ocean or the Australian Ocean or the Indonesian Ocean? And some of you may be aware that in 1965, there was a move by Indonesia to try and rename this as the Indonesian Ocean because they claimed that they were also an ancient maritime power. But it was a soft power, it was a civilizational history that has actually led it to being called the Indian Ocean. And so my submission is that we should not firstly take it for granted that it will always be the Indian Ocean. We have to be mindful of the fact that we need to be or continue to be a civilizational power in all aspects of that power, comprehensive national power. For us, for it to be deserved to be called the Indian Ocean, and we should never rest on our laurels as far as this is concerned. And the Indian Ocean really is very comprehensively dominated by Indian culture and civilization, examples of which are available from Southeast Asia to the Middle East to Africa, all the way down to Australia. In fact, the Aboriginals have a close connection to the ancient people of Tamil Nadu as well, which has been proved by genetics. Now, when we come from this to the second part where I'll spend more time, that is the threats and capabilities. Now, today, the threats, a lot of people have spoken about threats. Broadly, they can be divided into two, the traditional maritime security threats and the non-traditional threats. The traditional, of course, being the traditional military threats from state actors, and non-traditional being issues such as terrorism, drug smuggling, people smuggling, gun running, threats from climate change, natural disasters, etc., etc. So these are the two broad categories which maritime forces and the country have to combat in the oceanic region. Now, coming to the capabilities that are required, as I said, I'll spend more time on that. India and India's maritime forces, particularly the Indian Navy, have been very closely involved in ensuring maritime security of the Indian Ocean region, particularly since the end of the Cold War. Because before the Cold War, the world was really dominated by two camps, and the role that India could play was rather limited. We were also more insular, inward-looking. It was actually the end of the Cold War that led to the advent of the Look East policy under the Narasimha Rao government, which has been expanded now to the Act East policy. The initiators of the Look East policy was the Indian Navy. Similarly, the outreach to the USA after the Cold War started with the Malabar series of exercises, which was again led by the Indian Navy. I was fortunate to be on the first ship that carried out the exercise in 1991. And so you can see that, the outreach, maritime outreach has really flowered since then. And particularly once our economic opening up took firm root. Thereafter, we have started participating in a lot of multinational exercises. We have had strategic ties and relationships. And now with the Indo-Pacific formulation in place, most of the dialogues that take place have a separate section for the maritime chapter in which maritime security plays a vital role, and many of these have been spoken about over the last 3 sessions that we have had so far. The threat that I want to talk about really is China. That's also the topic of my thesis, which General Narasimhan mentioned, and which I'm glad to report to him that I completed that PhD last year in February. And hopefully that is going to come out as a book sometimes later this year. But the threat that we really face today is China. And I think a few slides shown by General Narasimhan himself, because he's a veteran of China studies himself, amply illustrate this fact. The issue really lies in the fact that today, while we are developing economically, while we are aspiring to be a global economic power or a global power in the future, one of the poles in a multilateral world order, the bottom line is that our hard power, which we talked about earlier, is not, particularly in the maritime sphere, is not keeping pace with our soft power, with our economic growth, and indeed, more importantly, with a rhetoric. Theodore Roosevelt had said very famously, speak softly, but carry a big stick. We should not end up, speaking loudly, but carrying a twig, because then that becomes counterproductive and people can call your bluff. And in this regard, our growing imbalance, maritime force imbalance with China, is something of a concern. I fully agree with the previous speaker who mentioned that we cannot and should not try to match China for platform to platform or capability to capability, because we have our own strengths, innate strengths in the Indian Ocean. Most importantly being the fact that we are a resident power and there would be an external power coming in. But even an external power, when it comes into an area and develops military bases and alliances with the countries such as China is doing, particularly with Pakistan, it already has a military base in Djibouti. And the fact that today it is the largest maritime power, military power in the world, exceeding even that of, numerically, exceeding even the US Navy, maybe not in terms of capabilities. It has sufficient forces available to deploy in the Indian Ocean today to deter, the Indian state from being more aggressive. So the fact of the matter is that while we are doing reasonably well, while we have an very good indigenous shipbuilding capacity, while we have a decent maritime force, but that maritime force is not, and we are not the only country in the world to have this problem. It is not keeping pace, certainly, with the developments of China's maritime force. And specific examples we can discuss subsequently. Because of lack of time, I won't say that here, because somebody has a question, I can highlight these specifics. So we have developed our own maritime strategy, which uses our innate strengths. We have the big advantage that we have excellent diplomatic ties with a large number of democracies, Quad being the most prominent one of them. But as somebody talked about, gave a presentation on the fact that we are moving away from military alliances to strategic partnerships, from alliances to partnerships, and all the benefits were given, which is fine. But a strategic partnership does not work in war or in times of conflict, or when somebody requires urgent help. It is something that becomes an ad hoc arrangement. So we must remember that while we are not a nation that is going to go into a military alliance because of our autarky and our autonomous foreign policy, and well, that has got its own advantages. But if we are not doing that, then we are either going to develop some very firm partnerships which will come to use during a conflict to offset the military imbalance with China, or we develop it on our own. And that's a short point I really want to make, that in terms of capabilities, we are aware of the threat. The major threat today is China. There is a collusive threat of China with Pakistan. And on the continental border, the threat, as was brought out by a couple of previous speakers, can be contained because of the barrier imposed by the Himalayas. In the oceans, there is no such barrier. The only barrier is the extended lines of communication of the PLA Navy from China. But if this is indeed overcome by building bases, more bases in the Indian Ocean region, and that seems very much on the anvil, then the advantage of shorter lines of communication that the Indian Navy currently has will then go away. And so we need to be cognizant of that. We need to prepare accordingly. And we cannot really wish away this threat. I am convinced in my mind that the bigger threat from China today lies in the seas. And if we are to combat that threat, and indeed, if we are to develop ourselves as a global power of any significance, then our maritime capabilities, both military and non-military, need to be given due attention. And the current pace of and the current budget that is available will not really suffice. So with that, I'll complete my presentation, and I'll be very happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Anil, and you stuck to your time. My apologies to you for not knowing that you have finished your PhD. Congratulations on that. We'll look forward to that book that is going to come towards the end of the year. Let me start the comments from my own comments from bottom up. The first presentation, the last presentation that Admiral Chawla made, he made a strong case for building up capabilities to keep Indian Ocean as India's ocean. And I think we should look at that because in future, having dealt with South China Sea, having moved towards the southern Pacific Islands, I think the next stop will be Indian Ocean for a kind of a contest. So we need to be careful of that, and we need to keep Indian Ocean as India's ocean. The second on the presentation on the information operations, like Denny said, information operations do not have a specific time frame. They happen during peacetime and they continue during wartime. The problem is, do we realize that it is on at this point in time? We need to realize that, basically because information warfare is happening now. Take your mind back when all the people from the Northeast vacated Bangalore overnight a couple of years ago. And that information basically came through WhatsApp from Pakistan. Right? You please look at the Chinese influence operations. The 1st January 2022, they put a fake kind of a photograph and said that the PLA is at Galwan Valley. Indian Army had to go there, take photograph at the back of Galwan and then say it is a wrong one. So information operations are actually graduated to influence operations to actually target the mind of the target audience. And it is on all 24/7, 365 like he said. So we need to be careful of that, and therefore we need to be conscious of the fact that this is on and we need to take remedial measures on this. On Dr. Sailesh Nayak's presentation, he gave an excellent presentation on what all aspects in which the academia can play a role in advancing the interests of the country. But I want to draw your attention to 2 points, which he just mentioned in the passing. There is the outer space. Please understand today, China's capabilities in outer space are actually threatening. I can go into the details because there is already a seminar happening in Delhi from 11th to 13th of this month. But the fact of the matter remains that is going to be a huge threat, and we need to be careful about that. The other thing that he also mentioned in the passing is the cyber. Like influence operations actually use a lot of the cyber operations to achieve their aim. And for example, you found the Bombay power grid going off. Chhattisgarh 4 police stations were targeted. Earlier, northeastern grid of the power was cut off. So the issue is that number of occasions have happened that the cyber is getting used very effectively. And cyber capabilities of China are second to none as of today. Because of the kind of resources they invest in it, hundreds of thousands of people work on it in conjunction with the civilians and the military put together. And the budget is almost half your defense budget of the year, only for the cyber. So please understand there is a looming threat. In addition to whatever he mentioned about mineral resources, Arctic Council, Himalayan Science Council, climate change, high seas, etc., none of them are less important. All of them are going to be important in the future. Having said that, let me open this for the question answer session. Okay, to you first, to you second, and to you third. We'll take all three together. I'll come to you, sir. We'll take all three together and then give the answers and then go for a second round. We still have time, another 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. I'm Dev Jyoti, sir, from Pondicherry University. My first question is to Colonel Denny, sir. Sir, on your presentation on information warfare, you told about this difficulty to understand what is fiction and what is reality because of misinformation. But sir, in cases like in 2019, United States satellite imagery reported that Chinese have made Xiaomang villages in the upper Subansiri district of Arunachal Pradesh. In response to that, on one hand, we had the CDS, General Bipin Rawat, saying that nothing like that has happened. And on the other hand, the MEA, which neither denied nor accepted the reports, but just stated that China have always continued to violate the LAC and with these illegal constructions. So in such an instance where both the agencies are our government agencies, how do we find out which is fiction, which is reality? And my second question is to Dr. Sailesh Nayak, if he's still here. So you talked about the importance of marine conservation and marine biodiversity. In March 5, 2023, finally 53 UN states came up with a consensus on protecting the marine biodiversity by declaring international, certain areas of international waters as marine sanctuaries. But we have already seen that two largest naval powers, one United States that hasn't signed the UN clause, and China openly violating the UN clause. Now, how optimistic can we be with the new treaty on marine conservation coming up, that these two great naval powers will actually respect the marine sanctuaries and not carry out overfishing even in these international waters? Thank you.
Yeah, second question, please.
Sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Nitin Prabhu from the University of Madras. My question is to Colonel Denny, sir. Sir, first of all, I would like to thank you for this wonderful presentation. You threw light on the concept of the information warfare, but I have a question regarding the cognitive warfare. So, like, while I'm looking at your presentation, this information warfare and the cognitive warfare, like, more or less, it looks same. And would you please throw some light on this, the differences between these two, and what kind of impact that would that this cognitive warfare would create on like on a targeted populations? Thank you, sir.
Sir, myself Vivek. Sir, my question is to Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla, sir. Sir, we are talking about threats of marine domain, but why we are not focusing on underwater domain? Because China is now majorly doing research in underwater on the name of sea depth, on the name of they recently said that they are building a cables near to Djibouti, from Gwadar port to Djibouti. But to build a cable, why a submarines are required for to building a cables? And when they are doing a research in Maldives, they are saying we need to know the coral reef and we need to know the sea depth in that region. But for that, why sonars are majorly, which military technology is used to understand. India is lacking in this underwater. They are mapping actually to say that they are mapping it.
Question, he can answer.
Yes, sir.
You are also partly giving the answer.
Yes, sir. They are mapping. So where India is lacking it, why we are not focusing on underwater domain awareness? Why we are not focusing on on acoustic technologies?
I'll let Admiral Chawla answer that. Do you have another question?
Yes, sir. Another question is regarding same, sir. There is an I am a cyber threat intelligence practitioner, sir. China is coming with this APT, Advanced Persistent Threat. There is a unit called 61398, which is under Shanghai. It is under Shanghai base. It is focusing on our areas to threat, and also, sir, there is a separate base for it to showcase this cognitive warfare. They are collecting. They are using the CNN model. They are using this convolutional neural network model to map our emotions, especially Indians, using our cell phone technology and all. Even our keyboards are monitored, and through that, they are. Sir, what is your threat? When we are failing, at least to showcase, when we are failing to mitigate this information warfare, what if cognitive warfare comes into play? What is our stance, and how we are going to see this?
Let us take these three first, and then I'll come back. First, let me go to Dr. Sailesh Nayak for the question posed to him, please.
Thank you very much. Actually, this question of marine biodiversity or marine protected areas, on the face of it, it is extremely good, that we need to conserve and protect this. But under this protection, not only in the high seas, but also in the Antarctica, they want to show that they are under control of certain territory or a sea, part of the sea, in one way. Because any protected area has to be managed or governed. Now, unless there is a clarity that who is going to govern or how it will be governed, it will be very difficult to say. And if they do not follow, like US has not signed the UN law of the sea. China has signed, but they are not following. Even the court, the international court also, they are not ready to follow. So these are the issues which has to be handled at appropriate level. we have to be very careful while these laws are to practice, and that is why I mentioned that, like marine biodiversity under the sea of treaty, the knowledge has to be shared about any bioactive molecules and all that. Now, suppose if you find out, they have to share, but if they find out and if they do not share, what we can do? So these are the issues I think it is very important, and I don't have the answer as of today. But I think we all have to sit together and see that what should be our strategy to address these issues. That's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naik.
This particular question about truth and fiction, how do you distinguish between truth and fiction? That's exactly the point of information operations or influence operations, so you name it anything. And coming to this particular this question of China building villages, and then that being picked up by US, and then that becoming a news story, and then that being, being discussed in India. See, it depends upon what is the kind of story which comes out. If the story is China is building villages in Indian controlled area, then there is a red alert which you should come. If the story is China is building villages along the border, that is the kind of thing which is there. Along the borders, they've always been doing it. It is not something they have constantly, infrastructure development has always been there. It is us who have taken off at a later stage, but we are also catching up now. Now the question again, interestingly, is it in disputed territory? Then again, it's an issue. So what I was trying to say is, what is the exact truth is what is more important. So if we just leave it like that, the China is building villages along the border. So what will the implication mean? India is not doing anything. Why does the Indian Armed Forces doesn't stop it? So a common man does not understand that along the border means it is in his controlled area. It could well be on the other side of the line of actual control where we don't have any control. Even the line of actual control, even though it is not demarcated, there are areas which Chinese have control and Indians have control. And there are areas where both don't have control and trying to control. That is the area of disputes. So it's very important. That is why I said truth and fiction. So you should be very careful what is the kind of exact. And now also another thing. When India and China is engaged, there are multiple other people also who will like to keep it on. So you should know from where the story is coming, why at that point of time the story is coming, the timing, all these things also is important. Secondly is cognitive warfare. It's actually everything more or less is the same. Influence operations, cognitive operations, psi operations, all these things basically are influencing your mind and making you think that you are taking the right decision, you're thinking the right way, but you are not knowing that you are being tuned by somebody else. Okay, if you're going to believe that Indian economy is absolutely gone, like for example, this Hindenburg report which had come, the economic one report, and the entire the shareholders, they felt that something is wrong and that's gone. So I'm not going into the merit of what it is, but I'm showing how a hit job can be done through this. So cognitive, influence, informational, everything is the same. Information is only a means of psi operations. Using information as the means, but ultimately all what you're saying is affecting the mind and how you behave. But the problem with today's information warfare is that they're using that to create unsettlement in the mind so that you come to the streets and start protesting. That is what I'm trying to bring out.
Just to add to that village issue, I think the MEA spokesperson gave out an answer. He was questioned on this on the weekly briefing. He had given a response to this. And of course, General Rawat made another statement based on that. Over to Admiral Chawla, please, for your question. I'll come back to that 613998 data. I'll come on the second round of questions. I'll take it. Go ahead.
I'll just make a comment on the earlier, there was a statement made by one of the questioners that the US had not signed the UNCLOS. The US has indeed signed the UNCLOS. They have not ratified it. So every international agreement, when you sign it, it has to be ratified by a parliament. So in this case, the US Congress has not ratified it, but they have signed the treaty. Also, coming to the question on underwater domain. Now, you must understand that the maritime domain today is 7-dimensional. If you look at the Indian Navy's maritime strategy document, which is available in the open domain, which I am one of the principal authors, we have identified these 7 domains as above surface, that means above the surface of the water; underwater, that is the underwater domain; in the air above the water, that is the air and above the seas; the space above the seas; the cyberspace above the seas; the electromagnetic spectrum that is available, as also the cyber spectrum, which is also used in the maritime space. So the UDA, or the underwater domain awareness, is an integral part of the maritime domain. And you would be happy to learn that we are giving dedicated attention to that. In fact, before I retired, I was heading the program looking into our underwater domain. There are many classified and unclassified ways in which we are doing it. But I think the bottom line is that we have realized that within India, we need to combine resources, because there are a number of national agencies who have capabilities in the underwater domain. And we need to combine these resources to enable us to proceed effectively, particularly in view of the pervasive threat of the Chinese SSNs that is currently existing today, and that is going to be a major factor in any future naval warfare. So, you talked about submarine cables. I think there was a misunderstanding about submarine cables and submarine operations. The submarine cables are laid by surface ships. There are special ships which are designed to lay cables. Unfortunately, most of the companies manufacturing underwater cables and most of the ships today are Chinese. So they have dominated this market. These communication cables are mainly meant for telecommunications and data transfer. More than 95 to 98% of all data in the world today travels through underwater cables, so they are a vital asset. The information exchange through the airwaves and the data exchange through space, being very expensive, is limited to about 1 or 2% of the total data traffic in the world. Therefore, they become very important today. There have indeed been attempts to disrupt them by China. They have already done it recently in one of the outlying islands of Taiwan, which is off the Quemoy Island, which is close of the mainland. And so these factors can be expected to be used in wartime as well. But they are not, or they cannot be disrupted really by submarines. They are done by submersibles, which are generally unmanned and which can carry an explosive charge or something to place it near the cable, which can then explode it. You also talked about, surveying by the Chinese ships and the use of sonar. The use of sonar is not exclusively a military preserve. It is also used, there are various sound frequencies which are used for various purposes for underwater detection and mapping. And indeed for the underwater surveying, and India is one of the largest hydrographic departments in the world. We have multi-beam sonars. They are not indigenous. We are importing them from Switzerland, Germany, and the USA. We have indigenous sonars for detecting submarines made by our own naval officer, Commodore Dr. Paul Raj, who's an emeritus professor today and in the United States. And in fact, he's also the patent holder, you might not be knowing this, for all your Wi-Fi networks. He's the inventor of the Wi-Fi protocol as well. So he was the officer who sort of designed the first indigenous sonar in the late 1970s. And since then, we have been building our own sonars. Today, almost close to 100% of all the sonars meant for submarine detection are built in India, and a high degree of technological capability is available, but much more always needs to be done because technology is never static. So the use of sonars by Chinese ships, if any, can be for both military and civilian purposes. And the last thing I would like to mention is that the Chinese ships have been persistently mapping the Indian Ocean for two main reasons. Because we have been following them for many years by satellite, so now we know the pattern. The two main reasons they are here, one is to prospect for natural resources, minerals, natural gas nodules and the like. And the second, of course, is to help them operate their nuclear submarines and indeed their conventional submarines in the future, because the underwater topography, the hydrological conditions, the bathymetric conditions at different times of the year at different places are used by submarines to help them conceal themselves and prevent them from being detected by surface warships? I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Anil. On the 61398 question, that's a cyber unit which has been located, that's fine. But cyber operations invariably involve reconnaissance. You should understand how your target behaves, how your target acts, how your target works. That cyber reconnaissance is done by almost all the countries, okay? So if somebody is doing cyber reconnaissance, they map which all computer is located where and how they work, so that they can further do either, they're known as computer network operations, they can either do offensive or defensive. So don't worry too much about it. You have your own computer hygiene correct, you don't have to worry about it, okay? Sir, your question.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. I'm Sashi Nair from the Press Institute of India. I've been watching this program in the morning. It's been quite fascinating to listen to some of the speakers. Two general questions. One, of course, to Colonel Dini. You mentioned fire and you mentioned us being surrounded by enemies. Is the situation really so bad? Because I thought we are now in a position of strength, isn't it? At least we are showing the world that we are speaking to others, whether it is China or the US or the UK, from a position of strength and perhaps, if not equal, but certainly not unequal partners. So that's one. So is the situation as bad as you make it out to be? Second, the point about misinformation, etc. We handle people from the media, on a regular basis, and misinformation and disinformation, etc., is something that even, journalists of high caliber find it difficult to kind of handle. I don't know whether there are journalists from the media in this room. I'm on the other side of the fence. We take programs for journalists, so you can be open with me. They're not going to report on this. But frankly, what is your assessment of some of the reports that are filed by senior correspondents, foreign correspondents? I don't want to take any names, but what generally is your assessment of the reports that appear in the Indian media? I'm not talking about reports by experts like, Lieutenant General Narasimhan or the others, or even Professor Suryanarayan here, but from journalists who report on matters relating to national security and foreign policy. Kindly be open about it so that it will help me when I conduct classes.
The second part, I'm not very clear. Could you just explain again?
How credible do you find some of the reports? Do you find the reports of fairly good caliber? Reports filed by senior correspondents, in India's leading newspapers, and which includes websites like, The Wire or probably Scroll, etc.
Fine, thank you, sir. So the first part, I think I started off by saying that this particular information operations or, external aided interferences are not new. That's why I started off with Chanakya and ended with the Shloka, which means that in those period also this was common. That doesn't mean that I'm saying that this is the state now. I was just mentioning that we should be careful because it has happened in the past also, and we all know in India that these things have happened. So my aim was not to say that it is happening, it is the state now. I was just giving a caution that people before us who are much more wiser, they had seen it then, and they're again saying that if you're not careful about whatever happened, it can get into this. That's my first point. So definitely we are better off now. I'm very sure that India is going in a path which I'm very proud of the way we are going. So that's the second part, and I'm sure General Narasimhan also will take. See, credibility is I think the underlining factor of anybody, any person for that matter, whether he's a military man, journalist, scientist, anybody. So the journalists as such, like I did not put deliberately in those strengths of India, I did not put media. I had initially wanted, it had come to my mind, but I deliberately took it out because I don't think today media can proudly mention, and I'm being very open about it, that they are one of the strengths. Of course they should be there, but the way media is knowingly or unknowingly being part of this particular narrative setting, either way, pro-government, anti-government, but at the end of the day, many of the stories which come out are definitely not in India's interest. Okay, I will just leave it at one particular story, and that's the end of it. I'll not get into it. Like what happened in the Rafale case, a very prominent newspaper, widely read, the kind of narrative which was set, we all know what it was, including, there was a Twitter campaign which mention crop it like dash. I leave it at that. Crop it like dash. You all know what it means. The statement of the MOD's minute sheets, which was there, the last part what the minister had written was conveniently cropped off, and it had come in a very prominent newspaper. So I leave it there. So definitely media needs to think about themselves, because they feel that they are really powerful, and that's the reason what it is. But I think the credibility is at the lowest as of now. There are some fine journalists, but unfortunately there are very few.
You see, two things happen when people report on issues related to, say, border and other things. Firstly, they are not able to go there and see for themselves. So obviously they are writing something on what they hear or what they pick up from the agencies, etc. Some of the reports that have come up, particularly the village that was talked about and other things, actually gave an incorrect depiction of what was already on ground. Immediately after that, if you had realized, there was an Arunachal boy who had crossed over and was picked up by the PLA. So everybody said Chinese have come and picked up this thing, that thing and all. It's a narrative that gets built up. So I would suggest that we need to discount a certain amount of, I would say, activism or whatever you may call it, but I think you need to discount certain things to get to the truth of it. Even senior journalists are found to be faulty in this. The second aspect is the kind of briefings that they get. That is the other thing that you need to be looking at. If they are getting decent briefings, probably they will be much more objective in their reporting.
So I think we can stop with the questions because we are...
Right. Yeah, let me, I can take that question subsequently and answer to you, sir, if you don't mind. Since the time is short, let me bring this session to a close, and I thank all the three panelists for their excellent presentations and for the audience for their patient listening and active participation through questions. Thanks a lot.
I thank the chair and the esteemed panelists for having successfully completed the last session of today. And I request the chair, Lieutenant General Narasimhan, to felicitate Colonel Dinny with a memento. Thank you, sirs. And I would also request the chair and the panelists, along with Commodore Vasan, to release the first set of books published by the Chennai Center for China Studies.
And may I also take this liberty of acknowledging the presence of Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, Dr. Gurmeet Singh, and request him also to come to the stage. Kindly come here, sir.
What one doesn't appreciate is so beautifully packed stuff we unpack it.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the final session of today's annual Security Dialogue. We have had engaging discussions and an excellent exchange of ideas, a good deal of professional knowledge and experience being disseminated by exceptional speakers. And although I am no more than an amateur to comment upon it, I can vouch that I've learned a lot. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we've reached the valedictory program of the second annual Security Dialogue. We are honored to have with us among the audience Ms. Kajari Biswas, Director of the Policy Planning and Research Division of the Ministry of External Affairs, Professor Dr. Gurmeet Singh, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, Rear Admiral S. Venkatraman, the Flag Officer commanding Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry Naval Area. I welcome you, Madam and Sirs. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Kajari Biswas to deliver the valedictory address. Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. At first, I'd like to thank Commodore Vasan for inviting me to this very, very interesting and engrossing session for me. And I would also like to thank him for constantly keeping in touch with us, because otherwise, as he was also saying, that all our outreach to the think tank community is always in Delhi. And that becomes our comfort zone and we get a bit lazy. So thank you for inviting me and keeping in constant touch with us. And on behalf of Krupakar and Dr. Sumit Seth, I would like to thank you for all the effort you've taken in building an organization which is so valuable. And being here has been an eye-opener for me. And I realized the amount of insight and knowledge that I've gained today just by sitting and listening to all my senior experts. It's been very, very fruitful for me. I understand that the Chennai Center for China Studies is on its 15th year of existence, and it's become a very important arm of outreach for the Ministry of External Affairs to the think tank community in India outside the precincts of New Delhi, and we're trying to expand more and more. It's been doing invaluable work in the field of IR by producing a steady volume of regular publications which we look forward to, and analysis that are increasingly becoming of great significance for policymakers in government like myself. Today's discussions have served to reiterate the rapidly evolving developments in the global geostrategic scenario in the post-COVID world, even as nations geared their efforts to recover from the challenges posed by the pandemic to economic growth and development. Newer crises emerged in the form of Russia-Ukraine war, China's belligerence in the South China Sea, Taiwan Strait, and along its borders with India, and most recently for India, the re-emergence of the Khalistani movement within the Indian diaspora community abroad, which we haven't discussed much today. But I would, before I continue with whatever I've written and prepared, like to go through some of the points that were raised by the different speakers today, which I took note of, and suggestions given. And I'd like to put in a bit of my own there, because there were a lot of questions which were raised. In the inaugural address, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, when he spoke about the elements of India's maritime policy, I realized, there's so many dimensions to even one area of engagement, that it's no wonder that, policy planners in government need the help and support of the think tank community, because otherwise it becomes very, very difficult to keep track of all the developments that are happening, and especially in the realm of technology. We are not experts, we are generalists. So at times it becomes very difficult to understand what's happening. So we need people like you to come down and tell us, this is what it is and this is what you need to look out for. Then when Ambassador P.S. Raghavan, he spoke, what I really loved is when he said that, India needs to recognize the new realities and be ideologically agnostic. And that is exactly what foreign policy is all about, and national interests are all about that. Interests are what is abiding and permanent. Ambassador Mohan Kumar's talk was very, very combative, and it opened up a lot of I think he spoke very straight, and it's very important to listen to such criticism, because otherwise it all becomes platitudes and, oh, it looks like we're all doing very well. But the government has been speaking about, and in policy we have consistently been speaking about reaching out to that last mile, that last person out there, which is very, very important. And the country does realize, the government does realize that if you don't reach out to the last person, all our development efforts will go to naught, because the strongest, and we are so proud of our democracy, to strengthen our democracy, to even go and fight information warfare, you need a very well-educated, well-informed citizenship. That is what is going to be the backbone of a country like ours, a democracy like ours, where we allow freedom of speech and expression, and there, finding the truth and empowering our people to find what the truth is, and separating it from lies is very important. You can't, keep countering every information warfare fact by, sending out official communique. It doesn't happen that way. Then Dr. N. Manoharan, he gave us an amazing analysis of partnerships and the kind of, strategic partnerships and how they developed over time. I never really had thought of it from that perspective, because we do list out our strategic partnerships, but what he gave us was the timeline and how it evolved. It gives a very interesting picture, which is important for policy planners again. Then Lieutenant General P.R. Shankar, when he spoke about India's extended geographies and security, and tried to give that mandala scope of looking at India's neighborhood, it does coincide with the kind of thinking that is going on within the foreign ministry as well. And as we would acknowledge, is that we are doing a lot of catching up, and that it's only with, our resources that have increased. And even within the foreign ministry, when I joined, we were only a force of 700 officers. So when we used to tell our colleagues in the other foreign services, the Japanese colleagues who were with us in the American University in Cairo, they were also learning Arabic, and I remember they asked me, how many officers were there in your batch? So we said there were 20, and he was shocked. He said, in a country of 1 million, you just have 20 officers in a batch? How do you manage? Where they had 40 to 50 officers in a batch. So we're also trying to expand, we're also trying to do that. And it's a bit of catching up, but I think we're doing a good job. Recently, a diplomat in Delhi came for a meeting with my joint secretary, and she said that, we're finding it very difficult to report back home because we just can't understand, you're doing so much, we don't know what is important and what is not. So I think I'll take that as a huge compliment. And obviously our leadership has been pushing us. And even this kind of outreach that the Policy Planning and Research Division is doing to reaching out to think tanks, it started a while and it's gaining momentum, and we still have a long way to go. Now we're being pushed by the Cabinet Committee on External Affairs to start producing more policy documents, which I think is a very fruitful exercise. It will give us a lot of clarity ourselves, because if you don't try to put things down in paper, you don't ask the right questions to yourselves, then the analysis doesn't happen. What happened? Then Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan, when he spoke about the China challenge. Then Major General G. Murli, when he spoke about India's neighborhood and security. Then Lieutenant General Prakash Menon, when he spoke about traditional and non-traditional security challenges. All of you covered this entire gamut of challenges that are facing not only India, but every country in the world right now. Where I think we're doing something interesting in India is that, and in this, Japan has also supported us significantly in reiterating the need to listen to the voice of the global south. And this entire shift of power slowly from the west to the east has also shown up that there's a lot of options that have opened up for the countries of the global south to now pick and choose, which is a very interesting opening up of the policy space for every country. And I don't think we should look at it as all bad. If there's more space for people to come in and give their views, and that is why when India held the Voice of the Global South Summit, what we did is we didn't tell the countries of the Global South what needs to be done. We said we want to listen to what you think should be done. And this is, I think, an extension of India's neighborhood first policy, where I believe there was a little bit of confusion as to why our engagement in the neighborhood is non-reciprocal, where we reach out and give aid and assistance to countries in need, and we don't seem to get much recognition or gratitude for it. But then I think and we understand that it is a larger exercise, and we're putting in a lot of resources there to create that image of India as a trusted partner. Because not only are we seeking partnership with countries to counterbalance China in the region, we're also looking at creating partnerships where people start trusting us, where we might not have pockets as deep as China, but the kind of projects that we bring to not only our neighborhood, but also to the global south, are projects which the countries can trust us, that we won't set the agenda and we will not have something bigger going on behind the development projects that we bring. And all those projects are selected, prioritized by the governments that we reach out to. And I think this is a kind of mixture of soft and hard diplomacy, which is definitely going to have dividends in the future, because the reputation that you create for yourself is going to become increasingly important in a world where there's so much of geopolitical flux, and there's no, as of now yet, fixed camps. Though there is a lot of movement which shows that there will probably be camps coming up. But then for a country with resource constraints like ours, keeping ourselves self-reliant and agile, without stating openly in a very hard line what our policy options are or what our choices are, because we want to keep our options open. I think this is a very, very good strategy that we have adopted. I could keep on going on, but I realize a lot of the speakers did not get to say much because there was a time constraint, so even I'll just move on and just reiterate some of the crisis points that I felt that I should touch on. The Ukraine crisis serves as a mirror of our times. The global order as we know it seems to be in a state of frozen conflict, just as much as the war in Ukraine. While everyone realizes the immediate need for an end to this war, there has been no serious attempt at seeking a credible roadmap for the solution of the same. Both sides seem determined to bleed the other out till the bitter end. Multilateralism is in a state of crisis as smaller plurilateral, minilateral, regional organizations or groupings attempt to clobber together resolutions and mutually acceptable mores of engagement and understanding. The great power rivalry between the US and China has seen countries like Japan and Germany, with hitherto pacifist policies, ramp up their defense spending, talk about decoupling of economies to deter China from weaponizing the economic dependence of countries like Australia and Germany on it, and the US's attempts to contain the flow of strategic technology to China. One watches on with some concern and hope, depending on which side you're on, the seemingly endless traffic of global leaders traveling frenetically across countries, declaring their visions of cooperation, support, and most importantly, their strategies for peace, conflict resolution, and solutions for the challenges facing humanity, such as climate change, economic recession, the sovereign debt crisis, terrorism, challenges to international treaties and agreements, weaponization of economic power, etc. The list of traditional and non-traditional challenges seem endless and at times are overlapped, because what is non-traditional for the Western world have been traditional challenges for the global South for quite some time. And any global consensus on seeking solution to these seem quite elusive till now. In such a scenario, the task of the policymaker is rendered very difficult. Indeed, what is of prime importance is the continuation of dialogue, of agreeing to disagree before acceptable principles of mutually respectful principles of engagement are worked out. In a world where the geopolitical equations among nations are evolving so rapidly and with such startling realignments, let me give the recent example of the Saudi-Iran deal mediated by China, following on the heels of the US-sponsored Abraham Accords. And this took everyone by surprise and forced the world to take fresh stock of power equations in the Middle East. It has thus become increasingly difficult for policymakers in government to take stock and make decisions that will be the best for their national interests. The role of the think tank community in this context is of vital importance for meaningful engagement to take place between nations. It's important that dialogue is based on a certain degree of mutual respect, trust, and understanding. While the craft of diplomacy flourishes under conditions of discretion and secrecy, the inputs of a well-informed IR community with veterans from government, from both civilian and strategic backgrounds, are instrumental in assisting government to be better informed of international trends. It needs to analyze this in the context of historical developments, in the light of rapid advances in technology, the complex web of interconnections and interlinkages among state and non-state actors, and the opportunities and challenges that arise therein, and work toward a deeper understanding of the mind and culture of our neighbors, partners, and adversaries, and see how they perceive India and the world. And this is a point I really cannot, highlight enough, because while we spoke about a lot of strategic solutions to the strategic challenges facing India, I think we really should focus on understanding what our neighbors and partners are thinking. Because a lot of criticism that the US is facing in losing its strategic space is also because, and we've been openly telling the US in several meetings, is that you don't seem to have read China's mind well enough, and they did, when they were surprised when we did not go out against Russia after the Ukraine-Russia war, we said that you didn't seem to have even understood our minds. We seem to talk so much, but somehow we fail to understand, what we are going to say and speak or decide, and it seems to take everyone by surprise, which is quite amazing. While research papers, policy recommendations, and trend analysis are the main outputs of think tanks like the C3S, there is another broader and more dynamic functioning of outreach that think tanks fulfill through their interlinkages with international think tanks and IR scholars. Thus, regular exchanges such as seminars, conferences, roundtable discussions, initiatives of joint research, co-authoring of articles with experts from different parts of the globe, exchange programs involving young scholars are all valuable tools in outreach, which will finally promote better understanding of each other, intelligence gathering, and deep associations and lines of communication and information that will always come instead in times of crisis. In this context, I would like to highlight two models of engaging the think tank community in countries of our interest. For example, our neighborhood and countries in the Indo-Pacific, and India counts 38 countries as part of the Indo-Pacific. Organizing the visit and roundtable discussions by expert IR scholars from India in these countries on matters of India's national interest to raise prickly issues in the least controversial manner, to fathom the mood and opinions of the select audience, and to float concepts in a diplomatic and non-offensive manner to see if they stick or create a resonance. These should be done with a certain frequency to create any impact. The second model is to focus increasingly on future planning by envisioning all possible eventualities and outcomes to these. Working out how India would respond to these eventualities, for example, let's say the collapse of Pakistan, or maybe China launching attack on the Taiwan Strait, and it can be so many. And their probable outcomes would help broaden our understanding on how well or ill prepared we are to deal with the unknown. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your comprehensive overview of the whole and the second annual Security Dialogue that we have here. We are having the pleasure to invite you here, and thank you for being a part of today's event. And I would love to invite our dignitaries on the dais, Commodore Vasan, the Flag Officer commanding Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry area, Rear Admiral Venkatraman, and Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor, to please join us on the dais. One more chair. It's my honor to invite Professor Dr. Gurmeet Singh, the Vice Chancellor of the Pondicherry University, to deliver a special address.
No, not this. The one you have. This one. No, who is going to be there with me? Okay. This. Well, good evening, friends. I just reached the stage and I was invited. So this, for a special address, I don't know what exactly do we mean by special address. I thought I would sum up whatever little has been deliberated on during the day. But then Mrs. Kajori Biswas has so beautifully summed up everything, that who said what and in what direction probably we can take. And in medical terms these days, we don't believe in slow treatment, we believe in giving capsules. So she has given a kind of capsule which has summed up everything, and probably even if somebody would not have a mind to register here, would have taken everything so very beautifully. Well, I am delighted to be here in presence of my old friend Commodore Vasan. I will tell you how old friend, and in presence of Rear Admiral Venkatraman and our own IFS officer Mrs. Kajori Biswas. When I said my old friend, let me tell you, you will find a little difficult to believe. I was in Southern Command Naval Headquarters, where Commodore Vasan was heading the education wing, if I am remembering everything. And I was a young teacher at University of Delhi, working on corrosion. Electrochemistry was my area. And corrosion is a major problem our Indian Navy faces. So when I was doing this, I thought, why should I not work and help our sea force? And during my interaction there, I found there were a lot of things which were being done in a very incorrect manner. So I interacted with him and I said, can I not give some lectures to the officers who are here? And there was a huge lot of officers. There were about 50 ships, each having number of officers, and this was a command. And when they summed up, the number was about close to 200. They said, where do we accommodate them for this kind of a lecture? So it was done in a movie theatre picture hall called Sagarika. They have one there. They said, that's the place where Vice Admiral Ganesh was the CNC there. They said, that's the place where every officer can be put and probably would listen to that. So I gave them a similar capsule which Mrs. Biswas has given today. I said, what is corrosion? Probably many of you may not understand, but then I'll give you in a very simple way. You'll all understand, and then you will come down to the nitty-gritties of what best can be done. So this is where I explain, and people really appreciate it. There is a thing called chipping in Indian Navy. When we remove the paint and put a fresh one, I started working on that, and I thought that when they do this, there is a lot of damage which is caused in the ship to various gadgets. So we worked on it, and with the Naval Laboratory in Bombay, we, after doing fair bit of work and making a report, we said this should be banned straight away, and instead of this, we should design paint strippers. You put it and the paint will get chopped off, you put a fresh paint. So that's how these things developed. Chipping eventually was banned after 92. This lecture I gave in 1986. So subsequent work that we did, and then another part of the work that we did was, of course, it was classified that the cathodic potential was lowered from 280 millivolts to 140. Technical terms, I'll not get into that. The idea of this was that the battery's life had enhanced. That's my connection, and that's where Commodore visited my university when I started heading that in 17 onwards. And we interacted again. This is what we say, life comes in full circles. And when I got an invitation from him for this, I immediately accepted. I said, whatever may be my commitments, I'll definitely go there. Because this is one area which is of a special interest, and they rightly said special interest. So this is how it comes through. Now, when we look at the political science syllabi at all the universities, you would have also probably come across that your children would have gone into political science, and everybody would have said, this is no subject to take. This is something which is there. Once it is there, you cram up and put it in the examination, and that's about it. This stays as it is. I have always been maintaining this is one subject which is most evolving. Every day the scenario changes, and this has become more relevant after this Ukraine war and the way things have changed in the last about 15 years. I think all our political science books and international relations books need to be rewritten in terms of where we are debating ourselves. I'll give you one or two examples probably that will highlight what I've said. We have a state called Arunachal Pradesh, you all know about it. 30 years into the freedom, we probably could not do anything because whatever you do, I will give you a small example. We have a university called Rajiv Gandhi National University, it's a central university. When you thought of increasing economics honors seats from 20 to 40, message will come from across, no, that is not to be done. You can't do that. This is a disputed territory. What the hell was it? Disputed territory, it is our own domain. We are thinking of altering things. So we did that after a fair bit of a struggle, then 40 to 60. Similarly, in other courses, when we thought of doing something, there would be a full stop here and there, and we would listen to that. Now, this slowing down of that was a result of our own position not being very strong. We were not a force which the world was reckoning at the right level. Then things went on. I'm not going to take too much time on this, but then I will give you another data probably that will highlight what I've said. You know, we have a lot of solar potential in our country, and that northeast, this Arunachal state itself has a hydel potential for energy creation. Solar is one side we are doing, we are second in the world now. Hydel, we never explored. We were thinking about something in Himachal, something in Uttaranchal. We did that. Himachal became energy surplus, Uttaranchal became energy surplus, they are giving it to others. But when we started doing this, I am talking about last 30 years, leave aside 2014 onwards. You will be shocked when I tell you that the total hydel potential contracts that we would have awarded was 500 megawatts. That's about it. 30 years of time. Reason was that there will be some smoke here and there, and we will not be able to do it. 14 onwards, we started acting on that, and when we will do that, anything which comes, we will say, no, it's our land, we will do it. How would you be able to say that when you're strong enough, when you're firm enough, when you have some opinion, when world listens to you? So we started doing this, and let me tell you, that state alone has a potential of generating 60,000 megawatts of power. The moment we harness it to the fullest extent, probably the whole country's need would be fulfilled. In my own university, when I joined, I had so much of solar energy, and I thought, why should we not put it to the right use? And I did this. We had a solar plant. I managed all my energy requirements through that. 1/3 surplus I am giving to the Pondicherry city. This is the way one has to look at it. So this hydel potential of Arunachal alone, in the last 10 years, we have now given contracts of about 30,000 megawatts of generation to other countries. People across the border are making noise. They are saying no roads, no this, nothing of that kind, but we have never bothered about it. We have started this. All this has resulted in the way world has changed. I'll give you 3-4 examples. Probably, again, it will be a kind of a capsule. Middle East was very important all through. We were also giving very important reasons. There are 3 reasons. I'll not dwell on that. A large minority is from that, so we need to respect that. Our oil needs were there. Trade route was there. All those factors were there, and we were saying this is the most important area for us. Of late, you have seen oil has receded and electrochemical generation has come up very fast. My own research area is into energy storage through electrical systems. And with this coming up, Middle East is no longer important. And in the years to come, it will recede in the importance further. Trade routes have changed. Suez Canal, Panama Canal, they are not that important. Of late, what has emerged is the Indian Ocean. It has become the busiest trade route. World order has changed. India is no longer looking to west or east. My IFS friend will be able to tell you better. We are now a force which has its own opinion in the international arena. ASEAN countries, the way they have come up, the SAARC, which barring one country, it is the way it is coming up. BIMSTEC, which is a very important area, probably if you look at the data, 1/5 of the population is in this BIMSTEC area. About 2 trillion economy, GDP is here in this area. But did we ever bother about it in the past? Never. 30 years into the existence of this, probably I will not be able to remember correctly, the Secretary General's office has been opened in Dhaka after 25 years of BIMSTEC's existence. We could do it. We could put a viewpoint that we have to have it. We have to think about cooperation in BIMSTEC, ASEAN, SAARC and other places. We never paid any attention to our Andaman and Nicobar area. We thought it's one of those group of islands. Why bother about it? Now only we have started taking it as a permanent aircraft carrier which is stationed by God Almighty for us. We need to take care of it. And now if you go there, a lot of things is being done. I will not be able to tell you that in terms of how much rich resources we have which we never exploited. Eastern side, the 7 sisters we call, we never exploited to that, probably because of a kind of a fear that people would get, our neighbors will get annoyed. Now we are telling our neighbors, no, you don't have to get annoyed, you have to be pleased with whatever we have to do, and you have to do it with a smiling face, which people have started reckoning. And the final straw came when we took over the presidency of G20. Wherever I go, in any academic circle, people talk about why make so much of noise about G20 presidency. It is coming by rotation. Every country has it. You have also got it. Well, we have got it at a time when India is not what it was 20 years back. India is doing a far greater work in terms of every area. I will not, people-to-people contact, climate change, food security, you name, we are working on that in the form of some group of this. And are taking over presidency now at a stage, it's a critical stage when the whole world is looking up to us. Let me tell you why. Our policies throughout has always been one of peaceful coexistence. We will never think of annexing anybody's area or whatever. Our policy has been coexistence, one of cooperation, one of joining hands in terms of every area, and this would lead to that policy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one government, one set of people, the way we should treat. Now, our taking over presidency at this juncture, when the group of these 20 nations is also advanced, and we have also advanced. When we have taken over, we will be able to propagate our policy through this forceful group in the world that, well, here are we, this is our vision, and this is what we want. And if that is propagated, the whole world will move with you that yes, here is a country which needs to be followed. And I was delighted when our External Affairs Minister in one of the UNO's bodies said very clearly, look, our policy is not what it used to be in good old days. If you have read that Hans Morgenthau's thoughtful writings on world arena and world coexistence, gone are the days, nobody looks at it. I think probably 10 years from now, people will forget that this was also a book which has to be read. The whole axiom is going to be changing. And when our External Affairs very rightly, very loudly, very clearly, very emphatically said, look, our policy is going to be what is our interest. And you have to look at our interest with a sense of positivity. We don't look at eastern side or western side or what is Central Asia, what is Middle East. We are telling the world our policy is our interest, and our interest, let us tell, the whole world is one of coexistence, one of peaceful existence, one of sense of cooperation. So with this word, when it extends, our taking the presidency of G20 assumes a greater role in terms of pushing our wonderful agenda that we have. I was addressing this G20, not G20, BIMSTEC conference in Calcutta 3 days back. This is where we highlighted again, and that can be extended to all over, that for important push, what we require is people-to-people contact, educational exchange, climate exchange, food security. If I can drive in Europe from one country to another on one visa, why can't I be doing it from Calcutta to Myanmar and to Thailand, other areas? Can we do it? You have to have 20 breaks. I was attending a conference somewhere in Rajshahi in Bangladesh, when some people came from Sikkim and other northeastern states. Now, let me tell you, had they driven, it would not have taken more than 4 or 5 hours. But then they took 18 hours to cross 4 checkpoints. Every checkpoint they wasted 1.5 hours. Why can't we be doing this? If that can be done, probably people-to-people contact will improve, understanding will improve, thinking will improve, and everything will be in the right direction where we are pushing our interest in terms of this. Finally, let me tell you, there was a time when our forces, let me tell you, my interaction with forces has been fairly extensive. They were right from 70 onwards, I know of, they were doing a remarkable work in terms of R&D. But they would stop at a point, well, that's the end of it. Sonar, that's the end of it. Torpedoes, this is the end of it. They will not be allowed to go beyond a point because of a variety of reasons. Somebody will put a brake to that. Secondly, our economic conditions were not that strong that we'll be able to give you all the resources. Now there is a confidence with industry and university interaction. A lot of funds are being generated, a lot of projects are being given. IITs, if you go across, I was there yesterday, the kind of work they are doing in terms of these areas, it is amazing. So this has come a long way, and now we are in a position to force whatever we are doing. Our forces are doing its own research, and with the help of the other universities, probably things are being forced in the right direction. So I'm delighted that this strategic workshop or a day's seminar on these security issues have been taken up, and this has been taken up particularly in the context of China looming large around us. And yesterday you would have read it in the newspapers that China has renamed 10 of the areas in Arunachal. It is our area. Who the hell are there to change these names? Now we are in a position that, look, this is our area, we will not allow that. Had it been 30 years back, probably would have said, well, if they've done it, let's have 5 here and 5 there. No question now. So we are in a position, and these kind of seminars that you are organizing, this think tank which is there, C35, they are the need of the hour. They are the ones, if they deliberate at this juncture, it will be a kind of providing a real strong backbone to our policy makers, and this will go a long way. This is required. I am heading, probably Mrs. Biswas will know, the research wing of ICWA. I chair that, and in the last 3 years, the number of projects, the number of invitation we have extended, the research scholars we have tripled, fellowships has been raised. So this sort of think tanks, if they are encouraged, I probably feel that we are going to be, for sure, a force to be reckoned with in the world order, particularly when we talk of peace, when we talk of development, when we talk of people-to-people contact, when we talk of food security, you name, that is where we are working. And people sometimes have seen this mild criticism here and there. G20, what is the need to have so many groups being formed? We have formed over 20 groups. We say there is a necessity to work in all areas. And one cannot be working in all areas. There has to be right-thinking groups who would be working. So I'm sure in the next 4 or 5 months, the way we have formed these groups, once they finish their task and they come up, this will be a wonderful document. Not only for us, it will be a direction which will be for the whole world that, look, our policy is one which we have indicated of peace. Follow that and world will be a better place to live in. This is where India stands, and this is where we need to strengthen this stand further, and that can always be done by think tanks like what Commodore Vasan is doing. This is what's required, and I hope this goes on in the right direction, and we are able to provide the right kind of thinking to our External Affairs Ministry. They need this backing for doing a remarkably wonderful job for us. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, for sharing your experience and valuable views on India's position in the world. It is my privilege to invite Rear Admiral S. Venkatraman, the Flag Officer commanding Tamil Nadu Pondicherry Naval Area, to deliver a special address on enhancing India's comprehensive national power. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Commodore Vasan, Director General of the Chennai Center for China Studies and the Regional Director for the National Maritime Foundation Tamil Nadu Chapter. Distinguished speakers and guests, firstly I would like to thank Commodore Vasan for inviting me to take part in today's proceedings, and also take the opportunity to wish Chennai Center for China Studies and the National Maritime Foundation the very best fair winds following seas. It's a rare honor and privilege for me to be here, considering the company that I'm in with, and I take it as an honor for myself. Being the tail end Charlie at the end of a long day's session, my task is both difficult and easy. Difficult because I'm following the wake of very eminent speakers and I expect to emulate them. Easy because whatever the record is spoken has been spoken already. I have very little to say, and that makes my task simple and very brief. Today's subject for discussions is a very topical subject of emerging strategic landscape and India's position in the global order. The current concept of global order, as we understand, has its origins in medieval Europe. In 1648, when the feudal worthies of Europe got together in the towns of Munster and Onsterbrook, they probably never had any lofty ideas of a world order that would last 500 years. They were probably dealing with more immediate problems of their own intestine wars, of the 30-year war that they were fighting each other, and also the unity of the church, the Catholics and the Protestants. Most of our modern concepts of international relations, world orders, or the other constructs that govern international conduct have medieval European origins. And these concepts have been further strengthened by other events and their outcomes in Europe, be it the Congress of Vienna, so skillfully helmed by the Austrian diplomat Clemens Metternich, or the Treaty of Versailles, rather, of the First World War, and of course the dominant American presence post the Second World War, creating the Bretton Woods systems. No wonder that today this world order has a Euros and American-centric approach in thoughts and concepts, and is increasingly coming under strain and challenge. As to what? Due to a multitude of factors, players, and reasons. What those factors, players, and reasons, I'm sure today's eminent panelists and speakers would have alluded to, so I won't be dwelling on them. Just to say that these concepts requires a change. I will just submit for this august audience 3 points for consideration based on geography, history, and demography. In about quarter of century back in 1997, the late American political scientist and President Carter's NSA, Zbigniew Brzezinski, had very presciently observed 5 countries to be the geostrategic players in the context of American global interests. I'm talking of 1997. One was, of course, Russia. There are 2 European countries, France and Germany, and 2 Asian countries, China and India. A quarter of a century down the line, he couldn't be off the mark. He's spot on. India today at the cusps, both literally and geographically, of 2 emerging contours of world orders. One is the Eurasian-centered continental, and the second is the Indo-Pacific-centered maritime world orders. Now, India inherently is a maritime nation. There's no disputing that. The day, because, and I say this frequently and wherever I get to speak, the day we lost the command of the seas around India is the day we lost our freedom. And that's can be dated back to the decline of the Cholas in the 13th century. Well, yes, we do have long borders and land needs to be defended, but India's destiny is with the seas. And even after 7 decades of independence, we still had a continental mindset, which fortunately in the last 6 to 7 years has changed. The government of India in 2015 clearly articulated the Prime Minister's vision of Sagar, an integrated maritime outlook, security and growth for all in the region based on 4 key elements, including a free, open oceans, cooperation with the maritime neighbors, and Mr. Kajri Biswas already alluded to the cooperation in the Indian Ocean region and the larger Indo-Pacific. From geography, I'll move on to history. While the concepts of modern international relations and world orders I mentioned emerged from medieval Europe, but the concepts of national interest, raison d'etat, the French statesman Cardinal Richelieu's concept, which led to the 30 Years' War, actually have resonance in our own history and civilizational history, going back to the Mahabharata. As our Honorable External Affairs Minister, in his book, The India Way, clearly mentions, indisputably, and I quote him, Mahabharata is indisputably the vivid description of Indians' thought in statecraft. He also describes the Arthashastra as a compendium of political principles for governance. So if we look back on our civilizational history and the accumulated wisdom, we would be able to draw lessons and create a space for ourselves, as Professor Gurmeet Singh brought out, without looking east or west, to stand on our own. Kautilya's Arthashastra brings the Saptanga theory, which is essentially the comprehensive national power, the 7 arms of the state: Swami, Amatya, Janapad, Mitra, Kosh, Durg, and so Janapada is the demography, and we have 1.4 billion population. In a country of 1.4 billion population, I'm just doing some statistics. The next 10 countries other than China don't add up to India's population. The next 10 strong militaries don't add up to our population. The next 10 strong economies don't add up to our population. So our key lies in this demographic dividend that we have, particularly the younger lot of people that we have. So a combination of a history which provides us the ways, looking back to a civilizational context, our civilizational accumulated wisdom across thousands of years. History gives us the ways, our geography, the maritime geography, and the demography gives us the means to the end, which is India's own status as a global power in the new emerging world order. I was also asked to speak on threats and present-day challenges. Again, most of them would have been addressed today. I see threats in 2 domains, physical and the cognitive domains. And I was very happy to see a talk on information warfare or thereabouts, because that's one area. The physical threats, all of us know, traditional, non-traditional, etc., etc., etc. But the warfare is in the minds today, the narrative warfare. It was always there. One of the outcomes of the colonialism was coloniality, occupying the minds. But today, with the rapid advancement of information and communication technologies, the building of the narrative and sort of conditioning the mind has become another threat. So I would see cognitive domain warfare as an area of serious concern for us. And no matter how much we try, unless we have our own narrative And I would like to quote the late Nigerian novelist Chinua Achebe. Until the lions have their own historians, the hunt will always glorify the hunter. So I won't take much time, like I said. Everything that has been spoken to. I just wanted to share my thoughts of history, geography, and demography. If we factors on these things, there's no doubt in my mind, within the next 25 years of Amrit Kal of 2047, we would be a global power. Once again, I'd like to thank Commodore Vasan for inviting me here, and I'm very glad to be in such illustrious company. One of my mentors, General Narasimhan, is sitting here, whom I had a lot of opportunity to interact with and learn from him in Delhi, and I look forward to his continued guidance. Thank you once again. All the very best.
Thank you, Admiral, for highlighting the importance of our civilizational history and the imprints that left behind that help us to look forward into the future. I now would love to request the dignitaries on stage to please release the second set of books that have been published by the Chennai Center of China Studies. And to conclude the annual security dialogue and to deliver the vote of thanks, I invite Commodore Vasan to the rostrum.
Program book. A very good evening. We have come to the last of this program, and I must first of all compliment the young team who has worked very hard for putting this together. Of course, there was somebody else who was sitting there with the whip. That's a different issue, but the point is that they excelled in conceiving, planning, conducting and executing this great event is a matter of great confidence for all of us, and we can repose our faith in the young teams that are taking on such responsibilities. I must also thank Ms. Kajari Bishwas for coming all the way from Delhi. So all the echelons of MEA, PP and R have visited us, and therefore we are very happy that you are able to make it here. And also you have made it simpler for me because I don't have to summarize the talks anymore. A lot of these responses that you chose to elucidate were all related to the various talks that were done, though I will highlight a few points from my point of view. So thank you again for coming here and sharing those wonderful perspectives which are there, and also for holding our hand through the years, which is important for us sitting in Chennai, because there are very few think tanks in southern India which are doing the kind of work that we are doing, and the more we are supported, the better inputs there would be from our side. So also thank the Vice Chancellor. No, he went back with our association of more than a quarter century ago when he had come to Cochin, our CSO operations with Admiral Ganesh. And at that time, it was novel at that time because, Venkatraman will tell you that we all as cadets or mids would be chipping away on the deck and breaking the structural integrity of those ships. So therefore, we had to find innovative ways. And from that point of view, we are very happy to listen to him at that time. And thereafter, I've been in touch with him off and on. But it's a phenomenal amount of work that is done. And the talk that he gave, in fact, motivates all of us in looking at a vibrant, progressive India, which is carving out a place of its own here. And last but not the least, Venkatraman, So he said, no, everybody has spoken, so-and-so was my CO there, I was his XO here, I don't have to talk. I said, no, you're coming here and you're talking. So I'm happy that you brought in that relevance of geography, history, and also the present status of the maritime prowess that are there. I must also thank all the people who supported us here in this journey. It's not been easy. Like I said in my opening remarks this morning, it's been a journey of 15 years. Never easy to sustain a think tank with minimal support. Initially, in fact, we hardly had any support, and even today to such extent, a lot of our members here, senior members, we all pull out money from our own pockets and put it there. And luckily in the last 2 years, thanks to the MEA, that requirement to pull out more money has come down. So must thank you for that again. And this is something that will keep us going. And like I said in the morning, our focus is on empowering the youth. So the numbers which I mentioned in the morning are of great relevance in terms of building a community of thinkers. The young thinkers, the young minds, whoever we call, they are the future of this country, and we need to ensure that they are integrated in the academic and strategic communities. Now there's one question which I wanted to ask Dr. Shailesh Naik, but because of time constraints I kept quiet, in the sense of what are we institutionally doing to bridge that gap between the academic and strategic community. That's not happening. A few conferences here, a few roundtables there is not going to give you the answer in terms of bridging that gap which exists today between the academia and the strategic community. That's important for policy making, policy options, including for the MEA. I'm sure they will look at this issue of how we can bring about this networking of academic and strategic communities, think tanks, so that we are able to provide those kind of options to us. So with that, just a few points which I flagged from the sessions today as far as evolving strategic landscape, positioning India in the emerging global order. The key words here are very, very clear, that the strategic landscape is not constant. It's something that's evolving and changing, and India obviously is carving out a place for itself in the emerging global order. There are phenomenal amount of challenges, and most of these have been identified by the speakers. The primary of this was coincidentally by a talk by Admiral Chauhan, where he looked at the maritime dimensions and the maritime prowess of India. Nobody can change geography. We are central to the Indian Ocean region. Whether China likes it or not, we are the Indian Ocean. And so therefore, the happenings which are here, whether you call yourself the net security provider or a net security facilitator or net security coordinator, the point is that India is at the center of things which are happening. Whether it's the 2004 tsunami, whether it's supplying water to Maldives, whether it is going to Sri Lanka after tsunami, or even in the later parts wherever we went in providing what is now being referred to as HADR, Humanitarian Assistance Disaster Relief. So we are in the center, so let's assume responsibilities where it's required, and here is where our maritime, comprehensive maritime power, not that the national power, the naval power or the Coast Guard power, but we are again referring to the comprehensive maritime power, which includes ports, infrastructure, efficient handling of cargo, having more ports which are there, the connectivity, the cold chain which are required for deep sea fishing vessels. So there's a world out there, and India is at the center, and it can make things happen. So this is something that came out in few of the topics related to how we must leverage our maritime potential to build on comprehensive national power, which will contribute to the overall national power. Narasimhan has spoken at length on China. In fact, I think Admiral Chauhan said, if we remove China from the map, all that remains is the maritime constituent, but we can't remove China, unfortunately. And therefore, what General Narasimhan brought out in terms of the challenges that we face from China, whether it is along the border or whether it is as General Murli brought out, is he here? As General Murli brought out, the question of keep it constantly alive because it helps them. Or in terms of what Colonel Denny brought out, in terms of information warfare and in terms of their capability, which transcend the traditional and non-traditional threats that we face today. So, the China is real, the threats are real, and nobody is imagining those threats, and we have a fair degree of accurate assessment in what they are trying to do, and we have our options. And Ambassador Mohan Kumar, I am sure all of you were provoked, which was his intention, and I am happy that he did provoke all of us in terms of saying that, look, with just a $3 trillion economy and with 400 million people perhaps below whatever yardsticks of BPL, it may not be applicable here, I think later on one of the speakers said we can survive on $2. That's not the point. The point is that when will you become a $10 trillion economy? That was the question. That's a pertinent question. And this $10 trillion economy, is it going to be in the hands of the few? That is another relevant question. So, while I think we are well poised to move on the trajectory to increase our national GDP and also the happiness index and everything else, and maybe become a 10 trillion by 2030 as is being expected, $5 to $10 trillion. The point is that that does not change the complexities faced in a democracy like ours, which point was very well alluded to in many of the lectures that were brought out. So we have challenges on the ground because of the system of governance that we have chosen on one side, which is the democratic issues, and the kind of neighbors that we have. Two nuclear adversaries is something that we need to worry about. And which is where, and I'm happy that the Japanese Consul General is here, we are looking at not being able to do alone means have alliances, partnerships, call it partnerships, whatever you want to, but the point is that what you cannot do alone, you need friends. And which is where when you're looking at strategic autonomy, it's not about just carrying on regardless without any reference to the neighborhood and others. So from that point of view, we are happy we have friends and wonderful friends who hold our hands. And I don't have to go public on what all has been done together on those issues, but the point is it provides us opportunities to grow and bridge this economic differential that we are talking about. It's not going to happen overnight. You need a space in which you are stable, you are secure. And that comes by these alliances that we are talking about, the Squad, you call it IPOA, you call it BIMSTEC, whatever you want to call it. So there is a certain amount of economic angle to it, there is a certain amount of strategic angle to it, and there is a certain amount of strategic autonomy complementarities which work with this. So this is what we have to remember when we are looking at how we position India in the emerging global order. So it's dynamic, it's challenging, it's complex, and therefore the leadership is, luckily for us, I think the leadership has changed the way we look at things. Whether it's the External Affairs Minister, or whether it's the G20 leadership, or whether it's the Sherpa who is out there, or whether it's the Prime Minister, or the various technically highly competent ministers who are working in each domain. I think Dini and others brought out this issue of the infrastructure development in the borders. We're doing it on our side. We were worried earlier about doing it on our side. We are not scared, we are not worried about doing it on our side anymore. So these are some of the things that are happening, and so we are conscious of the fact that we are at that moment in history where we can choose the trajectory that will take us on this positive growth. But that's not going to happen just by sitting here and imagining those graphs which are hitting the roof. And as was brought out by even the director, so she said, it's one thing to say that, we can offer all these platitudes to things that are happening, but the other thing is also to look inwards and see which are the areas in which we are lacking. Be a little more critical. Critical not with the negative sense, but with the constructive sense in terms of establishing, assessing what's gone wrong and how we can correct it. So constructive criticism is what we are looking at, and that's the need of the hour, and not what you see in the newspapers every day or in the media everywhere, where there are slugging matches. So that's not what I'm referring to, but I think at least in the thinking community, the think tanks which are here, the institutions, the academic institutions, I'm so happy that Professor Gurmeet here, set the tone for this approach of how we can, attain this position in the global order. So all of us need to work together. The policymakers, the education institutions, the academia, the think tanks, and the practitioners of the art, the people like General Narasimhan, Dini, General Murli, General Prakash Menon, who have been in the field, who have seen that they are here today. They are quite PhDs to tell everybody, look, I'm just not a practitioner of the art, but I'm also an academic. So which is good for us in the sense that, that is where they are able to bring their practices and evaluate it in the sense of academic qualifications that they have, which has far-reaching consequences for this academia strategy synergy that I'm talking about. So I don't want to carry on forever. I have about 20 points, but I think I best check that paper because we have heard enough since morning, and some of you are catching a flight, including our director today. So I do not want to indulge in delaying her flight. So thank you very much again for this wonderful opportunity. I must thank the Alumni Association of Anna University for giving us this premises as a wonderful place, and with the kind of facilities that they're given, we are motivated to come back here again and again. So thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, we conclude the second annual Security Dialogue of the Chennai Center for China Studies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a wonderful audience, and I do invite you for some tea. And I, for one, need some coffee. Please do join us for some tea. Thank you.
She needs some coffee without milk.
Without milk, black coffee. Thank you. I would also request, before we go for tea, that Commodore Vasan felicitate our distinguished guests with mementos.
Yeah, you definitely require coffee. You're forgetting things.
I request the Commodore Vasan to felicitate the Vice Chancellor.
Sir, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to meet you again. ऐसे बुलाएंगे आप, छोड़ेंगे नहीं. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that.
Thank you.